and him talking last week more about how the team is so much more focused now in their alliance makes me more hopeful for them.
So the two games that they played, the first one that Dignitas won, Hanser was playing Renekton, but it was the Ruby week that Ruby was in, and then the second one they lost, and that was the last time that Hanser got Renekton, and since then it's been, I don't know, like 8, 9, whatever games in a row that's been banned against him. And Rich played the GP game against him that went really poorly, where he did the counter pick of GP. And it went really bad. So those are their two games. They obviously lost that game. Hanser was playing Renekton in that, but I don't think they lost because it was Renekton or anything. But that counter pick obviously really did not work out, and Turtle and Insanity had really good games. So I mean, it's interesting, right? Like I think that Dignitas should just ban Renekton still, because I think that they like other things are less stable, and even if you're going to go for a counter pick, there's things that you can go that are probably going to dominate it more, especially if you're expecting Hanser to get no help. I feel like resourceless champion that is really stable kind of needs the least help in a lot of cases, right? So you can maybe force them to kind of try to play towards him and have a counter pick. That could be more beneficial. But I think in general, as an overall strategy, like you're saying, Kobe, it makes more sense to play through Insanity. Jensen is not JoJo. Jensen is not playing anywhere near the level that JoJo is playing, and Santorin and Jensen as a duo aren't dominating by any means. So I think that there's way more of an opportunity to attack through mid lane, and even if there were weaknesses shown by TSM or EG maybe lost game 4 because of draft and things like this, Dignitas is not nearly as good as EG, I think, either, right? Like, they don't have the same strengths.
No, I think you could go pound for pound, position by position. It's only top lane probably in Dignitas's favor, clearly.
Yeah.
Historically, Jensen versus Insanity would be Jensen, but this split in particular, it feels a lot closer. I think Boogie's been kind of like Santorin in a lot of ways, where he's very lane focused and getting people ahead, and he's really good about finding opportunities to make that happen. And bot lane, I think, for TSM is just straight up better in both roles.
Yeah. So Boogie especially, I feel like that's a good point to bring up for their TSM versus EG series. Like, he was so proactive.
He would probably have gotten player of the series if they somehow won the 5th game, I think. Boogie was really good.
Yeah.
So I do think that TSM's still favored in this series, but I wonder.
Massively.
Yeah, well, it's just like that first series against EG was so weird with how dominant each game's win or loss was, that it was hard to really like get a good power level, at least for me, of like where TSM's at as they head into their next series.
Yeah.
Because maybe they really are contesting EG and they're like neck and neck with them, or they should have got blown out and didn't. I don't know.
Yeah. I just really was impressed after game number 1 of the series with the planning that TSM put into it, the draft and the execution, all of that. I was like, oh my God, they're completely back with having the previous concerns about the coach interview and everything that he said leading into it. So I'm actually really excited for this series because I want to see both teams play to what I think are their strengths. And for TSM, that is playing away from Hanser, just slap him on a tank, play to Insanity and Turtle for team fights. And I want to see Dig play to Rich. And then like see, all right, can top lane carry? How strong is top lane right now? They keep actually buffing the possible carry potential. Aatrox got mega buffed. Revenge had the massive Aatrox game versus them. I bet Rich, I could see him just itching to do that as well. That
I
win,
played in the LPL.
all these types of things. So I actually want to see a clash of styles like that, where one team is like, you know what? We're not going to play around top at all, and the other team tries to win.
I guess my concern with Dignitas is, do they even really know what their style is, so to speak, or their strength is, so to speak, anymore? Because the only wins that they had down the stretch was the 100 Thieves win and then the 100 Thieves tiebreaker win. And besides that, they lost 7 out of 8 games.
And that's why Rich wasn't on my All-Pro ballot.
Right? And so Rich, I do think, showcased that he had the ability to take over some games and really carry games, but he wasn't really able to do it down the stretch. And it didn't really feel like Dignitas had a clear identity and clear way to get consistent wins at all. So that's kind of my concern. Is I know how TSM can win. I think, like you said, play through Insanity, play through Turtle, but I think mostly just play through Insanity, to be honest. I don't know that Dignitas knows how they can win. That's kind of my concern. Is it's like you beat 100 Thieves twice, once in a tiebreaker, once in the final week. Besides that, their only win in the previous 8 games was 1 win against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think that their strategy for winning is, because their mid laner is so different, Jensen is definitely a lot less proactive than Insanity. He moves a lot less and generally scales or plays reactively while trying to scale for team fights for later. Like, he still will move to stuff if stuff happens in the early game, but he's not going to be the one starting it out. So I think they try and focus a lot of their early game stuff around Rich, who wants to be playing super forward, trying to get turret plates on top side, trying to like win skirmishes around Rift Trails and stuff like that, and then have Jensen scaling for later for team fights and see what happens there. That's why I feel like it's cool to have the mismatch of like areas on the map that you kind of want to go for these teams.
Yeah.
It is harder to win through top, but that was kind of what was exciting early about Dignitas, is that they had these extreme games where they went so hard into counter picks.
Yeah, I think the other thing cool is the history for both these teams. I talked about the TSM angle about potentially their last run through playoffs, but it's also get Jensen the Worlds. He has 8 consecutive Worlds appearances. Not only is he tied for one of the most, him and double-elimination have attended Worlds the most all time of any pro player, but for Jensen it's consecutive. And if he could do it from 7th place from this crazy run,
It'd be pretty crazy.
It'd be pretty crazy. It's probably not going to happen, but the fact that one of these two teams is going to end something about the other is a high stakes match. History will be made here in some capacity.
True.
In the lower bracket round 1.
Yeah. I also feel like, especially after seeing how good Boogie was in the previous series and how active he was, I feel like TSM also has jungle advantage here. But Santorin is super veteran, playoffs time, leading up to Worlds again, maybe you get the Hulk out moment,
I feel like it's really TSM favored, honestly.
That's why I said 4 out of 5 positions on paper are TSM favored. So I'm like, and we're like, oh, play star wise, like Chime likes to roam, Boogie likes to camp. They play through Insanity early game, and then they actually have good scaling. Like,
I mean,
just like,
Dignitas looked really bad down the stretch to me.
Yeah.
Right? Their first half of the split I thought was more compelling.
I don't think anyone's going to predict them to win.
Yeah, I have TSM probably 3-1.
Yeah, something like that. I'll lock it in later.
I think 3-2. Make it more.
It'll be
crazy.
interesting. If Jensen, Santorin, like if those guys can step up, then I think it becomes a really compelling series. But I think they kind of failed to show any consistency down the stretch. So that's kind of why I'm doubting them right now. All right, so the Friday series
TL
is
Huno.
TL 100 Thieves. This one is going to be pretty interesting because TL is so kind of like up and down, and they had their crazy series against NRG, which was very much I think what people were expecting, I guess.
5K gold throw in game 2. Let's go.
I feel like it's exactly what we talked about on a previous episode of the Dive.
Yeah, and in the LCS lounge, and
we're like, oh my god, each of these teams, 5K gold. That doesn't really mean that much here. There's so many flips, I feel like, and so many moments where someone gets picked off, and you're just like, whoa, the comeback, or yo, the throw.
Especially that one. Yeah, it's sad for TL that they can't still close games out a year into this team. They did swap in APA, so it's not like the exact same lineup, but I think for most of the decision makers and people picking the fights and doing the shot calling, it's the same people. I thought Core had a bit of a down series from the fact that he was on All Pro this year.
Yeah,
it didn't feel like that was the level he played at.
And it's a perfect meta for him. There's Rel and all these engaged champions, and man,
APA also had a really bad series and looked very affected by it. Like mentally, like you could just look at the cameras. He's having huge reactions every time something went bad, and the team is comforting him when he's walking off stage.
He's dying left and right in game. If you just don't even want to look at player cams, you can just see bad decisions being made.
Yeah.
I also feel like that series was the first time where I've been like, whoa, I really feel like I just saw some comms problems like live on stage where the team is turning and he's going back, or there's definitely that missing link of like how we want to play out the fight, or are we actually turning off objective type of thing. I feel like in this series that was felt even more, and if you combine that with what you're saying about like watching the cams and some of the reactions and stuff, it does. Maybe there is like a feeling of isolation there or something.
Yeah, it's hard to know what was causing it, but it also felt to me that he kind of wanted it too bad in a way where He was looking for all these big
He had some
plays.
Malphite, Tristana Ultimate.
He definitely had some Malphite Tristana ultimates. I mean, he had the one over by Herald, which kind of worked out, where he rock jumps in, he flashes behind the guy, he knocks him back. Yeah. But he gave up his shutdown to do that and his flash to trade 1-for-1. And then there were situations where I think he realized, okay, I made some mistakes, and it felt like he was kind of trying to make good on it by finding another big play. And I think instead of kind of waiting for some of those big opportunities to be there, he was trying to really force it. And it didn't feel as though it was really working out for him in most cases.
No, I think the big thing for why TL looked better with him instead of Harry was that he was more consistent in the mid to late game, and that was not the case in this series. And he got picked on a lot. The Tristana games where they just kept killing him over and over in the mid to late game, and he kept trying to like buffer his jump, and he would just get pulled back after the buffer.
And dying without flash.
And then dying without flash as opposed to flashing then jumping or something.
Yeah.
So he was, I don't know if it was greed. I wouldn't call it that. Most likely, I think it was nerves and just, not thinking through what's about to happen. And I think for the rest of the team, it wasn't like they were playing super well either. I think Summit was maybe the best playing player. He was able to get some advantages over Dokla and Lane, but it wasn't like...
Even him, I mean, he had his Gnar pick into the Renekton where Dokla was just basically even the whole time. Someone got ganked one time on a stacked wave, which sucked for him, but largely this was nowhere close to what I was expecting from Summit as far as levels of dominance coming into this series, because we were talking about it last week on the dive where I was saying it's literally number 1 in CSD versus number 10 in CSD. I was expecting it to be a bit of a top lane canyon in the laning phases. It really wasn't. I think there was one game, if I recall, where Summit really got the better of him. I think it was the Kennen game. He really got ahead in the 1v1.
His Jax games were okay too.
There were a lot of ganks from Pioshik in a lot of the games as well. Pioshik was definitely
living up there.
Check him jungle proximity.
It felt like that was all they wanted to do. Pioshik was only going up there. But even those two guys had some really troll ones. There was the one Jax Sejuani game where they got Monster ahead in lane, and then immediately went over towards Herald and just engaged by themselves and both died. And you're like, what is happening? But that was the Monster Jax carry game.
Yeah.
And when I talk about Summit, I think overall he had good performances. But when I say the kind of top canyon that I was expecting, I was thinking 1v1 laning. He was going to create massive, massive edges. And that didn't really happen that I can recall, except for the Kennen game. The Jax game was very much about like the coordination of him and Pioshik. And then the Gnar game, I think, was kind of just forgettable.
Yeah, there were definitely some moments too where, Dokla had a misposition or something, or you could be like, oh, he should have been more cautious here because they know he's playing weak side and, whatever happened. But like they talked about it in the interview afterwards for Energy, they're like, you know what your duty is this series, Dokla. and he was like, yeah, I know.
You're going to get beat up.
He understood the mission. As far as the team approach overall, because we're talking about the Energy 100 Thieves series right now. We'll talk way more about Energy
the TL.
Yeah, we're talking about the TL.
Excuse me, the TL 100 Thieves. We'll talk about Energy later for their series. Exactly like I said for APA though, all I care about is banning out the Ziggs. They banned out Ziggs every single game this series, and I feel like without that, that's a big comfort pick. That's also way easier to play, to your point about the reliability towards the mid game and late game. So I feel like the strategy here for pick and ban also should be a pretty easy copy and paste, because they ban out that primo pick for APA, and for Summit all they kept on banning out is the Rumble, which he can be super abusive of every single game as well.
So I think blueprint wise, I'm down if 100 Thieves wants to copy it, but so like APA was losing both sides of Trist Jace. They played that matchup both sides.
Yeah. Palafox was smurfing on him.
He was pooping on him on both sides of the matchup. He was just clearly
player of the series,
borderline all pro. A lot of people felt like he was snubbed.
I voted for him.
Yep. So like
he was snubbed.
Yeah, and then you got Quid, who, like, no offense, has really good CSing. But I don't think he can apply the same level of pressure. Like, I don't think he makes... Like, Palafox is a playmaker at the end of the day. Like, he wants to win the game. He's going to go in. He's going to see angles. And he'll in sometimes, and he'll laugh it off. But, like, he's got an aggressive mindset. And Quid sometimes does. Like, his Azir goes in, but it doesn't work out more often than it does. And, like...
And honestly, I mean, you could just be blunt about it. Palafox was borderline all-pro. I voted for him third team. Quid is one of the worst mid laners in the league.
Yeah.
maybe the worst mid laner in the league.
So you can copy and paste the draft strategy, but I'm not confident that Quid wins both sides of matchups and then goes and makes plays with that.
Yeah.
The same way that Palafox
And if
did.
he does, it's not going to be anywhere near the level of dominance, right?
And if he does, well, then hats off. We're all wrong and like
Yeah.
good for you, but we're not.
but he hasn't shown that.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't expect it.
Yeah, I don't care who your mid laner is, though. I banned Ziggs versus APA.
Yeah,
that is my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think APA was trying to come into the series and prove, hey, you have to respect other picks. He had never played a professional game of Jace. They talked about it in one of the coach interviews, though, that they knew it was coming because he'd been playing a lot in solo queue, but still had not played a single game of it in pro play. Did not inspire any fear in his opponents with his Jace. It didn't really work out the way that he wanted, and I think that a lot of teams are going to watch that. And I thought it was so important for APA coming in that series, and I talked about it a lot, early on. I said everyone is going to ban the Ziggs, right? But you can unlock the Ziggs if you can prove that you can dominate on other picks and make them scared of that. That did not happen at all. So I do think that is definitely a concern for TL, is that people will try to kind of rinse and repeat. But 100 Thieves, the only way the 100 Thieves wins games is by picking late game and hoping they don't get run over, because they don't really have any proactivity on the map. I think Closer did have a good game or a couple good games in the last week. We'll see if he can kind of replicate that. But I think if Closer is not playing like playoffs Closer, if Closer is playing like regular season Closer, this team just doesn't do anything. Like, Quid doesn't really do anything. Closer doesn't really do anything. Their bot lane's okay. Their top lane's okay.
Summit got boomed out of the LCS by Closer and Someday back in 2022 spring. It can happen again.
True.
It could.
I agree. Closer is both the problem and the solution to their early game. Like Bucio's not going to roam around and make tons of plays. He's with Double for the most part. Someday can win lanes, but it's not like that usually transfers around the map very well. Quid, like we already talked about, not a huge playmaker, so it does come on to Closer to step up and do what he's done in previous playoffs.
I like that phrasing.
What?
If someone is both the problem and the solution, you're just saying you need to play better.
Yeah,
because
kind of.
You are the problem. If you play better, then
There's sometimes like, oh, my lane phase isn't good, and it's not going to get better, so someone else has to come up with a solution for this. But like Closer's early game can be good, and when he has a good early game, they're going to get way more. They're going to be way more proactive. So like, yeah, just be like that Viego game, please, Closer.
Yeah.
but it's the same thing we've been saying for I feel like a month. For 100 Thieves has been like this mid jungle issue.
Yep. And it's obviously hard to fix. He seemed pretty unshaken. At least he presented that after the Viego game in his interview, because he got interviewed. He had the 6-0-5 Viego game where he got all those early kills. I think he got the first 4 kills of the game, 5 kills of the game, something like that.
Yeah.
And had a nice game there. And then he was on stage and basically saying he doesn't really care what people think. It just matters what he thinks. It matters what the team thinks, whatever.
That's good.
Which is, I think, the right approach to have. Absolutely. So we'll see. I mean, if he can show up and give the team some early proactivity, I do think that Doublelift was one of those guys that was playing well. And, if people were playing better around him, he could have been borderline All-Pro. He kind of put it in the same bucket as we talked about with Impact and some of the other guys. I think they have some people who can perform if they're kind of given that success around them. But it's also tough because I feel like it's kind of a mismatch for 100 Thieves, where 100 Thieves is so slow, I feel, in the early game, and they want to go really late and just go 5v5. And TL has a really explosive early game, right? And so you're talking about one of the slowest, most inactive early game teams against one of the most explosive early game teams. And yeah, TL will throw some games for sure, but I think 100 Thieves is going to have a tough time if Closer can't really step up, just even hanging in the early game, right? Because this team is not a good early game team. They're averaging down 1K. TL in the regular season averaged up like over 2.2K at 15 minutes, I think it was. So
yeah, this is one of those, it's all about perspective. Is it a bad matchup because Team Liquid have mismatched strengths with 100 Thieves and they're going to blow you out in the early game? Is that actually a positive, or is it a negative because even when they get these big early game leads, they're going to throw them? Which force is stronger?
So
100 Thieves basically build to catch games.
Yeah, my problem is they don't do anything proactive to capitalize on mistakes or anything.
Yeah, they built, like I said, they built literally to catch.
They got nets.
They don't build to be proactive.
They go into the river with a net and they say, "Jump in, fish."
I don't think they're good at catching either, though. They go out to go
So
fishing.
that's got some holes in it.
And they
They're
don't
still
have any
waiting.
tools. They go out fishing with their hands.
Any
man.
fish
They're
want to
just
jump in my net with holes?
I sure hope a fish will jump out of the ocean into my boat. That's 100 Thieves game plan to win games.
Team Liquid, they're jumping all over the place. Pretty floppy fish, okay?
might-
Those
in the
whales
boat.
are beaching themselves. They're just ending up on beaches for no good reason.
It's definitely possible, but I don't know. I just don't see 100 Thieves as this like wax on, wax off team that's going to capitalize on your mistakes. It just feels like most of their games, they do nothing early and then they roll over and die.
Yes, that is true. Team Liquid is 2-0 against them this split, but last split they were able to beat Team Liquid in some games, basically with this approach where they had scaling, and Bjergsen I think was a much
They were a
much
lot
better
better
mid
last
laner.
split.
They were. I agree, but I think the overall idea can still work in a series if Team Liquid and like APA really is frazzled. If he comes into a second series and looks like how he did in this first one, and closers being aggressive and like abusing this potential weakness in the mid lane, and top is someday I think can do fine into summon. I'm actually assuming the drafts are okay. I'm not super worried about topside because
I think someday is good.
Yeah.
But I'm always like the extra positive someday enjoyer, I feel like.
But I think like these two have had history playing against each other, and someday is not going to get like frazzled because like so.
He was the one who pulled out the Malphite that, like you were saying, was the big deconstruction of MVP Summit.
Yeah.
And then everybody like copied the someday blueprint versus him.
Yeah, I think bot lane is one where it's a little scary because Core and Yan are usually pretty good, and Busio is sometimes a little hit or miss. But if he has a good series, I also don't like. It feels like other than mid lane, 100 Thieves can mostly stack up versus TL. It's the early game, and then it's the mid lane. If Quid
Other than
can't-
mid lane, but that's saying if Closer plays way better than he did all split. Because
Yeah.
Closer couldn't stack up to any jungler this split.
No, I mean, I'm with
Right.
you, but you're just basically saying, like, if the Viego game is the closer we get in this
Yeah.
series, then I actually think they legitimately have a place
Me too.
to win because TL is not clean. And
Yeah.
so if they can contest the early games a little bit more, they can do it, but it does feel like an uphill battle. Otherwise, you're like, what are the angles? Because I don't think you can copy. Just be Palafox. Quid, go ahead. I don't think, he's going to be able to abuse it Tristana the same way.
Yeah. I think that's really the tough thing, right? And first blood participation or whatever for the split was 5%. It was the one game. It was the Viego game, right? So he did get his one, but
On the board, baby.
yeah, he's on the board. So that is the tough thing, though, right? If Closer can step up, and I know it's always in the back of your mind because Closer has been so good in playoffs. And I know you had talked about this when we talked about this before, that hey, Closer has these bad stretches. I do not think he's ever had a stretch like this.
This is
It's really stretched out. He just keeps stretching it.
I just
it never quite snaps back the same after you stretch it out like that, Hopefully he snaps back, but he's done it before. He's snapped back before.
Yeah.
He's had
As you get older, less and less likely to snap back.
yeah, you don't wake up feling the same way.
Skin's a little more wrinkly,
Yeah, you
wrists
got-
a little bit more creaky.
pick up your
the
cat, you
face
hurt your
roll
back,
like, Yeah, we'll see. I think it's TL 3-1 or 3-0.
Yeah,
most likely.
I think it's probably going to be a 3-0, but TL's not super consistent.
I also think angle about mental boom as well for this team, given that
True.
I don't know how TL mentally
Which
handle for TL. I think 100 Thieves are coming in with like underdog, like we've been bad all year, but this, but
You
like
think that's good?
I think it's better than TL getting.
We've been bad all year.
Oh, they're coming in with this mentality. Oh yeah,
Let's go, boys.
we've been bad all year.
We're bad all year.
They wouldn't say it like that. They,
We
would-
didn't
they,
do anything.
they would frame it being
we
like,
suck. No one expects anything from us. We're not proactive. We don't have a game plan.
No chance
Let's
at
go.
mental boom if you already know you suck.
there's like a way
Get
to
through
say
these
that.
3 games, and we got lots of months of vacation.
There's a way to say that better that they can do that I won't do for them. There is a way to frame that better. But for TL, you just lost a series in a pretty bad way, and I think it could have lasting effects heading into this week.
Yeah.
Whereas 100 Thieves just limped into playoffs. They didn't have a bad series to start. They just lost to Dig in the tiebreakers.
They didn't have a series to
Mental
start.
fine, completely. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're already
undefeated
at the
in
bottom.
playoffs.
It get worse.
There you go.
Doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if 100 Thieves can kind of surprise us a little bit. The Saturday matchup is EG versus Cloud9. This one's going to be a banger. It's interesting because normally you don't get such high seedings kind of meeting up against each other this early on, but Cloud9 chose this side of the bracket knowing that they might
Because they were
potentially...
scared of energy.
And TL, they lost games to both those teams, right?
Yeah.
So,
4 of their 5 losses this split were to them, and one was the Golden Guardians, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I believe that is it. So they are going up against EG C9. That is the kind of big, I think, matchup or biggest matchup for this weekend. It's going to be really, really interesting. I do think C9 again is very heavily favored because it's kind of like JoJo. JoJo is the only real, I think, area that you're looking at as an angle of attack.
Revenge is gonna beat you up.
I had 18 kills on Jax. God damn it! What else do I got to do?
He got some words for you, buddy.
You see my Aatrox game?
I know Revenge really wants the credit, and I really like Revenge, and I think that.
But he's not gonna give it to him. He's
No, but I'm not gonna give it to him.
I heard that interview.
I'm not gonna give it to him. He had one great game, right? But the reality is, if Revenge wants to be like considered one of the best top laners in the league, he has to bring it consistently, and I don't think he did at this split. Like, he has some really great moments, and his Jax game was incredible, but you can't hang your whole season on one game. And the reality is, he has a lot of situations where he puts himself in a winning spot, and then he throws it away through over-aggression or through a mistake or whatever. And I think that is something that people are going to, kind of take away from him. I think he's a really good player, and I think he can absolutely get to where he wants to be, but I don't think he's there yet.
I
still think Fudge had a better season than him.
It's funny because when you said he had one really good game, I thought you meant the Aatrox game. Because I thought the Aatrox game was more impressive
Than the Jax game?
than the Jax game.
Because
JoJo was doing a lot of work in the Jax game, setting up a lot of these kills and being super proactive on his Silas. But the Aatrox one, to me, I was like, oh, wow. Like,
I just say one good game because I see so many people referencing the
18 kill Jax game. Yeah, I thought it was 2 good games.
Yeah, he's had more than one good game in the whole season. I'm not trying to say that.
Yeah, I also know because I was watching Fudge streaming afterwards, and he was very sarcastically like, "Oh man, I gotta practice for Player of the Series Revenge going up against Revenge this weekend. What am I gonna do, chat?" Type of stuff. So Cloud9 and Fudge are not.
I got to go find those clips
also
to put in the analyst desk.
I think he's really good, right? I think he's a solid top laner, but I don't think he's favored against Fudge at all. And I think that Cloud9 has showcased over the last couple of years that they are really good at actually prepping for playoffs and prepping for what they want to do game plan wise. I think that it's definitely a concern for EG that. I think JoJo has done an incredible job of absorbing pressure and being able to kind of like deflect the attacks that have been thrown towards him. Mm-hmm. But if there's one team that I think can really do it, maybe more than, well, I guess I should say Golden Guardians is up there as well. But Blabber and M&S, I think, can craft a plan to really kind of attack and try to pin down JoJo. And as long as JoJo isn't taking over, I heavily favor C9 bot lane. I favor C9 top lane. I favor C9 jungle very heavily, right? So I think that there are a lot of difficulties here for EG. I think that they would have to have a really good draft plan, and I think JoJo would have to Hulk out, and I think Revenge would have to have another series like he had, because he did have a really good series, right? The Jax game was great, the Aatrox game was great, but...
Yeah, I think that EG and Revenge did prove that they have another way to win games, and he is a viable carry. He's not more important than JoJo, for sure. But I think it is important that they did prove that, they can also do top lane carry. And Unforgiven has been a good, reliable AD carry.
I don't think Unforgiven had a good series, though.
He didn't have a good series, but he has had a good season, to me. And so his body of work, I feel like, is pretty good. Going up against Berserker, obviously, is...
tough.
Very, very difficult.
Especially when you're not a laning focused guy, right? Because it's like, then you're basically just trying to out team fight Berserker.
My point is that the area I'm most worried for EG in is actually jungle and their jungle situation. And I'm not even sure. I could definitely see a world where they swap their jungles mid series if they're having problems, because I think that is going to be the biggest issue for EG, especially even looking at their series previously versus TSM. They were having rough issues with some jungle diffs. We're talking about how good Boogie was from the TSM side of it during the TSM dig preview that we just did. I think that doubles as well for a big, possible weakness here for EG. I don't know about their situation, how much scrim time they've been splitting, or what they, what direction they want to go with. I know that they have said that they feel like the team fighting is better from Shaden, but versus Blabber, you are going to have to deal with these issues a lot earlier than getting to team fights.
Yeah, I think Armeo, for people who don't know, he did play a couple playoff series with Team Liquid when Santorin had his migraines, and he stepped in and he did fine. And so like he's done that before, and so maybe that is like a nice fallback plan. But it is true that Shaden did have a rough series for his opening one there. Felt like, you know, you escaped with the skin of your teeth because it is a 5-game series that like more people aren't looking at you closely for like what caused EG to lose this series. No one's really asking that question because you won. Hey, great. But it is, you know, looking forward, scary that happened. I think Ayla was pretty good, actually. He was maybe, I thought, like the third best player in this series. It was like JoJo and Revenge, obviously, played pretty good series. Ayla, I thought, had a lot of good engages and stuff. But otherwise, C9 does feel favored almost across the board, aside for mid lane, probably.
And I think Ayla down the stretch in the regular season was not good. So I don't think you can say that he's even with how Zven was performing.
No, I just mean that in this TSM series, he was not a problem. I actually thought he was fine.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly like the shade and stuff, the draft things, these kinds of questions, early games. I think the C9 angle, all pro voting came out. People always have their thoughts and stuff. And I feel like C9 this split got more negative opinions about the placement of their players than they usually get. I felt like a lot of people were like, oh, River was actually better than Blabber too, was like one of the areas that people were arguing. People were saying M&S shouldn't have made it to All-Pro, and like Palafox should have made it. I personally put Insanity. I didn't have M&S on my ballot either. But what's crazy to me is
how they winning then?
That's my question, is like if they if you know, Licorice is better than Fudge, and Gory is better than Eminez, and River's better than Blabber, and he's better than Zven, why is Golden Guardians not the #1 seed? Why are they not the best team in the LCS hands down? And I feel like people have gotten voter fatigue a little bit of C9 after they've won 2 championships, and they've been pretty uncontested as
These
best.
guys again.
I'm sick of voting for them. These guys are better. I think also, to be fair to the Golden Guardians players, they are very good. They did deserve their spots. I pretty much voted the same way. But I think some people in the community, some fans are sick of C9 and they're hoping on their downfall. Berserker's overrated. I saw a lot of that using really dumb stats, honestly. And I kind of hope C9 clap EG, because I'm a contrarian and I'm sick of seeing this like anti-C9 stuff for no reason, it feels like. And I don't think they're a perfect team. I think that they're weaker this split than they were in spring and even summer playoffs last year. But I want them to step up and kind of shut the haters up.
I mean, this series depends to me on how much EG can improve from their previous years. How much can EG improve in 1 week? Because if they can't, they've got no shot versus Cloud9. And they said, hey, yeah, we know there are a lot of areas that we're already looking at in their post-game interviews. They're already like, oh man, we have a lot of stuff to clean up. Thank goodness we won this series, right? Oh, we were able to get it in 5 here. So at least that is a good indicator that they already have areas that they knew coming into this week of practice they were going to focus on. But man, they are going to have had some good tangible improvements with this 1 week of practice to match up versus Cloud9 right now.
I mean, I think one of the things to me that really stood out with Shaden is it felt like he was a little bit, I think, unsure about how he wanted to play his early games. There's times where, you know, he's doubling back, he's doing these slow clears because he starts doing camps and he starts heading towards bot side. He's like, actually, maybe I need to go back top side. Starts walking back, and then he's going back and forth. It's kind of like this hesitation.
That happens a lot when your laners are asking a lot for things.
Yep. But I'm saying you do that against Blabber. He's the efficiency king, right? If you're fiddling around on the top side, he's gonna take all your bot camps and he's gonna be way ahead of you.
Yeah, guess what? Blabber's laners tell him to do something, and he tells them.
Guess what? Blabber muted all his laners before the game started. He's like Kobe.
You hear him in post-game chats too. He's like, but Grompy was up. I needed Grompy or Kruggies. Everything's got an affectionate name. He loves all his jungle.
He muted them. He's 6 camp clearing. He's going for the scuttle. And he's basing. He's moisturized. He's in his lane.
But he does have his comms to his teammates though. So when he says, guys, I need help stealing his blue buff.
Exactly.
But you can't hear what they say.
No,
I mute my top laner's pings, but I ping him to come to my crab.
Yeah. I think Cloud9 aside, I think mid lane is maybe like the way that EG wins this, because I think Eminez, if I'm being honest, should not have gotten that 3rd team All-Pro. That felt name value a little bit and being on a good team. And I think he is still a good player, but performance-wise, there were a number of games where he did not have a good game and won that game. And maybe he had a couple good plays down the stretch where you kind of forget the early game or forget some of the flubs in the mid game, but they won the ending team fight. And you're like, yeah, it wasn't that bad. He finished 3-2-3, great, great game out of M&S. I think there are a lot of games like that where if you look back, he was not super impressive. And I think if JoJo's on, if he's feeling himself, and Shaden has cleaned up these problems, and they can attack mid lane, that can spill over to bot lane. Like,
I agree.
When C9 lost their games, a lot of the times it was because the other team had a good lane phase in the bot lane, and then they blew it open from there. That's what Team Liquid did to them. To be fair, C9 did that to EG right after, so it's not like this is an easy game plan. But I do think there is a crack in C9's armor potentially through mid. And if Fudge really isn't having a good split, maybe he does need to be worried about player of the series. I think there are.
I think Fudge still had a more consistent split than the Revenge, right? I think if Revenge is playing to his best level, then hey, there's going to be some angles there. Exactly. The question I think is going to be, will Fudge look the same as he did in regular season? Will he play even better? I'm sure that Fudge and M&S are walking away from it thinking that they didn't get enough credit, right? Because I know everyone's kind of talking about, C9 solo lanes aren't that good this split. So I'm sure that you'd be pretty motivated. That's kind of that bulletin board motivation, that you want to go and you want to prove that these guys who are getting a bit more credit than you, they're not so hot, right? So I think M&S and Fudge will be coming in pretty motivated, but that seems like the biggest angle for EG is if Fudge and if Fudge and M&S can be taken advantage of, if Revenge can have an amazing series, if JoJo can have an amazing series, I think that's going to be their way in. But I think it's such a big if when we're talking about maybe they could swap back and forth on their jungle. If you don't even have supreme confidence in one of your junglers and they have to go up against Blabber, that seems so hard, right? This guy is borderline MVP. He's kind of top 2, I think, that everyone's talking about. He's clearly the best jungler in the league to me, and that's going to be a real problem, I think, for EG.
I think EG 3-0, C9 are one tricks on Kindred, Melio, and Ashe, and they can't win on anything else, and this will be a clean sweep.
I'm going C9 3-0.
3-1 Cloud9.
3-1 Cloud9. All right. Last series is Energy versus Golden Guardians. This is the Sunday series. Energy did have a 3-1, but it is, one of these, it was a pretty wacky series, I guess, against TL. And then Golden Guardians coming in, I think, getting a lot more respect than they ever have coming into playoffs. This team is looking actually really,
really should.
Good.
It's by far their best split that they've ever had. They got international experience already this split with this exact squad of players. So this is for sure Golden Guardians' peak, and they deserve to be in the spotlight. Like, they are right up there with Cloud9 as one of our best teams. It's just the fact that they always keep losing to Cloud9 that keeps them out of the narrative. And people are like, they should get more credit being talked about as the best team in the LCS. Well, they're so clearly, every time they match up against Cloud9, they lose that.
How many best of fives in a row?
I feel like it brings so much out of the hype when you have so many iterations of it. It's not quite to the JDG BLG level, which is like 5 best of 5s this year already in a row that they've lost, but it is a very similar, like,
they lost the one of them
older brother, younger brother story.
2 in spring.
Yeah, they went 1-2 in the regular season this time, if you include the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
But it's basically like, it is like those 2 brothers are running the LCS, but the older brother always beats up the younger brother.
But the one hope, I think, on the Golden Guardians side is that this regular season did feel like they really leveled up. Yes, they lost the tiebreaker and whatnot, but a lot of people were saying, tiebreaker was just, kind of limit testing or whatever, right? That's the copium take. And I do think that Golden Guardians is looking better than ever overall. Whether or not they can beat Cloud9 in the series, honestly, we don't even need to talk about that yet because they're playing Energy. But this is the best that they have ever looked, very clearly. I think, I think Energy is going to have a pretty tough time potentially, but the thing with Energy that makes this series really, really interesting is that Energy has always done so well against the top teams in the league, right? And they have really been able to kind of punch against the best teams. They have been able to win, and they had a very heavily winning record against the top 5 teams in the league. I'm going to try to go back and actually see.
They 2-0'd.
2-0
They 2-0 GG.
Yeah, there you go. So they were doing so well against all these teams, so clearly they can beat them. You just don't really ever know what you're going to get from Energy, which I think makes it so difficult to predict. Because I don't think anyone can look at these 2 teams and say, okay, Energy's the better team, right? But Energy,
but they're crazy.
And if you
non-rational,
if you really squint and you never look at all their bad losses, if you only look at their games against top 5 teams, you could be like, maybe they are better than Golden Guardians. Maybe they could be Golden Guardians. And should you only look at the games against top teams when you're preparing for the series? You think so?
No.
Well, the thing is, Energy are usually better in playoffs, and they're usually way better against the top teams. Both of those things are happening right now.
Were they better against TL?
How can you argue against that?
Were they better against TL?
I think so.
Yeah.
Compared to the problems, because like when
that series was such a throwfest.
It was a complete mess of a series.
It was a messy series, but like they still 3-1'd it.
Yeah.
And if you look at the bad NRG games, this is why you want to close your eyes when I said you should close your eyes, because they will just chain throw. Like contracts will have no head. Palafox has no head. And Ignite, like people just lose their minds on this team. And they're just running around like headless chickens when they're not playing well, and they're just picking any fight they see. There's no coordination. Their drafts sometimes are terrible, where they try and get too cute for their own good, and they end up with like these non-functional compositions. Like this team has its problems, and that's why even though this series didn't have some throws, they did fall behind sometimes. I don't think it really resembled their worst moments from the regular season. To Kobe's point, they did step up a little bit versus TL, or at least like they strung together enough decent games. For Golden Guardians, I think it's so hard to find big weaknesses to beat this team in. They feel almost more stable than Cloud9 in some ways. There were a number of games that they did win late game off Stixay playmaking in the middle of the season. So I think there are times that their early game, if River doesn't jumpstart it, it can maybe fall a little flat. But he's really good at jumpstarting it, and I'm not really worried about him in a 5-game series having a couple creative pathed early games to get some leads for Licorice or Gory or even Stixay with who he combos with all his lanes very well, and you can basically count on him making plays. It
should be a fun jungle matchup too, because I think both these guys are. I think Contract is always down to get crazy, and so
you want to get crazy, bro?
Yeah. So River is gonna be looking for these ankles, and I think Contracts will too, right? I think he can kind of escalate the pace, just like how this team, when Energy would play against Cloud9, they would have these crazy series because it would just be like him and Bliver going right at each other, right? And it just kind of like escalates. And I think we might get a bit of that with Golden Guardians Energy, which would be really, really fun as well. I do think that, again, I have concerns about Dokla. I think he was. Is it fair to say? Yeah, I would say he was better than I expected against Summit. But I do think Licorice has worked really, really well for Golden Guardians. He's willing to go for those counter picks, so that could be potentially a problem. I do think River Gory as a duo is just so strong. I don't think Palafox is going to be able to get the same level of impact that he had against TL, because he really dominated APA, and I think it would be very tough for any mid laner to be able to do that against River Gory. And the bot lane, I think, is looking pretty damn solid. So it's going to be tough to attack, but Energy has shown that they can really rise to the occasion, play against the best teams. So that's what's going to make this series so unpredictable. And to me, this is actually the hardest series to predict out of any of the 4 this weekend, just because I know that Energy does really bring their best when they play against high-level competition.
I think one of the biggest things specifically about the top lane matchup that's even more difficult for Energy to handle than it is like versus Team Liquid, where Summit is pretty resource heavy. Piotr's going to be up there a lot, so you have a lot of counterplay elsewhere. If you just say, you know what, Dokla, you're going to play weak side this time around, try and give up the minimum. Licorice does not need the same resources and is so much more flexible. Like, they have utilized him really effectively with counter picks. They have also utilized him really effectively without a lot of resources. So I feel like that's even more difficult than the series versus Team Liquid, where you kind of know what you're going against. Piosik spending a lot of time up there, and Summit always trying to play so aggressively. I feel like Licorice is just more versatile.
Yeah, and he, like you said, River can either camp mid or camp top, and it's a little bit harder to predict. I think the Licorice Dokla one will be interesting. I feel like Licorice's counter picks are simultaneously crazier sometimes, but also better for team situations. Like, as good as Summit is, he actually doesn't have like a crazy champ pool. Like, he has his Summit champs, like the Gnar, the Kennen, Rumble, Jax, and they're all.
His Licorice, to be fair, he just plays Jax a lot.
Well, he does play a lot of Jax, but he also will bust out a Yone or like random. He was the first one to pick up the Rumble way back in summer split playoffs before anyone else other than Shanji was playing it.
Yeah.
So like while
Poppy,
it's
Gwen.
yeah, like while it's meta now, Licorice is on the cutting edge of top lane meta, and so I do think he's even a little bit harder to prep for than Summit in that sense. Not just in game, where is the resources going to go?
He's versatile.
Yeah, but like they can do a lot of different things with their draft. He doesn't need counter pick, and when he does get counter pick, it's not necessarily the meta counter pick. So I do think it'll be a tough series for Dokla, but I think so much of it just comes down to Contracts and Palafox if they're vibing, because Contracts starts playing the Ivern, starts running around. I don't know, just starts throwing wrenches in River's game plan.
What did you think of the energy strategy to leave open Kai'Sa every time and just give over Kai'Sa? Because FBI was on this thing where he was like, you know what? I can do the Xayah Kai'Sa matchup, but he really likes Ezreal, and he kept on doing the Ezreal into it, whereas so many other teams on this patch are just like Kai'Sa prio through the roof.
So the Kai'Sa seemed a little overrated this weekend. I don't know if that was the teams picking it or the champion, because globally Kai'Sa is very high prio, and so it's probably the teams picking it, but it didn't look great not only in the TL series, but also the TSM series. It got through and was like kind of whatever. So I kind of like the Ezreal answer. It did better in lane than I thought it was. The first time Ezreal was locked in, I was like, ooh, Ezreal into Kai'Sa, you can just get jumped on and murdered, because that's usually what happens in the mid game. If the Kai'Sa gets ahead, you land one Prey Seeker, you jump in, pop your Q, Ezreal shifts away, you go invisible, run after him and keep shooting him, and then you win, but if the Ezreal wins the lane phases and you're ahead of the Kai'Sa and you're taking turret plates, it didn't look as bad.
And Stixxay was jumping on him in some team fights, like arcing shifting or FBI. Yeah, excuse me. I actually think of Stixxay a lot with Ezreal's too.
Yeah.
So that one might actually even be able to go both ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, he made it look pretty good both in team fights and in lane phase. I felt like.
Yeah, I thought FBI was playing really well in the Ezreal overall.
Yeah.
I mean, he had some kind of hit moments, but FBI. I feel
There's
like
that
always has a
one
couple.
shift that people kind of made fun of him for when the Jax came out of GA.
Yeah.
But I was like, also your crash down from Ignar was early, and like everyone else didn't CC him. So I was
I
like,
don't think it was just that one. I think he had a really
that
bad
was one that I
shift
saw
in the-
people
in the
talk-
Dragon team fight.
I'm not saying that was one that people gave. I'm saying
Fair.
that one was BS to shit on him for.
But it's interesting, right? I think the Ezreal worked well for them. As far as the Licorice champion pool thing, I was just going to touch on. I mean, to me, Licorice is basically just playing LPL LCK meta for top lane, right? Where it is just way more popular to just pick Jax all the time, and just basically, if you think you're good enough at Jax, they just feel that they can play it all the time, right? Like if you're looking at LCK, for example, Jax is the second most played. It's actually above Cassante. Renekton's number one. Renekton's number one, I think, pretty much most leagues. In LPL, it goes Cassante, then Renekton, then Jax. In LCS, he had about half the total plays of Jax, right? So he had 8 plays on it. It's been played 17 times in the LCS. And LEC, for some reason, the stats aren't actually loading for me, but I think LEC is more similar to LCS in that it's a lot less Jax than LCK and LPL, at least last time I checked. Unfortunately, I can't load right now. But he just kind of plays more that style, and it'll be really interesting to see if he is like kind of cooking up something different, or if he just now is kind of in this zone of like, nope, you're just really good at Jax and you're just play that and you're better than your opponents.
Probably. I mean, he played before the Gwen game 5 straight Jax games, and before that 4 straight Cassante games.
Yep.
So his last
That's
10
LPL,
games
LCK, baby.
is those 2 champs and then 1 Gwen game.
Yeah, and then the other picks around that are these like
Poppy Gwen.
right, exactly. And so he is very versatile. He can use a lot of these double angles. It's just that you don't need to if you're going to be offered this every time, right? And that's how you get into these patterns. And then if you're in a pattern for a long time, people start to be like, what
if we ban that?
But yeah, what if we ban that? Can he still play other things? Oh yeah, he still can play other things.
It's also interesting because both the games that they played against NRG, they lost, and he played Jackson both games, right? So are they worried about that at all? Are they going to be cooking up something special to actually bring out against them because the fact that they went 0-2 against them in the regular season? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Top laners though in general, I think top laners should look at LPL even more than other roles. Top laners and AD carries especially, I feel like, should really be following that meta.
Yeah. I am pretty confident in Golden Guardians. I know NRG beats top teams, but even on the point about them playing better in playoffs, I feel like that's actually usually not true because they hadn't had a big series win yet in playoffs over anyone when it really mattered.
They keep fighting Cloud9.
They do,
and they keep pushing Cloud9.
What about their big series win over Team Liquid?
They keep pushing Cloud9 further than other teams push Cloud9. Mark,
they push them, but then they don't
beat TL.
They don't win.
What
and
about
then
their massive?
They lost to TL in
changing win
in summer. They lost to TL last year.
Yeah, but
then they couldn't qualify.
We're in summer this year, Mark.
Or was it TSM? I forget. They lost to someone last summer. I think it was
Doesn't
TL.
even remember now.
Exactly my point. It was such an inconsequential series that they lost, that they don't win all their big series. Like that can happen. So I don't truly believe. I want Energy to like actually beat, because even the TL upset was like it was a close series.
Yeah,
I want them to do their Golden Guardians moment, where like Golden Guardians had that win where they took down TSM, and you're like, oh shit.
They need their Eric
I
Ritchie
mean,
moment.
that is a fair point. Maybe I give previous iterations too much credit for like pushing Cloud9 and I'm like, that's your accomplishment. That's how you look good in playoffs. Is like, wow, you did better against our best team than a lot of other teams did.
I mean, the reality is that's more of an accomplishment than most teams have, because most teams are not competing for the championship.
Well, some teams, some teams actually are in the finals though. That's my point. It's like this team is not even made a finals weekend
They didn't have to fight Cloud9 yet.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe. There are these things called losers brackets, and some teams make it through losers bracket. They got clapped up by an EG in spring last split.
Who then won?
No, that imploded. The spring that just happened, they lost.
Okay.
This spring, I should say. My bad. But this spring, they lost in the losers bracket to EG 3-0. They got absolutely pooped on, and then EG blew up in the offseason because that roster
wasn't that when JoJo was just going crazy?
No,
was that series, or was that a different? I'm thinking of a different series.
They were just bad. Oh. Remember, JoJo in spring was like erratic as hell.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is like people go, oh, they push C9, and then don't look at the series that they actually got knocked out of playoffs in, which has happened twice now. And so my point with this is, until Energy actually does something big, I'm not going to predict them to win.
That's why I said maybe I do give them too much credit.
Yeah. I'm not going to predict them to win either, but I do think that they are deserving of credit for more than just the C9 thing. I think that's doing a disservice. I think that's actually just...
I think they're fraudulent.
I think that's revisionist history. You have to look at, like, it's not just that one example. It's not like, oh, one time they did good against one good team. No, they're 2-0 against Golden Guardians in the regular season. No, they actually beat Cloud9 in the regular season.
I say they underperform in playoffs. This whole started with that actually they do well in regular season, and then they don't do well in postseason. That's the whole basis of my argument. It's like, I don't care if you 2-0 in the regular season. When you play these teams later, you drop games.
I don't think going 5 games against Cloud9 is underperforming, though. So I would disagree with that.
No,
there's other examples, but yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. There aren't. They do well against Cloud9 twice in playoffs, and then they lose to other teams in playoffs, and people don't talk about that. They just talk about the fact that they pushed Cloud9. But like, why did you also then lose to EG 3-0?
Well, I mean, the split I think that everyone talks about, wasn't it? Here, I'm just gonna look it up, but it was spring 2022, right? It was last year, where they went.
No, summer. It was summer. They pushed C9.
No,
C9 won.
I'm gonna look this up.
EG won in spring.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. Is that they barely lost to Cloud9.
They were 8th place in spring last year. They didn't even make playoffs. Yeah, it was summer.
Okay.
They played C9 in summer, and then they lost to them in the first round. But people were like, hey, close 5-game series.
Yeah.
And then they played TL, I think, in the losers bracket and lost in the 5-game series again. And they dropped a critical game where Luger inted, and then the team has in some content insinuated some of those reasons were the reasons that Luger is gone now, and FBI was brought in. But then they had another close series in spring against C9. They pushed them.
So CLG didn't get 3-0 by EG, by the way, in summer. It was they went 3-2 against C9, and then they lost. Then they beat GG in summer.
No, this spring they got 3-0.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like you said, that they only had really close series against that, which I didn't really think was fair. So they lost to TL 3-2 in summer. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, is that their accomplishments, though, are just pushing Cloud9. That TL roster that they lost to didn't even make Worlds. They weren't like a great team. They got 4th place in summer last year. So, like, that's not a huge accomplishment pushing that team to 5 games.
Yeah, so that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't think it's fair, but sure. Yeah.
Why? I would love to know why you don't think it's fair.
Because I think you're using this as a massive detractor from this team, and the reality is there's like 2 teams that have any like massive big accomplishments in this span, right? Like what are the teams that you do give credence to then in playoffs over these last couple of years, right? Because it's like Cloud9 who wins everything, and then 100 Thieves
made finals that
and
summer.
And then Golden Guardians won one time.
Golden Guardians,
right?
100 Thieves.
So 3 teams.
FlyQuest went further than last split. like I think teams have done more. And I'm not saying that NRG is terrible. I'm just saying they haven't actually done anything super impressive in playoffs.
Yeah, but people give them that credit because they're a team that is below the top, that is still competitive and makes things interesting, right? It's there. Like, no one is saying, oh my God, NRG almost beat Cloud9 that time. They're the second best team in the league. People are saying, no, NRG isn't just one of these teams that stumbles into playoffs and gets absolutely shit on 3-0, 3-0 by everyone, which is what people think about the bottom of the league, right? So I think, to me, that is the thing. It's like, you're painting it as though people are pretending that they're a top team. I don't think anyone is pretending they're a top team. People are
but
just...
you're doing the same thing by saying that they're going to stumble into playoffs and get 0-3. I don't think people say that either about NRG. No one says that they're a bottom team.
It's a differentiation between the bottom and the top, right?
Yeah, I think that they are firmly middle, and I think that they haven't yet had their big breakout postseason moment. They lose to teams in postseason who finish lower than them in the regular season. The NRG was lower than, or EG, excuse me, in spring was lower than them in the regular season. And if I'm not mistaken, in 2022 summer, I believe TL was also lower than them in the regular season. Now, part of this is also due to those teams just underperforming, arguably, which is, you can debate that if you want. But
I guess I feel like if we're comparing, okay, so think about...
Oh, no, they finished above them in the regular season in summer. I stand corrected.
If we're looking at this series and NRG versus Golden Guardians, and we're looking at the placements coming into playoffs...
Also in spring, they were tied in records with EG.
Yeah. Well, there's that big clump with 100 Thieves then in EG.
NRG
I mean, it's so it's not even
are seeded 5th, whereas something like Team Liquid seeded 3rd. If both those teams were playing Golden Guardians, I actually feel like there is a bigger chance of upset of NRG than with Team Liquid, despite that seeding.
Exactly.
And that's
what people are talking about, and that's what I'm talking about, is that teams that are around them in the standings, other teams that are around them in the standings, you generally give no shot to, right? But NRG, you're like, hey, I could see it because they have these really good games against top teams. Yeah. Again, it's not me saying that I think that they're going to go to the finals. I don't think that they are, right? But like, on their best days, they clearly have shown that they can push the best team in the league to limit. And I think that is what is exciting about them. And I think it does a disservice to kind of like just wipe that away and say, they're not that good, right? Because no one's saying that they're the best team in the league, but they could beat the best team in the league.
I'm glad we worked through this. I feel like we're now closer for the...
I think there's a gulf. No, Mark no. Agree at all. I think the perspective I have is you do it in the regular season, you don't do it in the postseason.
I feel closer to both of you.
There's a chasm and Kobe is a bridge. I think that's why this is a good series, though, to see what will happen, because I would love for nothing more than to NRG for them to actually do it, because I love the players on this team and like the angle that the roster, it's a carryover from the CLG roster, to be fair, but like when they went from 8th and they added Dokla and they surged to 4th, they were the first team to do this. Like, people believe in any talent. Technically EG did because they had Danny and JoJo, but like they had a ton of imports there too, like obviously Impact and Inspired or you can't just like hand wave away where some of the success came from, whereas NRG really was, when it was CLG, 5 NA guys basically in a dream kind of
5 NA can win.
5 NA can win. Luger obviously not NA, he was TCL, but he came up through the academy system. Whatever, splitting hairs at that point. Point is, NRG was the team that a lot of people believed in first, in a lot of ways. So I do want them to succeed and do it in postseason.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a fun series, right? Again, we disagree on how to see
Golden
these
Guardians
teams.
Is what I'm saying.
I think Golden Guardians is going to win as well. I'm going to go 3-2, but at the end of the day, I think that NRG still deserve some credit for what they've done. Yes. They already beat number 3 seed. It's already one upset. Yep. There you go.
4 seed.
All right, I'm going to predict NRG to win. You guys are both frauds.
Damn, Kobe. What is it, 3-2? Or are they just better? Are they just built different? Are they 3-1 Giga Chads?
No, they're not. They're not. They're not. They're not. It's a 5-game series.
I can see Kobe looking into the future.
I'm imagining the throws. Even if they should win a 3-1 series, they're not gonna be able to do it clean.
So they should 3-1, but they're gonna 3-2.
They're gonna 3-2. They're gonna 3-2.
All right. Well, it should be a fun set of series. So I'm glad we at least disagree on one of them, because I think the others are looking a little bit more one-sided. But that'll wrap it up for us for now. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe subscribe button on YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Anchor.fm. Keep sending us your questions on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. LCS Summer Playoffs continues this Thursday on August 3rd with Dignitas facing TSM, potentially their last LCS series ever. Starts at 2 p.m. PST, 5 ET. Make sure to tune in.
Peace.
All right. Welcome, everybody. It's the lower bracket time. TSM versus Team Dignitas. And we have Solo.
Quick poll for the viewers.
Okay.
Shaden was in that twice.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
always
gotta
was.
be new. He was not at
It
the
was
start of the
always
year.
there. I
Shaden
used
was
to
not in
laugh
there
about the
twice.
fact that Shaden was in the promo but not playing for the team. Now he is.
Gaslighter.
They completely took our
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
Has this been recut? Yes or no in the chat?
That's a yes.
It's changed from the
I
start of the year.
think
It
they've
has to.
changed it.
Production said no.
I don't believe that.
That's just their opinion.
You guys have been here how many times? How many shows have we done? And you've never watched the intro all the
You
way
can
through?
read his
No.
jersey. How have I never seen that before?
Because I
He
don't.
didn't
You tell
start
me.
for the
I don't know the
first 5
answer.
weeks.
Production
It's
is
been
just
there the whole
instigating.
time.
They're just
Yeah, they
instigating.
have to be.
For sure. All right. Solo.
Hi, Solo.
Welcome to the
This
show.
is what I deal with, man.
How you been, brother?
in here.
How you been, brother?
I've been okay, you know. It's been a little vacation going on, so we got a long vacation for me this split.
Oh my God.
Cancun looking pretty warm right now.
So what you been up to?
Honestly, after the season, you got just a bunch of IRL stuff you got to do.
Yeah.
Remembering I have friends and family, stuff like that. But it's been cool. You still get to watch like all the leagues and stuff in the LCS, and still as entertaining as ever.
Was it tougher to keep up with like friends and family this split because there's now 3 games a week?
Yeah, definitely. It was a little bit harder because, it was such a roller coaster. I mean, you're just going straight beginning to end. And it was even funnier about that because, we had the whole difference in schedule. And I didn't even know that it was it was going to be shortened until we got to this split. Like day one, they were like, oh, by the way, it's 3 games a week. I was like, oh, really? It's the same end time. I was okay. So, but yeah, I mean, it's cool. It was different, but I actually kind of liked it.
Okay.
Because you really just are focused on every week playing as opposed to just having like a really long, grueling season. So
That makes sense. That being said, let's just talk about new awards. They got dropped, I think, yesterday. So first things first, which is coaching staff of the split. that was awarded to, drum roll,
Dun, 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 dun.
Golden Guardians.
Not too much of a surprise to see them pick this award up. It feels like, given that they were 6th place regular season in spring, but then made MSI, had this big run, and then ended this season tied for 1st with keeping the same group of guys together. So anytime you see improvements with the same group of people, usually coaching staff will kind of get a nod for that.
Yeah, I almost feel like this is very similar to most improved team.
Yeah.
From whatever benchmark you feel like at the start. Like, it's really hard for C9 to win this back-to-back. It's happened before, but they would have had to perform like 16-2 or something.
Yeah, it's a couple things. It's that, and it's also like, you're better than I thought you were, which is like, that's why a lot of people are like, TSM's going to win this one.
Yeah.
I think a big thing too is to make sure it's kind of a award for having last season not just be some fluke.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, you just did well in playoffs and you're actually not that, not legit. But
Yeah.
So I think they really kind of proved it.
That makes sense. Your team had a vote. Did you know what? I think it was Tactical that voted.
Yeah. Someone made him representative. I don't know how that happened. Tactical is the guy to go to.
Treats was telling us last week that Tactical just went to him and was like, who should I put? And
Oh,
so he
really?
just-
He's the
You got
puppeteer?
mind control, yeah.
So they're actually Treats votes.
Okay. Well,
Who'd you
then
give a
take it
shout
up
out
with him,
to?
depending on how they went. I actually don't remember what we ended up voting on. I think they're deserving.
Yeah.
I think TSM obviously did pretty well, and I think EG too. Like, whole new roster, just like a bunch of players that, I mean, if on paper people had been like, this team's not going anywhere, and then for them to do as well as they did, like, EG also, really good job.
Makes sense. There's another award that came out there, Rookie of the Year, and it was awarded to, drum roll again, Yon. I think it was like no surprise from people from Yon, a borderline all-pro 80 carry, had some amazing performances, especially at the summer split in comparison to spring. Any thoughts on this one, guys?
Yeah, quick call. M&S is not eligible for this reward due to the number of games he's played in a Worlds qualifying region, which at the time was both Turkey and Oceania.
well.
So Jan and Busio, I think, was his main competition for this award.
Yeah.
But I would say he was a top half 80 carry the entire year, which is hard to do for a rookie to be kind of immediately in a position and be top half of your position for a whole year.
Yeah, and it was interesting hearing Spawn talk about it too, because obviously he used to be Jan's coach, and he said, I knew Jan was kind of good on the team fighting. I wasn't sure about his laning, and I actually think their early laning phase not only has improved a lot from spring, but has been kind of instrumental in a lot of their early leads as well. So.
There's other person was APA, actually got a lot of votes. I think he tied
with Busio.
Busio, and apparently Tactical put APA #1. So there you go. He was very impressed by the Ziggs
No,
play.
we already established Treats play. Tactical's not part of this.
Treats got ulted under tower, and he was like, that wasn't Jan, that was APA. He goes over the top.
Yeah, Jan, I think for him, on a team with like so many veterans and established players, I feel like he fit right in. Like, watching the games, it seems like this guy just knows what he's doing, and I thought for being a rookie, like, he did his job really well, and like you said, he was like an upper half 80 carry for the whole entire split.
I was pretty glad in a weird way that he didn't get that many games last year when they were doing a lot of swaps. Because usually that would be the key of like, oh, you're not a rookie anymore. You're not eligible the next split when you're actually starting. So the fact that he was eligible, I think was a big thumbs up. So
That
good job
happened to
to him.
Ayla. Yeah, Ayla wasn't eligible for this year. I think he would have gotten some looks at too, given that. I mean, FlyQuest was a little shaky, but the EG time was really
Ayla
good.
was also ineligible because of his time in Oceania on order.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Yes.
Because I was going to say, he played
He was the
several
MVP of
splits
that league.
in a Worlds
Can't be
qualifying
rookie after
region.
winning MVP.
Rough. Tough. That's tough. That's tough. Let's throw in the bracket check-in because we're in playoffs, so I want to check in on the brackets. Just any thoughts so far as a reminder to people. It's going to be C9 going up against Evil Geniuses in the second round alongside Golden Guardians and NRG. And we look at the bottom side of the bracket, TSM Dignitas being played today, and the next day, tomorrow, will be 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. Any thoughts on that one?
Big prove it round for Energy. I think that team's been around for a while, like a kind of core, and I think that this is their chance to like really kind of prove all the work that they've done and make sure that before they've been kind of underperforming in playoffs, and I think that them being able to win against GGS and kind of like secure the upper bracket spots is going to be a big deal.
You're on my side. Dale and I were debating whether Energy underperformed or overperformed in playoffs. And I was on the underperforming side where I'm like, they would usually finish technically lower in playoffs than they did in the regular season. So I agree. Like, it's really cool. That was their first win in the upper bracket yesterday that they've ever had, or that group of guys has had.
Yeah.
But it was over Team Liquid, who people don't know what to make of because of their late games, and so that's why I agree. It's a huge match tomorrow for them.
Yep.
Plus, big
Or-
one more thing, big energy like Copian thing. They beat GGS. They've always played super well against C9.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
They can make it all the way to finals.
C9 didn't want to face him.
Yeah, C9's gonna dodge them. They have to play them.
Do you think, Solo, I want to get some like maybe hot takes from you.
I'm ready for
since
this.
You're dropping in from the league and you can just say whatever you want and then dip.
Yeah.
And he goes kick
So when C9 wanted to play the winner of the EG-TSM series, were they dipping more from energy or for TL, do you think?
For energy, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't think they're worried about TL.
Or,
Okay.
or third
got more.
option,
Third option.
they think EG is terrible, and they want to play
Yeah.
EG because they did steamroll EG.
That's fair.
They do match up really well against EG. Because, I mean, EG is just trying to, like, skill gap people with, like, individual laners, and C9 has, like, some of the best individual laners,
So from this current lower bracket, which is going to be TSM Dig, TL100, who's most likely to make Worlds?
Out of those 4 teams?
Yeah. Because, I mean, it could be 0, but who's most likely?
I think TL's most likely. I would say that. I think all it takes for TL is, like, really just finding comfort for mid, and then Summit just playing really well, getting, like, on some good champs and winning some games individually, and I can see them making Worlds.
Do you have a least likely?
Least likely?
Who you have no faith in.
I kind of have no
prediction.
faith in, like, 100 Thieves being,
All right, there you go.
being able to make it. Just so many, like, they just have so many inconsistencies and holes in their games. I don't think you can win with the style of just kind of, like, wait and see. When you're not even that great of like a team fighting team.
There it is. That's the soundbite we
Yeah,
need just in
that was
case they
good.
make a deep run.
We'll run it
the
again
editors
tomorrow.
are going to start cutting it.
Double's in his apartment right now. He's posting that on his blog.
We're talking about players, we're talking about playoffs. Let's talk about today's games. Rich versus Hanser, top lane. Feels like that's right down your wheelhouse. Let's talk about these two players matching up today.
Champions.
The champion pools, yeah.
Champions. Yeah, I mean, Rich has been like kind of the weird counter pick. Just kind of gets to do whatever he wants as far as draft resources. And in game, he's really aggressive because he's the kind of team carry. And then Hanser's been more of that kind of trying to be stable, trying to be a rock. I think that this series today, TSM really has to make sure they don't do what they did in a couple of the losses this season, which is put Hanser on some carry champion like Gwen.
Yeah.
And just stick to him being like, tank player, hopefully absorb some of the weird picks, and then just coming for the team fights, because I think bot lane's going to be like a big diff for TSM this series.
Yeah, I think we saw some interesting things come through in the TSM series as well, with them just trying to quote-unquote ban out Hanser by obviously taking out the Renekton, which I believe the last time he got it was in a game against Dignitas.
Yeah, it's this game right
Yeah.
here. They got the counter pick with the GP, and
Yep.
GP wants to play weak side into this, and usually just like clear wave, and you can scale pretty evenly, and then you can even win the matchup too with some of the trades. But that did not happen this game. Hanser clapped him up, and that was again, like Emily said, the last time Hanser ever saw that Renekton pick.
Yeah, so it's like the Renekton and the later the Rumble, just because Rumble is like broken, that EG we're trying to take out. On the other side, I'm really curious to see if Rich will lock in Aatrox, just because going through just his history, when he first really started playing on professional teams, it was the Aatrox was like his go-to. People memed him for being an Aatrox one trick. Obviously, he's evolved since then, but he is very familiar with that champion.
I was gonna pick your brain, so what you would do based off what Emily was saying from the previous series, where they first banned out the Renekton, and then he just started slamming Rumble blind, and they didn't have a huge counter pick to it, and then they had to ban that as well, and now you're banning two things against Hanser, who people are saying is not like this strong suit for
Yeah, but he's
TSM.
drawing 2 bans.
But he's drawing two
Yeah.
bans. So like, what would your approach be if you were going up against Dignitas or TSM here? If you're Dignitas, like how would you want to approach the Hanser problem?
I do think they're probably going to go with the Renekton ban, as they did previously, because Rich has not been that great of like a Renekton player, so it's not like it's going to be contested. It's just going to be that it's up. TSM's going to pick it. And then as far as like the Rumble issue, I don't know. Maybe Rich has some weird pick that he's going to play into it.
What is good into Rumble? We were trying to
Yeah.
ask Treats this, and everyone's like, I don't really know, man. They're like, if you get hit by a harpoon, you lose in range matchups. But you need to play a range matchup because Flame sort of kills melees.
They might just try to do like Jax plus a Juani or Jax plus like a jungler that can really impact early. They might try to do Gnar has been like a decent pick into it because you can just kind of outrange, and if you survive early and get Merc treads, you can kind of just be able to lane for free. They might just double ban top laners, and they can play a tank, try to play Aatrox into it, try to play Alawi, just something weird, you know, just so that you have some outplay potential, because you're right, when you're playing against Renekton and Rumble, champs are just so good that you're not going to be able to just win even if you're like playing better.
What do you think about just leaving Renekton up and playing Quinn?
Just play Quinn every game?
Just play Quinn.
They could do that again.
I mean, they've done it, but I know I actually want you to. We were talking earlier about what you think of Dignitas when Rich is on his quirky stuff versus just playing normal things.
Yeah, like one of the things we were talking about before, he's a really good Cassante player.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the best Cassantes in the league, and we saw that in some of their earlier wins, that this is one of the champs he's most proficient at. And even though he does play like these really cool lane counters, and he does well in them like individually, it's just those champs are hard to win on. And it's hard to win on consistently, that I'm not really sure that that's the best route for them. Even though he can accomplish that, it's just when he's playing like Cassante or maybe something's more normal, maybe he'll play Rumble today, that might give him like the better chance to win just because it's simpler.
Yeah, because that other stuff just like doesn't fit the slot. That's something that I used to talk about of like Cassante fits almost any top lane slot because he can be a bruiser, he can initiate, and he's a good team fighter. But Quinn, suddenly the other 4 people have to change how they play so much. It doesn't matter how good you are on Quinn unless the other 4 are also playing towards Quinn's conditions. So it takes a lot of practice, and it's something people have to factor in to counter matchups.
But a thing on Quinn too as well, I mean, TSM's kind of been, like their games are pretty chaotic and sloppy, and I feel like maybe Quinn can strive in that kind of environment and be able to just kind of get the weird side lane picks. And TSM likes to play like pretty side lane heavy, and that can kind of counter that type of play style.
Speaking of side lane, because I think a lot of conversation, rightfully so, with how volatile top lane is going to be top lane, but like how draft works for TSM is they'll put a lot of resources, it feels like, within Insanity. So the mid lane matchup is what I'm kind of interested in. So let's talk about Insanity versus Jensen. Let's start with Insanity. He's going up against his former organization because when he was playing in Academy, he was with Dignitas. I talked to him a little bit earlier on, actually. He was saying that he had basically the double revenge angle facing EG. So that was just a cheeky joke. And then now going up against Dignitas. So talk about Insanity a little bit, what he's done for TSM. Kind of like your viewpoint on him, because he had like a resurgence in his career, and he's going to be going up against Jensen.
Yeah, I think one of the stronger things that he's been doing is he's kind of been making it so Boogie's job is easier. One of the big things that TSM's just kind of about is just getting mid-prio, and it's like get mid-prio so Boogie can invade, Boogie can, make plays and start fights. And I think actually Jensen's been like, and Centauran has kind of been one of the like weaker mid jungles when it comes to actually getting on the same page and making positive plays together. So that might be a big point of this game or this match where, Insanity is just going to be pushing mid and Boogie's going to be invading. And if they're not able to win those like contested 2v2s, they will lose a lot of pressure when it comes to the map.
Yeah, you see they're second in kills per game for Insanity, speaks to how much of their playmaking runs through him. Not the highest in damage per gold or even CSD, because like you said, it's a lot about just pushing and finding opportunities with the rest of his team. So I feel like it'll be on Jensen, who's usually pretty good about absorbing pressure, even if him and Santorin are not popping off making plays together. He's harder to exploit, I think, sometimes.
Traditionally, and I think Jensen's flaw sometimes is if things aren't going well around him on stage, he's going to just kind of wait around and hope that they do, rather than really taking things into his own hands. But Jensen is such an interesting player for me because you can see this split. He hasn't necessarily been that active. Dignitas has been struggling, but I do consider Jensen a very clutch player, right? Like when he's really able to focus and get in the zone, has been in the past the best mid laner. I don't think he's been in that zone since last year on C9, but it's in there somewhere because he's been a pro for so long. So I think that Insanity versus Jensen matchup, if this series is going to swing because of Jensen.
I like that take. I think with Jensen, another angle too is some of the Jace games he's been playing recently has been a nice touch. I even asked him about like picking up Jason since it's like it doesn't really feel like it's been a champion that he's ever really played, but he has been like picking a little bit more new, unique champions, at least to him, because of just how the draft is rolling out, and also if your top laner wants to go for something more creative, then he's been filling a lot. So that's nice to see. It gives them an angle in a full Game 5 series. I'm interested to see what they've been cooking up until this point.
Well, and then by contrast, if anyone's going to be picking some weird stuff in mid, it's going to be Insanity, which is what he's been known for since coming into the league with Immortals, like during his first time in LCS and also during his success in Academy. So it is interesting where like I feel like TSM will pivot and make some weird draft choices. Is probably going to be around mid lane, where for Dig it's going to be top lane with Rich.
That makes sense. I think at least the story that everyone has been talking about this split, and it feels like it's culminating to this moment, has been TSM and their history. it's easy to get into the nostalgia beats for this team because this could be the last series we see of them. They're in the lower bracket if they lose, and with the video that they came at the beginning of the split talking about this being their final run, means a lot. So even just taking a look at the history of TSM, I think is a really meaningful point. So anything you guys got?
Yeah, there's just so many faces that
Monster
have
and
come
Turtle.
through this organization. They're back, baby.
Yep.
They couldn't keep them away. But just so many different people have won the dominance that they had when it was 10 straight finals appearances, 6 titles during that time period, and this potentially being their last run. It's really cool to see that they got some of the band back together.
Every time I see this graphic, I just think about how they did Hanser dirty in his.
No, that's what he
Initial-
looked like in
initial thing.
2014.
Making him look shorter.
They
He
could.
grew.
Really bulked up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like the accolades that TSM have garnered as an organization during their time in the LCS have been really, really incredible.
Some of these organizational accolades are pretty crazy. So like Worlds appearances, second, I'm sure just to Cloud9. Playoff appearances, 20, which is the record, of course. But like the amount of times that they have gotten to this point and have succeeded, and when they've been counted out, I remember 2020 summer, they were in the lower bracket, they made the run. It's something they can do. Obviously, this is a much.
Y'all told me y'all were gonna bring this up.
Oh, no! I forgot.
Cover your ears, Solo.
You're reliving the memories at all times. But yeah, to the point that you made, Mark, it's Hanser and Wild Turtle still on that stage, have still been putting in a lot of great work. Anything that you guys have taken a note of just their play in particular, this split?
I think Turtle's been surprisingly good for coming back in after being out for a little bit. I wasn't expecting him to be able to pop off and carry as many games as he did. I think Insanity and Boogie naturally get a lot of attention for the plays being made, but the consistent carry that has kind of backed that up has been Turtle.
All right. I know we're talking about some old guys, at least from TSM side.
Whoa.
Look, I'm just putting that out there. It is what it is. We now have to turn our focus to the other old man, which is Jensen.
Thank God, I thought you were gonna talk about me.
Everyone on this desk, Raz. Everyone on this desk is over 30.
Yeah.
We're all older
Yeah,
than
This is
Jensen.
the first
What are you
active
calling
pro
Jensen?
player over 30 to join us.
Yeah, this is
I was playing with you guys'
We
hearts.
need to continue the lower thirds. You know,
That's
for the first
crazy.
30-year-old to join us on the desk.
That's crazy.
But he's not. We're all 30.
No, but the first 30-year active pro player.
Yeah.
True. But no, we're talking about Jensen. 8 Worlds appearances. It's funny, we went through a lot of videos of Jensen going to Worlds, and it didn't really look like he aged that much. So we wanted to play a game. You're going to be the target here. You're going to get up there and place which image was Jensen
This is hard.
This is
playing
really
it.
So,
hard.
and the significance of this, these are all years that Jensen has gone to Worlds.
Yes.
It's been the last 8 years. It is a Worlds record. No player has gone 8 times in a row. If Jensen loses, he won't go 9th.
Well, he's also tied for most appearances in general, but it's also the consecutive thing that's huge. So if he cannot win this series today, Jensen will not go again.
Yeah, I want to zoom in more on these faces, though, so people
Let's
can
take a look
play.
at
Zoom in a little more. Let's see these
You guys can
faces.
see how difficult this is about to be.
Yeah.
I think
okay,
the big
start placing it.
The big one is I feel like we got a little fresh-eyed young boy here. I'm put him as 2015.
Dude, this is so...
I'm trying to figure out
freaking
mostly like
hard.
when the glasses era started.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the glasses era was definitely in the middle.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well.
Do you think there's a fake out, like 1 year he didn't have them on for the photo? Because otherwise you got to put the 3 glasses at the top.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw this one. I'm feeling these. It's kind of like
Okay.
Oh, he's throwing them in between.
Well, they also have the thing that they're helping is they color-coded his Team Liquid years as
Yeah.
well. So there's the 3 Team Liquid
I mean,
years.
that doesn't help the photos at all.
No, but it might help if you're like he was in glasses on Team Liquid, then you can.
Yeah.
That's not what Solo's doing.
This is looking like a very mature.
I like this.
I'm thinking that's very mature of him. I'm
Another-
thinking the glasses era is more like in the middle.
Should you be factoring in what the hairline looks like?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but also weirdly, his 2016 or one of them goes backwards. It's the bottom right one that you haven't placed yet. Everything goes from right to left of his hairline.
But then he had a weird, a rogue part
And that's
on the other
2016,
side.
Whatever that part was just randomly different for that year.
Yeah, he was going
That
through it.
2016
assumption.
photo looks a lot younger than... It's looking young to me right now.
I think you definitely. Are we allowed to help him, or are we just gonna go?
Well, I guess it's
Also,
only
go on
Solo's list,
suggestions
because
you guys
I
can
can't
do.
do this either.
Yeah.
Like,
I think we're
This
good
is
for the reveal.
impossible.
All right,
I
let's
think,
see the reveal.
Whoa.
Oh, wait, he got it right?
Whoa!
Okay, so glasses. It was TL glasses.
TL was glasses.
TL was only glasses.
TL was the glasses era.
Oh, yeah,
But you nailed the first two.
Wow, you did really well.
It got murky
However,
in the middle.
2017
You got
and
2020. Why am I, don't show me this. I'm trying to get out of the other shot. And now you're gonna take me in this. Come on.
2017 and 2021, you somehow
big
mixed
flip.
up. So he
Yeah.
was ageless for those 5 years.
But he got
Yeah,
the
wow.
beginning and ends. He knew how he started and knew how he ended. But the middle is a little foggy.
We knew how we started, how we ended.
Wow, I think you did pretty well.
That's honestly impressive. Good job.
Bravo. Bravo.
I can't wait for you guys to show me one of those in a couple of years.
Soul of the years is gonna be good.
Yeah, we'll follow
We'll
the
do
hair
a
length.
solo.
That's true. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
an easy one.
We need to do solo, but what team was he on when this photo was taken?
Oh no!
And some of the teams will be like 2 or 3 solos. Like I need to check Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Because you've been such a mercenary. It'll be amazing.
It won't be world
my
appearances.
God.
Team appearances.
All right, I heard we have a few more fun facts of the last time Jensen wasn't at Worlds. So, like, what happened during this time? So that was 2014, I think that was?
2014.
2014. What happened on the planet the last time Jensen wasn't at Worlds?
7-1.
TSM hands Samsung White only Worlds loss first thing in there.
I mean, it was a significant moment.
Oh, yeah.
TSM fans lived off that for half a decade.
They did.
Let me tell you.
They did.
That was their winning worlds for them.
That was the last time they got out of group stage as well,
They
actually.
beat the team that beat the other teams once.
True.
When they
They
played
got out of group
Singed.
stage, to be fair, during that
They
time,
did.
too.
They did.
They actually earned it.
And they're in the Uzi group as well. It was tough.
Yeah.
I wanted to make the call out in the Ice Bucket Challenge because I got nominated twice and I just ducked them both. I am not.
Contributed $0.
I
200
contributed
million.
nothing to that.
Of that 200 million, Raz was 0.
Zero. But yeah.
A little golden glue cameo. Who would have thought?
I remember when they do the swaps,
Peak
too.
glasses era.
Oh, of course, it's the glasses.
Yeah. Team Liquid, 3 straight with them.
Maybe that's.
I need to ask him why he
Yeah,
only wore
well-
glasses on Team Liquid.
Well, and also that was the one year where he parted his hair to the other side. That last Team Liquid year.
It's funny. Go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's crazy, too, because it wasn't like he just went to Worlds a bunch of times. He was easily the best performing North American player at Worlds
Yeah,
in terms of
a lot of
accomplishments, where he's
Yeah.
gotten out of groups multiple times, actually made it to semifinals with us on that Cloud9 2018 roster. So huge accomplishments out of him.
Yeah, it's funny because we talk about it a lot, but the team also talks about it a lot. I feel like I just made a random tweet one day, and Svenskeren was underneath it saying, Jensen hasn't missed a single World. They're just pushing it as a team.
Okay, Raz,
Yes.
I know we're on a Jensen train.
Okay.
But they're the 7th seed.
Yes.
First Worlds he ever went to, Cloud9 was 7th place in summer.
Oh god.
They actually didn't even make playoffs. They then made a gauntlet run.
I remember
But-
this.
The
I
high
mean, technically,
jungle
this is
era.
incarnation. High ended up jungling in this tournament. They had like multiple reverse sweeps, but he made it to Worlds from the 7th seed. And this is a strange one because I have not noticed much from Jensen this year. Like this year on Dignitas, they lost all those games in Spring Split. They lost less games in Summer Split. But these moments and his entire career, it's been like littered with Jensen beating domestic NA mids.
Yeah, you're talking about the trauma that we brought up for you, Solo. This is mine. this was us where we got 3rd place back-to-back, but it was the first time regional gauntlet was introduced, and C9 did this insane reverse sweep thing, and we were the final bosses of it that he took down to make Worlds. It was really fun.
Yeah. But literally, I saw Jensen in the hallway.
I can relate.
We're going to pull up predictions in a second.
Okay.
Originally, I'd submitted TSM to win in these predictions, but I literally saw Jensen in the hallway. And I was like, you know
energy.
what? Just like Jensen
vibes.
steps up, and there have been 8 years where if you have Jensen on your team, you go to Worlds. Because he literally just beat every other mid laner when it mattered.
Oh, so we got pandering predictions.
How is this a pander? This is
He's narrative.
8 years. You're gonna say he's gonna lose in the lowest bracket of the playoffs?
You saw Jensen, and he probably asked you what your predictions were. He's like,
No.
Dignitas, 3-1.
Yeah, just say it on air.
This is literally what happened. I said, how you doing? He said, good. But I was like, really, how are you? And he smiled. He's like, actually fine.
Yeah.
He's in the zone. He's in the zone.
He's in the zone or he's
Absolutely locked
coping.
in.
Any other year.
It's actually fine. I got a flight back home after this.
Any other year. It's Jensen versus Sandy. What do you think? Jensen's gonna stop. Y'all are too much.
Oh my God. All right. I think we're done here. Let's take it away to the games, guys. See you then.
I think making playoffs means that all the effort that me and my team put in, like, actually was worthwhile. I think obviously we were last in spring, but I think we were much better than what we showed. So I think playoffs is like another chance for me to show what I'm capable of, and then prove to people that we're actually a dominant team.
As Turtle's been pushed out as well. Tomo's gonna dive in the back line, and Tomo's got Turtle.
I was in playoffs the last many splits, and then spring we didn't make playoffs, and it felt really, really bad.
The keeper's verdict to send him downtown, so Hanser all alone.
So I really want to make it to playoffs and actually prove that we're a good team. You know, it's first when you hit playoffs that the competition begins, so I'm really excited.
플레이오프 가기 위해서는 일단은 북미 왔으니까 일단 라인전으로 최대한 좋게 가져가는 쪽으로 생각하고 있는데 생각보다 북미 탑들이 잘해가지고 좀 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
But Rich at least separates Summit away from him with the all-out. How does he keep doing this with Cassante? Rich is a beast on this champion.
I can manage like all of this. I think the team kind of needs the same thing that I was working on when I was on NRG/CLG. So yeah, I'm excited to go back to playoffs and demonstrate my skill and leadership.
I think there's a lot of reasons why we failed in spring, but I think most of all, like, we failed to find identity as a team and really figure out how we wanted to play together. I mean, for me personally, I have a legacy to uphold, so playoffs is very important. Oh, and I don't miss Worlds.
And now the shock flash knocks across multiple members. Jensen goes forward, and Rich gets a kill on the Quid. Sunday's on the run, but Sunday is down, and Tomo's in the back line. He knocks down another.
The crash down the Fate Seal, that's the Wombo combo there, but delivery straight to Rich with the Emperor's Divide, and Palafox gets burned down.
Rich wants to fire back a little bit further now, and Vulcan's denied. So is Impact, so is Prince. Dignitas going in, but Centaurus won't be able to get any more. The Sun Disc keeps him protected, as Tomo's ready for the chase. He's got red, he's got purple, he's gonna mow him down. Double kill back over to Aphelios, and the completed ace for D. You need me like you need air to breathe.
Welcome to the LCS. It may be the second week of playoffs, but it is the first week of elimination territory. Dignitas taking to the stage for their first best-of-5 of Summer Split, while TSM are operating on their second life after falling to the lower bracket. I couldn't be more stoked to get into it. I'm Gabby Durden. We've got Kobe and Mark Z for a wonderful TriCast to kick off these elimination matches. How y'all doing?
I mean, Jat was talking on the desk how he talked to Jensen, and Jensen was like, I'm feeling great. Wild Turtle's got his Wild Turtle smile on. Pre-game already. Hasn't had to even win yet, so I think TSM's also doing great.
Yeah, I think TSM are definitely the favorites. You know, the Discord was 60-40, it looked like, in the fan voting. Yeah. I was surprised it was even that close, because I feel like...
Because I knew you were going to troll your vote, but then Jat also joined you.
Well, yeah, that was the crazy thing. I was like, I'm not alone on the side of Dignitas, because I think TSM, you know, the 5-game push that they had against EG just last week was very impressive, as well as the fact that I think individually this split, almost top to bottom, they've had arguably better performers, except maybe Rich over Hanser, which why I think a lot of people favor TSM in this matchup.
And jumping into the picks and bans here, I want to see what they do with the AD mid laners, the Tristana and the Jace, because they're so highly prized right now because there are a lot of options like the Maokai you can run from jungle to supplement them. And one of them is going to get through right now. TSM, one of the biggest things that they had versus EG was going into that game with the pre-planned strategy against it, you know, giving it up, playing the Lucian into it, and then all of TSM playing around Insanity in the mid lane to keep down JoJo and give them that big win in game number 1 and that clearly focused win con. This time around though, already they're target banning Rich instead. So like many people, they have identified Rich on Dignitas as the one that sticks out. Aatrox got some really big buffs. And for those of you that don't know, Rich in the LPL played a ton of Aatrox. This is still his most played champion of all time for his career.
The other interesting part from that first ban phase is the Renekton, but no Rumble ban. That was something that EG ended up picking up towards the tail end of that series because TSM will just slam it for Hanser. That is indeed what they've done. The priority has gone up more and more. We'll see if they actually end up blocking this in, but I think there's a concern of a takeaway coming. So normally in that series, they were taking it in the 2-3 spot and EG was prioritizing other things. Here we'll have to see what Rich has in store because
we were asking Solo, we've been asking people, hey, what's good into Rumble? And it's all cope. It's all cope answers. No one has a real good counter, so we'll see what they want to do.
Well, Rich always has something spicy planned.
Exactly.
If something has been learned this split, it is that Rich will love to play some counter pick that has not been pulled out on stage yet. I get my answer to my first question, though. There's the Tristana I was talking about for the AD mid lane and pairing it with the Maokai, just like I was talking about. This is the bread and butter. AD mid lane, Maokai coming from jungle. It is still so good because Tristana gets his hard pushing lane. Maokai scales into really good objective control for you later on and brings that AP threat.
And generally speaking, we are looking at that veterancy of Santorin and Jensen on the side of Dignitas to be able to push them through this best of 5.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can step up going against Insanity, who's probably on that Jace pick. And then they also have the Ezreal, which was something that started to show up as well. Just last week, that was more in the NRG series that FBI was playing it, but it looked pretty good, and I think convinced a lot of people to give Ezreal maybe some more attention.
Now, the Ornn actually is one of the tanks that has looked the best if you can look good into a Rumble. Rumble lane phase is always pretty annoying to deal with, especially with the buffed up Harpoons, Magic Shred, landing both of them up to 40%, 60% now, and the percentage health damage. But Ornn has a decent time as far as the tanks go, and Dignitas are clearly stating, we are going to scale to some massive team fights. Now they're going to have Ornn ornaments as well, backing up this very solid team fight. TSM, though, they've got the double poke with the Jace Ezreal, and the Ezreal I've actually liked as we've seen it emerge in the last couple of weeks.
And we've seen plenty of LCS players like Wild Turtle that have been playing since the beginning of the league always be able to revert back to that Ezreal and the threat that he opposes. And I am curious also to see how Rich does perform on the Ornn, someone who has brought through a lot of unique picks through the regular season, but it is his best of 5, his first one in the LCS, and a lot of times you'll see that comfort come through.
Well, and the nice thing about best of 5s is you can take risks in your first couple drafts and kind of adapt and see where things are going. Leave up the Rumble. We don't want to overreact to the series last week. We'll see if this option works into it. Maybe they have a second option, which is more lane focused that they can try. Here, the other thing I like is Rich usually has pretty good itemization, and I know a lot of people feel like the support items do counter out Rumble quite a bit, whether it's Locket or Redemption, and Ornn is a champion who can sometimes opt for those cheaper build paths and building more team-centric. So I would love to see where Rich is going to go with this, if it will be more tank-focused or if he'll dip into the support itemization.
And they take away the other prime engaged champion still left up. With Nautilus and with Rel both banned, they yoink the Rakan here. Don't want to let the extra CC go over to his TSM side. And Dignitas, they're set up, I feel like, with such a solid draft so far, but we get the Lilia finally. All right, and it's a TSM Lilia.
Speakers watching, sweating.
The classic TSM Lilia coming out. Chime, who I think has been really underrated as a support this entire year, pulling up the set too, with so many of our supports really leaning into the set. It must have been running rampant in those scrims.
Yeah, I like also initially the takeaway from the Rakan, because that was also Chime's best champion by quite a margin. So he's going to back it up with Set, and then the Zeri coming in, something that has been hit into the ground repeatedly, nerf after nerf, cropping up yet again here in Tomo's hands.
So the thing I really like is when we have clearly different paths for both teams based out of Champ Select, and TSM have just tripled down on their poke path. Now Lilia, you don't immediately think is a poke champion, but she really is.
Yeah.
With the points into Swirl Seed later on, you kind of go poking and fishing for Swirl Seeds down lanes, and if you hit people, you can put them to sleep, and then they get killed with Shock Blast, Ezreal ultimate, all this long range poke, Rumble ultimate coming down as well. So TSM have really built this very snowbally poke composition, complete with a jungler that does have a very fast clear speed here, whereas Dignitas, they're going full-on team fighting here. They've got real solid front to back with double AD carries and a massive front line.
I know that both teams coming into this portion of playoffs have been trying to be unified as a team, make their statement in game number 1 that they can stick to a clear game plan, and we'll see how it goes. right, TSM and Dignitas here in game number 1. As Kobe mentioned, lots of poke to look out for TSM, but Dignitas ready to scrap it out. What do you think we should be looking for, Mark?
I think the thing that jumps to mind is the mid lane matchup, not just with the history that we were talking about with both these players and Jensen attending Worlds and all that stuff, but also the matchup. We saw in the Team Liquid NRG series how swingy it can go depending on how you're playing. If you're able to the Triss out of her rocket jumps, these kinds of things. It could be a nice chunk on the Chime here.
Yeah, Chime's definitely taking damage and already has to heal up. Going to get the opportunity to back.
Did force a pot out though, so small little advantage there. He wasn't sure if they're going to keep chasing. They were a little worried about how much was around them.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised with the lateness on that potion, because he had plenty of time to get back to Fountain and fully heal.
I think it's about time we get some coach perspective in as TSM make the play.
Hey, thank you very much. As I'm here with Enetron as TSM throws the level 1 invade. I know you're wanted to watch this closely, but I do want to ask you how the draft played out from your perspective. I know Lilia and Set are some less common picks.
I mean, for sure, TSM came with some new surprises, right, compared to the last game they had, the BO5, but I think we are really prepared for anything they might throw to our way, so I'm really satisfied with the draft we're having here.
Right, and what do you feel like the biggest win conditions are going to be if Dig takes game 1 here?
Oh, I mean, depends a lot on TSM what they are planning to do once we are taking the game, right? But I think we are pretty satisfied with how we are approaching this series overall. Of course, I can't leak too much, right, going into the next games, but whichever side, we are ready. We have 2 weeks, and we're ready for it.
And real quick, Svenskeren, I got to ask you, you're going up against TSM. Is there any added fire to try and take down your old team?
Yes, of course. We're going to shit on him.
All right, thank you very much. Let's send it back to the casters.
I love the confidence coming out of Sven there, knowing what he wants. Big trades in the bot side, but I do want to highlight what happened during that time. We saw the Lilia invade. One of the things with this 4-range composition is basically range with...
Stand up a boom! First blood drawn by Chime.
Underrated no more, baby! Flashes right in there on the side. He gets payment for his potion. They made him blow the potion on the level 1 mark. He gets it back in extra.
Not relying just on the Rakan pick either, showing he can do it on the set as well. Huge first blood out of TSM there. Comboing with the invade that I was going to hit on with them. The fact that the Lilia clear speed as well as the range advantage allowed them to take top side of the jungle and stop Santorum from being able to grab that red side buff. So he only got a single buff, only got the Raptors away before he was forced out from Boogie coming back down to that bot side.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to talk about Boogie and how much he has done for this team, because he's another player that does a lot of setup work for TSM, as we'll get a look at the replay for the kill first. So we saw the exchange here early. Poom uses both his E's here. Tomo cleanses the ignite, so we know so much is burned. Poom no flash now. No cleanse on Tomo. Chime's looking for it. As soon as Poom moved up to the minion wave, he sees it, flashes in, knows there's no flash on the Rakan, hits him with the snapback, and uses the minions to ensure that he gets the stun. Now we're going to see Boogie here go towards mid. And it's
spending lots of time mid. Yeah, Chime coming in as well, but not going to be able to collapse.
Boogie, though, he has the highest kill participation of any player in the LCS. TSM do not do a whole lot without him, but it's because he does so much. Over 80% kill participation because of how active he does get in the early game, as well as how much he sets up this team for team fights.
Yeah, absolutely huge for their playmaking, something that Lilia can bring. Obviously, once you get 6 is the biggest part.
X-Flash over the wall. I'm knocking them together. Jensen already burned to half HP. Haymaker thrown out, and Boogie's made his way to support Insanity and Chime on this push. Flash forward, ushers the rocket jump away from Jensen.
A little bit over-aggressive there by Insanity. Saw an angle to potentially land a hammer form Q and try and slow them all down, but not able to get it done. Nice Q there by Santorum, actually, to knock Chime's Haymaker cone off of Jensen and keep him a little bit healthier than he would have been if he took that damage there. So nice little play there. Yeah. Nothing comes from that skirmish except a flash, unfortunately blown by Insanity.
I'm actually shocked we didn't get any emotes after that. There was no Pepega Frog. There were no question mark things after that for Insanity. But trying to wrap around that banana bush sometimes is a little awkward. And Jensen just rockets.
It's playoffs, Kobe. They're taking it more seriously. Emote games turned down. Not everyone's
True.
JoJo.
I do feel like in the beginning when elimination comes into town, there are less emotes to be seen on the Rift.
It's a mental game, though, Mark. I mean, if you're not playing the mental game, then you're losing out on a possible.
To be fair, Dig didn't emote either. They should definitely be the ones spamming. Insanity could also be like, I don't need this flash emote. You know, like they neither team stepping up to the emote game.
The more time you click buttons to emote, the less time you're clicking the buttons to win the game, Kobe.
But emoting is winning the game.
Oh, man, what a rabbit hole that we could go down on this one. But early lead, though, for TSM as far as where their focus is getting them, reverting away from the emotes and focusing on the gameplay. 1,000 gold. That first kill was given over to Chime, again, making up for the pop that was popped, but still playing aggressive here on the bot side. I mean, Kobe, you're talking about the proactivity of Boogie and what he's been able to offer, and we've already seen him bringing that attention to mid and beyond.
Yeah, and Chime has really been looking like a bit of a Giga Chad himself on this set support, which has really gained popularity. I want to see, since it is going to be bottom side now for Boogie, if he starts to fish around. Generally, you want to get to your level 6 here on Lilia, and then you start throwing out some angles for lane ganks where you can fish with the swirl seed again. And if you do get those hits, you can put them to sleep and have someone like a set follow up. But Boogie's just coming straight from the Krugs because they got a lead on Poom.
Chime pressuring Poom to dash over the wall. Gives a chance for some sweepers to be drawn out by TSM, clear out the ward just thrown. So continual pressure on the bot side means a little bit of a loss in the gold lead as the other lanes are being given the chance to farm up when they see that vision on the enemy jungler.
Yeah, not much focus has been topside despite how much we talked about the Rumble and what it's going to do. It does have a 12 CS lead, that's quite nice, but there's been way more focus on the skirmishing around mid lane and bot side. Chime was pretty low level 3 at roughly 6.5 minutes from all the roaming that he has done thus far. Now getting a little bit more experience in the bot side, but Boogie's still focused on counter jungling out this Maokai, holding Santorin down. Believe not quite going to hit 6 off this, but continuing to try and get his advantages individually.
And starting to see some of those ultimates come through. Wild Turtle hitting 6 and then Insanity at 7 to match the 7 for Jensen, who is able to reach that as well. So with this dragon spawned and still not taken, those tools are available to the teams.
And Chime has been working with Boogie for the past like 2 minutes straight here. Almost duo jungling with him and getting full vision through bottom side. The wave is pushed at the moment, and we're about to have Rift Herald spawn in 10 seconds. Nice little attempt here from Wild Turtle on another champion capable of getting those cross-map snipes. But Jensen is not sleeping at the wheel just yet. Game number 1, Mark. He's not tired. He's had his caffeine, sees it. And
like Jet said, he's feeling good. He said he was feeling good about it.
He does seem like he's in a very light mood. When he came into makeup, he sat down and then asked for anti-shine, and he was just like, why is it called anti-shine? Oh, wait, anti-shine. I get it. Like, Jensen, where are you at going into this game?
Well, here comes the Rift Herald that we are talking about. It's a full rotation up from the Dignitas bottom lane. And you can see on the minimap right now, TSM made the call. Wild Turtle is heading up on this Ezreal too. He doesn't have his ultimate to fire from down there, but he should be able to arrive in time. And if they're making him move, then TSM have probably made the call that they want to fight this. There is a Scryer's Bloom, but they're just too late.
Play already had by Dignitas to secure the Rift Herald, and Poom wanting to create distance. Facebreaker by Chime after flashing. Tomo activating the ult. Drowsy locks onto 2 of them, but too much distance to be able to follow up. No kills.
You saw TSM try and force that engage a little late. Insanity was resetting, not quite back in range to take that fight. And so while they did find some engages there, Chime was not 6 to ult someone back into the middle of his team. By the time the Drowsy was enacted and they fell asleep, both members had disengaged far enough back that TSM couldn't actually chase down through the front line.
Yeah, that one to me just looked a little frustrated. They're like, we made the macro call and we're just too slow. Now we can't let them get away with this, right?
Gotta do something.
Exactly. They've taken the Rift Herald. We got to force something. They do trade some flashes here. Like maybe you can follow up something on Santorin now. The Maokai has no ult, has no flash. Had to use those to disengage, but Dignitas very happy to be able to get that Rift Herald, considering TSM's success already they've had in the early game so far. Definitely something that could be a big comeback here for Dig. Meanwhile, Tomo
And Chime coming through as fast as he can with that knuckle down in case Wild Turtle does want to go for some additional pressure onto Tomo, but none to be had.
Definitely wanted to highlight grabbing that Rift Kill is pretty huge for Dignitas. We didn't talk too much yet about the scaling for each team. I think it's probably Dignitas favored with the Ornn, with the double marksman, just the way the team comp's going to play.
Rich responding, Call of the Forge God, locks onto Hanser, throwing out some flames of his own to force Rich back and some healing.
Not able to get any kill threat down there, just pushing him out in the lane a little bit. But to this point, you know, Dignitas do have a lot of scaling. Taking that Rift Throw away is huge, given the fact that they were already down 1,500 gold just from laning disadvantages that will stem any kind of snowballing from TSM.
And this TSM squad, especially with rolling a first Dragon Ocean Drake, that would be huge for a poke comp to be able to continually throw out skill shots here through the mid game. Does so much. Ocean Dragon, one of the best early dragons as a first dragon. All of that extra sustain for all of your lanes here definitely does a lot, especially with, knockback here. Jensen kind of pushes Insanity out as they have a teleport coming in, so Insanity gets a free little walk right back here. Dignitas invests the teleport from Rich. Not that big of a deal with the minions on top side, but Dragon still picked up for TSM, so they are full steam ahead here, almost to the 2K gold lead mark. And they can really start to now bring together those synergies, you know, as soon as they start to get these single item power spikes.
Speaking of some of those synergies, the Lilia Sleep and Rumble ult, you can actually just tick them down with the burn without awakening them. It's a really strong combination that Dots can have with Lilia Sleep. Another small thing, because I am such a huge Lilia fan, going for the Roa build, it looks like most likely. We'll see if that's... Yep, there it is. Completed there for Boogie. There's a lot of debates about which one. The Leandri's tick rate with her passive burn is pretty crazy how much damage it can do. But given that there's not much other frontline other than Chime, who is a support tank, it's understandable to go a little bit beefier. And it is a very strong option for the Lilia.
But that Rift Herald previously grabbed by Dignitas will now be dropped down on the mid lane. Turret still available with the plates at 12 minutes. Gets the crash, cannot be stopped by TSM.
Definitely cashing in on the expected value here for Dignitas with that objective for themselves. Meanwhile, those one-item power spikes are starting to come through for both sides here, with Tomo getting a static Shiv. It's so nice for the Zeri in her current form to be able to deal with a lot of this wave clear so much more quickly. Meanwhile, a little bit of a jungle chase here. Boogie using his support. Chime has been hand in hand with Boogie. It's been one of the clearest things of the TSM strategy coming in this game, has been those two linking up, this set creating so many plays for him.
Oh, down bot though, Wild Turtle pushing off Tomo and Poom, who are going for the play. A little bit of wave to keep Turtle under some protection as Chime makes his way as fast as possible. Does not tag with the True Shot Barrage, keeps his life, but did use the flash.
Did get the flash burn, but for TSM, not too bad, if that's as bad as that tower dive could have gone. And I did like to call out about working with Chime there, the fact that they have gotten 3 consecutive buff steals, one on every single spawn. It was red to blue to red again. Chime working with Boogie to kind of keep accelerating Boogie ahead of this game. Now 10 CS lead, a little bit, not too bad.
Yeah, and Lilia is definitely one of those junglers that getting accelerated returns a huge reward because of her clear speed. And because if you take down some of these defenses, makes it so much easier. We've already seen some of the bowling ball swirl seeds come down the lanes, fishing around. If one of those hits, then you get, you know, a sleep into instant kill on somebody and then try and turn that into an objective.
And while I know it was mentioned in the Dignitas sideline coach interview that it's a bit of a surprise to see Lilia coming through for TSM, I feel like it's not a surprise to see TSM in general flexing new picks. We have not just looked to Insanity for his pull, but the way that the coaching staff is trying to lean into the individuality of these players and their willingness to bring up new strats. The Lucian in their previous series against DG, now one of the first in the LCS to bring the Lilia through that I know we've been anticipating for some time, but continued roaming from Chime. I think that a lot also mentioned him in discussions of some supports that are underrated and now clearly serving a purpose in the way that he is facilitating his jungler.
Yeah, he's done a very good job of being proactive on the map. One of the people that I think we all unanimously had on our most snubbed, well, we were saying who just barely missed the All-Pro ballot. I think all of us had him down there. So someone who has quietly been rising up the ranks of support players and so far having a good game, making a name for himself, finding a lot of engage opportunities here.
And speaking of him, he's up there on the Rift Herald. Objective focus for TSM. You see the duo for Dignitas have made the call. They're going to try and stay bottom side and pressure the secondary tower on the bottom side while they give up that Rift Herald.
Down bot, lots of trouble to be had. Teleport coming in, and Insanity is all on his own versus 3. Ornhorn drawn, does manage to get the knockup. This whole time, though, TSM focusing onto the Herald on top side, picking it up. Down bot, Nature's Grasp coming in from Santorin, and the root directly onto Chime's face means that it's Insanity that's lost in the fight.
Oh, what a nice W there from Rich. Immunes the set ultimate from Chime to try and take him under tower. Now we look at what they're going to do with that Rift Herald that they acquired, but I think it's a very good job for Dignitas exacting some payment for that Rift Herald. They commit to the bottom side play. They don't want to fight over the area TSM already have vision of. They don't want to fight over that Rift Herald. They make good on their dive there. Insanity now, no flash on the Jace, as well as being able to pick up the kill. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, you can see they have Insanity down the bot side while they're 1-3-1 set up here, but just so much playmaking and Jace less mobile, so pinned underneath this turret. Boom has to engage there. Would have gotten out if Dig did not also commit the rich TP, but there you see the W from Ornn immuning the set ultimate. Probably could have got a kill on Rich if he was pulled underneath the turret there with turret aggro, but they're all able to escape also with the ultimate coming in from Santorin.
And in that time, TSM dropping the Rift Herald onto the mid turret to take one down. Tomo pressuring on this top side to make this top side turret the next one to potentially fall, but of course Hanser's here to answer.
And if you're top side, guess what? TSM gonna take another dragon. They already have the Ocean, so this one should be number 2 for TSM. Dignitas, they clearly keep on making these cross-map plays. They do not want to fight TSM at the moment, so trying to get as much as they can while TSM continue to take those neutral objectives.
I do really like this, though, from Dignitas. Heads up understanding of, hey, this composition out of TSM is going to be really annoying around neutral objectives, not just with the poke, but also when they decide to go in. If they land that Swirl Seed from Boogie, they drop the Rumble ult on top as well. And we're not at our item power spikes yet. Rich is not handing us out these ornaments yet, so let's just keep scaling how we can. You can see the gold lead has not grown at all from that 1,000 gold lead that we saw basically at 10 minutes. So this has been a very good mid-game so far out of Dignitas of just avoiding TSM.
Oh, Insanity fired up though. That is an Ornn here down bot, just defending this wave and more. In the end, it is TSM though, whose gold lead has somewhat minimized because of those aggressive plays that Dignitas have to set themselves up for that scaling that you are mentioning.
And there's a couple of areas where TSM could try and increase that gold. Bottom side turret, of course, is super low, and that one's kind of standing there. But also, they made the rotation on the answer back top, and Hanser will be able to get this outer turret. So not only do they get top outer turret, bottom side outer turret is also very low, and Boogie's about to steal another buff, or attempting to at least.
Pressuring Santorin best he can, but Poom is trying to wrap around, sped up, charms one, knock up to follow, and Tomo's here to continue with the damage. Ornhorn gonna be able to knock up two. Tomo going into the backline with the lightning crash, double kill for Tomo, looking for more. Santorin picks up the kill onto Hanser, and it's 3 down on the side of TSM.
And Dig say, that's one buff too many, Boogie. Not this time. Huge kills for Dignitas inside their own jungle. Big defense there. This could be the swinging point in the match, because this is usually the time where some poke comps might start to lose steam if you give too much gold over to the team that has all the hard engage, and they know it. You see the movement here from TSM. They get really antsy as they see the rotation over. They know they've been caught with their hands inside the cookie jar.
And this is just the perfect shooting fish in a barrel angle for Rich there to just send that Ornn ult straight up this pathway. No way for the TSM members to get out of there. 3 kills handed over. The saving grace for TSM is that this was at 18 minutes. 2 minutes later, this is a Baron game might be over. They do get a chance to recover because now it's just a small gold lead swung in Dignitas' favor.
But they should still be so scared, because the biggest downfall of poke comps is always hard engage, getting those big breaks onto your team. And like you said, Maokai ult plus Ornn ultimate plus a Rakan, that is as hard as the engage gets. Yeah. So they've got to really watch out the positioning here.
Speaking of positioning, Poom trying to act aggressively against Boogie, and now Chime Wants to find the angle onto Jensen. Nature's Grasp has been thrown out. Should be able to get the root onto one. Equalizer in response, but Chime too low on health. Eradicated in the fight. Insanity soon to follow. Jensen jumping forward to make sure he can get the double kill. And Dignitas officially stripping the gold lead in their favor. Wild Turtle flashing away and healing at that. Jensen feeling good to set it up for Tomo to knock down. Dignitas is getting fired up.
Jensen said, I'm still going to keep up my world streak. No problem here. And honestly, this is what it looks like when a hard engaged team does get the advantage over the Poke squad. They fail to snowball really in the early game, and now Dignitas, they're just picking them off left, right, and center.
Dignitas looking good to close out game 1 here, grabbing the Baron as well. Just such strong team fighting, not just from the composition, but how they're playing it and how they're building it. The double Raiden Virtue, you saw Haunter drop his ultimate, was hardly doing any damage with these multiple heal ticks coming through by both the tanky frontline members. TSM are contesting this. A little dicey.
Because now Baron's an option for Dignitas. Now Dig are committing to it. Just a downtown swirl seed from Boogie. And a late delay on the True Shot Barrage means Dignitas secure the Red Bull Baron buff.
And now the emotes start to come out. I was looking
yes.
for them earlier. That's one of my favorites
gold
too.
leads
The
enough.
thumbs down. The thumbs down emote from Rich as they take the Baron and they know they have this one in hand.
Cowardly. They had to wait till they knew it in hand to begin the emote game. You emote from minute 1, not after the lead.
I don't know. I'm just glad that we got some kind of emoting in this game thus far.
Yeah, now this is huge for Dignitas off the reset here to break the Dragon stacking out of TSM. They have the gold lead, they have the Baron buff, they have the hard engage. All this stuff leads to what should be a Dignitas win, but they still need to finish checking these boxes. This next one being, do not let the Dragon stacking continue, because then that starts giving them an angle to get back into this game.
Yeah, so to play it hard here, or the more difficult angle is how did TSM get back into it? And it has to be one of these plays where Lilia's going to get a big sleep into Rumble Ultimate that kind of cooks them while they're sleeping. And that has to be on Jensen. I mean, because Tomo has Cleanse up right now. So Jensen really, if they're unable to get this magic engage and kill this Tristana, it's going to be hard.
And here's the attempted start. Tomo, Lightning Crash activated. Poom looking for somebody that he can lock on to. Hanser gets rooted in the center of him, and Jensen has come to the party from mid lane. Finishes off Hanser. 2 already down for TSM. Santorin rooting on forward, and a double kill for Tomo. Don't need a cleanse to be able to get into this one. Insanity flashing away to make his way back to the fountain. Dignitas only losing 1 and getting so much in return.
Wow, they might be able to end the game. 20 seconds left on spawns. They're burning down through this turret with the double marksman composition. I guess that's one way to stop Dragon stacking, is just try and end the game. They have the reset come through actually, so probably not going to try and end this one. Just going to fall back to that Dragon, which is up, grab it, and a huge engage there. Even well played a little bit by TSM. Chime stopped the Ornn ultimate by CCing him so he couldn't get the R2 to actually lock people down, but you still saw how quickly Boogie melts despite the slightly tankier build of the Rod of Ages, just melted by Tomo there.
Yeah, he got annihilated, and they didn't even need Rich's ultimate. Chime was able to pull Rich back so he didn't get Ornn 2 activation, but it doesn't matter. Digger's so far ahead, and they have more CC where that came from. Flash in from Santorin to finish it. Everybody getting real deep here. This is why I really love watching when teams in a best of 5 will opt for some strategies like this, though. Because if you do go a full poke comp like that, and you know you're playing a risky game and you want to snowball early, and it's very exciting because there's a lot of tension. Can they keep this up? When it gets cracked and you lose a bunch of gold that early on into the game, and it is revealed that no, they cannot keep this up, and they are just going to get hard engaged on over and over again, then it is a quick end to that story, though.
It's Dignitas with all the gold in their favor now. 5,700 and continually pressing forward. You have those supers already pushed up on the bot side, but TSM mostly having to offset the pressure of Dignitas, who are full stacking on top.
Definitely looks like it's going to be easy for Dignitas to close this game out. Do want to give a shout out to Tomo. Despite the slightly rough lane phase early on for him and Poom, he has been huge in these fights, starting with that one at the red buff to start picking up kills and playing well. When Dignitas was with a winning record in the first half of the round robin of the regular season, a lot of it was because he was one of the consistent carry members for the team. Rich was the big playmaker, grabbing a lot of the attention, but Tomo was having very good Aphelios games as well. And it does feel like someone who will need to step up if Dignitas want to make this kind of playoff push.
Equalizer here in response to the Nature's Grasp, but TSM not locked down by it yet. Showstopper into the backline and Face Breaker to follow up, but it's still all live standing. Poom effectively knocked out of the fight because of his low HP. Jensen going in with a rocket jump, wants to finish off Hanser. Eventually, Tomo manages to do so, and Dignitas, they've already taken out 2 members of TSM. Chime marked down low, but Poom and Moore have to be careful because they did take a lot of damage. They'll be able to take the inhibitor here on the exit.
Teleporting in, too. They want to keep the pace up.
They keeping it going, and Chime, Turtle, and Boogie just have to corral together because it's their Nexus turrets that have creeps on them.
Classic top laner moment.
Yep.
He's like, oh, let's go end it! Teleporting into the Nexus! Oh, okay, you guys need a call too? All right, fine.
You're all at 20% HP? Okay, fine.
Honestly, though, I do feel like this game is kind of a game where Dignitas are like, you know what? Rich, you've had all split long where you get to play whatever you want in the top lane. How about we just try for playoffs, check the ego a little bit, just play the Ornn into the Rumble. This game's not really going to be about you, and we'll handle it. And that being in a game 1 in a best of 5, I think is very, very good for Dignitas as far as their future in playoffs. Not having to rely on those extreme counter picks that you're used to seeing from Rich.
It's really interesting for both reasons. Individually for Rich, he actually has been very good on tanks when he ends up playing them. It's just the team felt like they needed more firepower, I guess, during the regular season, which is why you saw those crazier counter picks. But here, down 60 farm, willing to take a slightly losing matchup to play something for the composition. And then for Dignitas as a whole, yeah, this totally throws a wrench in how TSM play the game.
Oh, Hanser caught out though here, which means TSM are already down 1 and should have more to fall into the grave to follow. Double kill set up for Jensen. Rich already burns though and eventually eliminated here by Insanity, but Insanity mark it out, but Jensen is just too much damage for him to handle. Tomo looking to get the lightning into the veins of Wild Turtle, and eventually a double kill and ace for Dignitas here, ending game number 1 with a statement from mid and beyond. Dignitas are ready to take on playoffs in stride.
Big upset in game 1. The 7 seed Dignitas looking to take down TSM, coming from the winner's bracket, looking to make them lose again. And for Jensen, for the second time in his career, to try and make World from the 7 seed, starts out looking pretty good in game 1.
Definitely did look quite good in game 1. Under control, it felt like Dignitas. They did not lose their heads when they're like, oh no, this poke comp is trying to snowball against us. They just made the call. Every time TSM are going to go to one of these neutral objectives, you know they're going to put extra people up towards the Rift Herald or down to the Dragon as it spawns. They take something on the opposite side of the map. They take their cross-map play, and then when they got their teamfight defense in the red jungle, they just use their greater engage here on all these champions with the hard engage and chase them down and get the solid victory. This is how they ended it out. This one's not really going to put much of that on display. They're so far ahead in money right now. The double AD carries can do whatever they want because they have 3 beef balls in front of them, just setting them up for kills. So Tomo and Jensen are having the time of their lives, jumping in on everyone else. Tomo dashing forward to finish off the last one as, Dig are going to collect the win here. But I think this really does say some very positive things about Dignitas with more options available to them in playoffs.
Yeah, I know that in multiple interviews they've talked about we feel like we are a best of 5 team and we want to be able to showcase that in the series. But that does mean we have more games to come. If you're looking to switch things up a little bit when it comes to the broadcast, remember, Viva la LCS. LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. So scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. For now, let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back, guys. I'm going to be VOD reviewing here with Solo on this game, a big Dignitas one. First question to you is just how did you feel about the draft?
Yeah, I thought Dig kind of drafted the most greedy, we'll wait and scale. We're not afraid of your early game type of draft. And TSM's going for that mid game, early game. Once they get one item, they can just wipe you off the map at any fight.
Sounds good. And you wanted to take this from the perspective of TSM, right?
Yeah, so, Dignitas this game, they played really well at just absorbing the pressure, trying to find plays on the other side of the map. And I thought TSM was doing an okay job of getting the individual leads in lane, but really their macro kind of suffered and some big mistakes where if you're playing a comp like this, you need to be tight on your macro and be able to get advantages and objectives.
Sounds good. Let's roll the first play. Your focus was going to be on Insanity rolling up to Herald?
Yeah, so, I mean, early on, like, Herald, big point for this team. I mean, you need to get as much gold and objectives as possible. And we saw that in this game that Dig was able to get it, which is kind of criminal when you're playing against Jace Rumble. And we get this good chunk here. And I think right now is when Insanity probably should recall so he can be at the Herald on time and just be on the map, since you know this guy's 20% HP, he's not going to stick around. But he stays, and not the worst thing ever, but to go into here and stay even longer, clear this pink. Now they see this guy is, you know, on the map. He's got no resources. Guys, what are they doing? We have bot push coming already. So they know that they can get the Herald for free. And I feel like this is kind of the mistakes you can't make when you're playing Jace Rumble is you can't just give them free objective because your macro is bad or you're playing your tempo bad.
Yeah. So they end up getting Herald here. I feel like TSM did a good job at stopping first Herald from crashing into turret and getting gold onto Jensen. Main point is, like, do you feel like TSM is that much on a timer?
I think that you just eventually you will get outscaled and you will lose a fight, and the amount of gold you have up until you can get Soul is really like the difference maker. And even though they didn't get a ton of gold onto someone important, they just got it onto Santorin. Limiting how much of a gold lead that TSM have is kind of the main goal. You just want to slow them as much as possible. And we see that later on. We have, you know, now is the time they're doing well. The lanes are winning for TSM. It's like they're building a slow lead. They got a dragon. Things are going well. It could be a little faster. And for some reason, they go for this lane swap where they send Jace bottom lane, which I don't really fully understand because they have the completed item on Ezreal. It looks like they're just going to be able to lane fine.
Yeah.
But now they put him bot lane, and I get the idea is, hey, we're going to play for second Herald. We want to put our bot lane mid. But what ends up happening is you see is this guy can't pressure the Zeri. It's not like the Ezreal and the Set can really take tower on Tristana. And so you're weak siding your Jace, who needs to be one of your strong points. And then if you fast forward, they get the tower for free. This whole entire time, TSM's getting like no free gold. You know, by the time they even start the Herald, they're already on the tier 2. And at this point, it's a very sad time to be the Jace. I mean, you have no vision. You're just completely weak-sided. And this is guaranteed gold. Like the amount that they're going to get from Herald is not really as significant as how much they're going to lose from having Jace die and even potentially losing the bot tier 2.
Okay, last question. Just viewpoint of the series. You just lost in the fashion that you did against a scaling composition like this. What is your, like, if you were in a position like this, what would be your response as a team? Do you run this draft right back off of these errors and just saying we can patch this up and go into the next game, or do you make a drafting change?
I wasn't really that big of a fan of the Lilia set, so I feel like you could probably switch some things around there. But yeah, this is a big point. I mean, you got to ask yourself if you're TSM, if you're like, hey guys, we could have just played a little bit better. Maybe you have first game jitters.
Yeah.
You know, we were doing well in lane. Let's just play a little bit cleaner and maybe be a little bit more aggressive. We can win. So pressure's on them. I mean, they have to decide if they're going to play more scaling or if they're going to just run it back and try to play early.
That makes sense to me. All right, great adaptation. I'm interested in seeing what the adaptation is going to be for TSM as they're going 0-1 into the next game. We'll see after this break.
We win.
Noobs. Composition is basically ranged with.
Boom! First blood drawn by Chime. Homo lightning crash activated. Boom looking for somebody that he can lock on to. Hanser gets rooted in the center of him, and Jensen has come to the party from mid lane. Finishes off Hanser. 2 already down for TSM. Santorin rooting on forward, and a double kill for Tomo. Don't need a cleanse to be able to get into this one.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
The last time I won it was 2015, and I've been, for the last 8 years, trying to get that feel again, because when I got it back then,
it almost felt like it was just supposed to happen because I was in TSM. And then I'm finally so close, but second place. I'm like, can I please just lift the trophy again? And that's all. That's what I'm playing for.
Down, Tomo has to flash out of the fight, and Impact is coming from the jungle to get one last swing onto Diamond, grabbing the kill and wanting to go for more.
Back in the pin, Santorin blasted back into the pin, but a beautiful ulti to get himself back to safety and kill Victor off in return.
Make sure to use LCS Summer for $10 off your order of $15 or more for new diners until the end of the split. Terms apply.
A long time ago, I used to be a professional player in Heroes of the Storm, Blizzard's MOBA. During the time that I played, I was the most successful Western player. I won the most tournaments and won the most prize money of anyone. During that time, I spent a lot of time playing against the top Korean teams, and specifically the best Korean player, Rich. To be honest, there was never a discussion about who the best player in HOTS was. It's pretty cliche, everyone says it, but Rich is the faker of HOTS. He was the most successful player. Every time he was in the server, he was the one player that all the other 9 were thinking, okay, how do we play around Rich? His own team thinking, how can we buff him? The enemy team thinking, how can we counter him? He was just so influential.
저는 사람들이 저를 최고라고 말하는 걸 알고 있었고, 이제 제 개인 방송에도 하추 중에 제일 시청자가 많았고, 이제 롤로 따지면 롤드컵 같은 거를 월즈를 2번 우승했고, MSI도 이제 2번 우승했고, 또 중국에서 열리는 세계대회가 있는데 그것도 또 많이 우승했고, 웬만한 자국 리그는 거의 다 우승했던 것 같아요.
I started working at Dignitas and he started playing League. And every time that I'd have an opportunity, I'd always look over to what he was doing. I'd be cheering him on and watching all his games. And just thinking, like, wow, wouldn't it be so cool to have Rich on Dignitas after all those years? There's 2 back-to-back World Finals he played against us and won both of them, sadly. Knowing him and having watched him for so many years, I knew how good he could be, and I knew what he could transfer and bring to the League of Legends community. I don't think other people did. So I've always had this view that he's very underrated. And even when he went to LPL, he wasn't that hyped. He goes in, he wins the spring regular season, he gets first All-Pro team. Right? That was stuff that I knew he was capable of the whole time. So every offseason, I've always been looking, can we bring this to Dick? Can we bring this to Dick? And finally, this was the one where it worked out.
좀 저는 되게 재밌고 와 이거 뭐라 해야 되지? 이제 제임스가 제 어쨌든 상관 위에 있잖아요 위에 그래가지고 되게 재밌는 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 원하는 거 있으면 다 들어주는 편이라 좋은 것 같아요. 내가 히어로즈에서 이룬 것들은 여기선 진짜 아무 의미도 없다. 히어로즈에서 내가 최고지만 여기서는 진짜 신입이니까 그냥 사람들이 나를 뭐라고 하든 코치 감독이 뭐라 하든 모든 말들을 다 잘 듣고 다 수용하자 이런 마인드로 게임을 했던 것 같아요.
I think the skills transfer pretty well. I'd say the main thing about HOTS is there's no lane phase. So it is all team fighting all the time. So especially if you play a bunch of games back to back, you just spam them, you learn how to team fight so quickly, and you really bring that skill over to League of Legends. So he definitely has got that. I know he had to struggle for a few years in lane phase, but very excited to say that I think he solved that now.
Okay! There you go, Rich!
The way that he approaches things, he's very methodical, he's very scientific, he's very driven. But just his raw talent is unreal. He's very smart, and he will find those tiny edges that no one else is even seeing, and he will execute them on stage.
일단은 저는 저희 팀이 이제 제가 알기로 스프링 때 10등이었던 걸로 알고 있는데 플레이오프도 진출해서 월드컵 노려보고 싶고 그리고 가능하면은 좀 팀원들과 웃으면서 좋은 성적을 내고 싶네요. 하츠를 하면서 되게 많은 관심도 받고 좋은 성적도 냈었는데 저는 그 시간들이 되게 헛되지 않았다고 생각하고 엄청 저에게 뜻깊은 시간들이었어가지고 지금 이 자리에 있는 것 같아요.
I don't want to put too much pressure on him, so I want to be a bit careful here, but I think he is almost certainly the best top laner in the LCS. I'd be highly surprised if he's not the best player in the LCS. I don't think the league is ready for Rich.
Welcome back to the LCS. We're getting geared up for game number 2. A nice little explainer on how Rich ended up joining the league. But we've got Solo joining us in the booth for game number 2.
Were you ready for Rich?
Wow, I don't know,
He
man.
said nobody in the LCS will be ready.
I don't know. Hey, I'll say one thing. If we played Dig every game, we would have got undefeated.
Game number 1 looked really good for Dig, though. And he just took the kind of backseat.
Yeah.
You know, you said you're a fan of playing like the glue man strategy where as a top laner, you fill in whatever your team needs. And Rich was very happy in that game. Okay, I'm playing into Rumble, whatever. You know, I'm not going to have an ego about CS and lane or anything.
Just don't die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just don't die and then make my items shiny later.
But he got the job done, and that means Solo in your prediction of TSM 3-1. It's
He's got the one
starting to lean
covered
the other
now.
way.
Yeah.
The one is covered.
Yeah, they got it out early. You know, now people won't be confused. There'll be three more wins for TSM, and it should be fine.
So, what are the main changes that you want to see from TSM this time around?
I'm really not a big fan of like Set, and I'm kind of okay on Lilia. But kind of changing those, I think, will help a lot into just kind of champions that are more useful. But I think as well, like they could totally go for a more scaling thing, and try to just like change directions. I mean, they don't have to play, you know, Rumble, and they can play something else like a tank, and they could just try to play a more carry-oriented bot lane like a Jinx. They've been effective on that. I think that's an okay play to go.
Yeah, I feel like some of the best looks for TSM from my perspective are when they have Insanity on a main carry and Turtle for, you know, whatever teamfight AD he wants to play for later. And they just leave Haunter on some sort of tank, you know, setup, basically champion from top side. But they keep going into this, you know, Rumble strategy for top side. And then they also didn't have a jungler that can make early plays. You know, it's either really been Boogie or Hanser with CC that kind of sets them up for their team fight victories. Maybe some changes there for Champ Select too.
And while there were some advantages by TSM early, it felt like they really got dismantled once they pushed up into the enemy jungle and that play got turned on them, where Dignitas felt very much in form from the mid game and beyond. Solo, I feel like Dig, sometimes that's where they would fall apart a bit. We've heard them say that even though they have a similar game plan, sometimes they're not on the same page in execution. What did you make of them being on the same page in game number 1?
Yeah, I was impressed. I mean, they played like, you know, just receiving, kind of playing clean macro, always got to trade, we're going to scale guys. And they waited for their opportunity to make like kills and make the game-winning play over by that red buff. So I think for them, that was a big prove-it game. Like, hey, we can just play scaling and you guys have to, you know, win it. We're not just going to give you free kills. We're not just going to, you know, roll over. So I think right now they're kind of just hanging back. They can do whatever they want. If they want to play a little faster this game, they can try that because they're already up 1.
Yeah.
Or they can just be like, hey, we're going to keep playing scaling. You know, do something about it. You guys got to win. We're doing fine.
We won that way. Also, Jensen is a big fan of playing that way.
Yeah.
Jensen, by the way, just because people always talk about, you know, the styles of different players, like how they play the game. But Jensen has some very clear stats that like back up all the like narrative storylines, you know? He actually has the lowest kills and assists for a mid laner at 14 minutes, which is lane phase, but he has the highest average farm. And that's not CS difference. He's not making his opponents miss CS, but he's getting all of his farm and he's not going to a lot of, you know, fights or skirmishes or anything that do break out. And that's what people always think of with Jensen is these control mage player, you know, scaling up for later. This time around though, even better than that, he just got the completely blast with the Tristana, and he looks to be in very strong shape. So I think that bodes well for Dig.
Is Hanser have the champ select or champ page open? He's like, when am I gonna play this game? What should I do? But to your point too, yeah, Jensen's like always just been like farm heavy player. I mean, he really hates those creeps and, you know, punishes them every game.
Or loves them, you know, depending on perspective.
Give him a merciful, merciful death. So yeah, he's always gonna get his. That's kind of one of the other things is I'm not sure how much they should keep doing the Jace Tristana trade. Maybe try to get Jensen on something a little bit more passive and Insanity on something a little bit more aggressive so that he can actually impact the game. Because if they're just gonna be trading farm, like that's what Jensen wants. That's his thing, is to just be able to trade farm and then show up and fight.
Exactly. Oh, well.
They slam it. They don't care.
They insta-lock, go right back to it. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Salty run back.
Give me those early CS leads. Now, this time around, I do want to see if they can incorporate more CC into their team. The Dignitas are like, you know what? Okay, we won the first one. That's fine. We are happy to run it back.
I'm going to go on a limb, say maybe a Jace here.
Ooh.
Maybe even an Ezreal.
I don't know about that one. That sounds really risky.
Holy moly.
Big brain Solo.
Nostradamus over here. Genius predictions. Keep it going. Keep going. Keep going.
I actually don't remember what they
What was that last thing? It was Ornn. It was Ornn.
It was Ornn. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Like you said. Oh, my goodness. Exact salty run back from game number 1 here. And I'm a huge fan of siding with the team that won the previous time. Because as much as you can say, oh, we'll just play better.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
We can play better too.
Like, maybe you can't. I don't know.
Is it anything you can do, I can do better?
Yeah.
Something.
We'll see. It's funny because I mean, TSM's 4-5 last game, not so great, but I wasn't even that big of a fan of Diggs. I think that the way they went about it with picking Zarya Rakan is so much scaling. I kind of would rather than ban Rakan here and then just go ahead and pick their AD and then try to 5P support and get like some lane advantage, because right now you're playing topside that is basically unplayable.
My biggest thing that I liked about it last time was that because I wanted them to deny the Rakan.
Yeah.
But TSM ended up banning it themselves this time.
Oh, okay.
So there's a denial.
Well, that's good. I hope maybe they do the Zarya again. I think that works fine against Rumble, just because you need a champion that can get out of his ulti.
Yeah.
And it has follow-up onto the engage that they have.
And to your point, though, Solo, even though we saw the Zarya last time be able to pop off in the team fights, did struggle a bit in that early game pressure.
This would be a very different, and I think more in the direction of the type of jungle that TSM usually run. Boogie, as I said last game, he has the highest kill participation of any player in the LCS. So if he's on a frontline engage champ, It's basically Boogie says, we're going to kill this person, and then TSM, you got to go kill that person. Way more engaged for TSM this time around, switching it up with the Vi and Leona. Those are two of the champions specifically that you wanted changed.
Yeah, this is better. Braum 5P, this is perfect. I like what TSM's doing. You need the lockdown, so Vi's going to help you kill the Zeri. And it gives Boogie some like actual snap playmaking instead of something like Lilia.
And I always love when you have some guaranteed setup for the Leona, because Leona ultimate, one of the biggest strengths, it's such long range. You know, if you're playing with a lot of other long range champs like the Jason Ezreal and the Rumble, if you Vi ult into a Leona ultimate, that is, you do not get to move. Whatever carry they use that on doesn't get to move. True. And you probably during that time get hit with at least Shock Blast.
You probably don't get to live either.
Yeah, probably Ezreal ultimate, Rumble ultimate could come down on your head. So it is definitely like some artillery options there. But the change for Dig in their counter engage, when you see, all right, TSM are going more engaged with the Vi plus Leona, then their answer is Braum. I love that. Braum is so good at like receiving team fights. And you know, when Vi goes in, Braum, you put up the wall, you get your ultimate down. It just feels like sometimes the counter engage can be too much.
Yeah, Braum, great pick. Great fight pick.
Yeah.
So considering the CC and increase in tools available to TSM side and only the minor change in response for Dignitas after that ban came through for support position, Solo, are you feeling good about your TSM prediction?
You know, it's a prediction. You know, you can't predict everything. I think that I like Boogie change. I like him being on a better champion for him. I think they have all the tools that they did the first game to succeed. They have really good lanes. They have a lot of pressure. So, you know, it's on them. They gotta make the laners gotta play well. They gotta get objectives. They gotta play smart. Like TSM has everything they need to win this game.
Ooh. So we've got the cleanse Zeri bottom lane, the heal for the Braum, a lot of defensive options there, and a bunch of TSM pings on the bottom lane players too.
I know TSM, they've been readying up for game number 2. Let's hear what TSM Revan has to say.
Thanks, Gabby. I'm here with TSM head coach Revan. Game 1 obviously didn't go as planned. A bit of a run back on the first half of the draft, but some tweaks going into game 2. What are the tweaks hoping to accomplish?
We determined that with our topside 3 champs, I mean the 1, 2, 3 that we picked, Lilia was a bit too much control, and we lacked some engage / options that we can open up for ourselves even when we're ahead. So that's why we went with the Vi and the Leona this game instead of the set Lilia last game. So yeah, those are the tweaks. I also wanted to have a different damage spread because Lilia Rumble incentivized the enemy jungle on top to build way more magic resist.
Right.
Yeah, so this game I think will be more successful, hopefully.
Yeah, it looked like last game you guys needed to smash early game. What do you feel like has to happen in the first 15 minutes to lead to a TSM win?
I don't think we're on too much of a clock. I think 1 and 2 item, we have way more agency, and we should be much more comfortable compared to last game. I think the only big difference is that we just have more options to try to push more when we're ahead.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much for the time. Good luck with the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Lilia, it's not as reliable, right? You have to like hit a long range swirl seed if you're gonna pick somebody off with the ultimate.
Yeah.
That is that's a shot in the dark a lot of the times. Way easier to hit R on the Vi and see hero kill hero.
Also, what a contrast between Chime now hitting 100 games within his LCS career versus Wild Turtle, most recently getting the LCS games of all time. That veterancy paired with someone who has been an up-and-comer and, as we noted in game number 1, somewhat snubbed when it comes to recognition as a support.
Yeah, Chime's been around for a while. I was on a team with him a couple times. I think he's a great teammate. Good player, you know, solid LCS player. He belongs in the league for sure.
I know that somebody was saying, speaking of it, since you played with him, is Chime does get the stun up down on bot, though. Returned with some lockdown from Poom. Does take a lot of damage. There's some early emoting in this one. But I did hear in an interview that Chime, while very calm outside of game, can get irritated in game in that very passionate way. Do you feel that's the case?
Yeah, I think he cares a lot, and yeah, that comes through when you're playing with a competitive game. I mean, I think that's true for a lot of players. They really just want to win.
I know TSM are very much feeling that. I think when it comes to this matchup, I found it difficult to predict because it feels like both did struggle somewhat in that ability to stay on the same page. So whoever came into this matchup with the most unity on their team would be the ones to come out victorious in the series. Dignitas displaying that in game number 1. And we'll see if TSM can pull it together here in game number 2 to even up the series.
Yeah, one of the stranger things I've noticed already so far is Hunter like really played passive the first few levels. I don't know if he was worried about some like cheese gank or something, but he did not press at all. He started at E, so a little bit different from the first game where he was already up like a lot of CS in the in the first like 4 or 5 waves, but now he's even down. So a lot more passive start when I feel like they really needed aggressiveness right off the bat.
Yeah, kind of your point earlier about playing with Rumble Jace, you definitely. Let's investigate.
Who spilled a drink? Is Fensgaren on stage still?
Well, it's not Hanser. Look at that. Shiny clean. Okay. Not Boogie either. Let's check them all. Not Insanity either. David's clean. Everybody's clean. Let's go down the line. Check everyone.
Actually, one of the
Turtle's clean too.
One of the funnier things that's happening right now is Hanser's like mid overheat.
Yeah, I hear it.
And so, as like a player, he's on his screen, and so he's just getting the rare.
And we're getting it too. I don't know if that's going out to stream, but we are perma overheating right now.
Yeah, we're really overheating.
I got the thumbs up from the crowd. They're also hearing the overheat. I wonder if that is the most obnoxious of the sounds to get paused upon, but
it's definitely up there.
There was one. I feel like Corky package. Corky was definitely really annoying. Korean Lysandra voice lines. There was one time where we had a bug with that casting, but we're right back in.
Not lasting too long on that pause. Getting back into it as Insanity and Jensen go for the aggressive trades, as they have been a bit of a CS lead for Jensen across mid, and some good poke from Insanity.
Little whoopsie there. But coming right out of a pause is successful.
Yeah. All right, I'm awake. Back on track.
I think for right now, it's Boogie's gonna farm to 6. Maybe he can sneak a dragon before then, if he has like the right amount of pressure from mid bot. But I think right now that's kind of the main goal is you just got to get your Vi to 6 and make a really positive play, get objective.
I heard that like bait ping that they just used when Tristana went to ward by Raptors, and I got completely triggered from solo queue. I can't hear that noise.
Your least favorite ping?
I can't hear that noise and not get a little bit angry. Oh my goodness, I've actually been Pavloved.
Okay, it looks like Vi is gonna try to do the Drake right now. So.
All right, yeah. Walks through. They clear out the ward too, so that ward we were talking about that was pinged. They move in, clear it out, and should be able to get this too, as Braum jumps in for the attempt onto Chine, but it's quickly stopped.
Yep, Wild Turtle and Chime pushing this up enough to make it difficult. Tomo actually has to dash over the wall, and Poom taking the brunt of the damage. All this time though, Buki sticking on to that dragon, had gotten the scuttle earlier. So some safety in this attempt, but Santorin's making his way.
There's no smite on Santorin though, so there's no chance.
Chime and Turtle rotating up. Santorin goes in, ends up flashing for it, and Tomo comes over the wall. Insanity focusing onto Jensen, but it's Buki securing the dragon. Stun up onto Chime. Should be able to draw first blood. It's Tomo that grabs it on the side of Dignitas.
This is a classic mistake. The Earth Dragon is so tanky. It's so hard to kill. It takes forever. That you really have to have your team help you if you want to try to sneak it. And a good call by Dig, coming in. You got to at least... one of the things I say is LCS veteran. No freebies in this league. You can't let them have anything for free. And I think getting a kill, even though they got the dragon, is so good.
And yeah, so I'm like, there's no chance for stealing it, but they can just force the fight. And they do too, because of that chunk we just saw on Insanity there. He's 50% out. The shock blast missed on Jensen, so he can come right over. And TSM don't know that Santorin doesn't have smite, so they actually went to go fight out in the river instead of just burning dragon and everybody just running. So chasing down the 1 kill here for Dig, and that kill credit going over to Tomo, the Zeri, to fund your earlier static Shiv. Like, that has some multiplicative effects here. Once the Zeri can get the Shiv and gets that wave clear and everything, then they really start to take off. It helps their scaling so much to get the early money into one of those AD carries.
When you're talking about not giving any freebies solo, I think Dignitas has been showcasing that in full throughout this series. TSM in game 1 makes a play for Rift Herald. Dignitas goes for the play bot. Here, TSM gets the dragon, but Dignitas commit to it to be able to draw first blood and put it into the ADC's pocket. And when it comes to a best of 5, that is that forward thinking that it takes for Dignitas to try and pull out a second victory here today. But about 800 gold lead for them off of that first blood play and kind of a return to lanes as normal.
I think one of the big differences this game too for me is not just the slight adjustments in Champ Select, but how the top lane match is going. We've got a Rumble that's ahead in CS as bottom lane goes for the play.
Flashes forward, Root onto one, Turtle puts himself towards the turret, and Chime is gonna have to maybe give his life. There it goes, Tomo now with 2 kills to his name, building up a lead on this bot side, and definitely have some plates for the taking.
Yeah, turret plate taken. They got another kill onto the support. They know Chime has no escape possibilities there. So Santorin comes down, his first ultimate on the Maokai. Boom, even more money into this area. And as I was trying to allude to before, Rich also is going to have more money on the Ornn this time around. So things for Dignitas looking pretty good in the early stages. Boogie has ult too, though.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better, especially the top side being so even right now is going to be doomed for TSM. But yeah, this whole entire series so far has really just been Dig being able to make a positive play every time they're losing an objective or TSM's trying to do something across the map. You'd think they'd know that something's going to happen in the other side. But it's tough. Now Boogie needs to really just make like a great play, probably around second Drake, to really get them back in the game.
And TSM did grab up that Rift Herald to be able to drop somewhere. They have to worry about the static shiv that Tomo was just able to complete, getting ahead in that bot lane and making use of those 2 kills that he was given by his teammates.
All right, let's see. Boogie still holding on this ultimate as he comes up to the top side. I mean, Rich is kind of low health, but
still got flash. I'm not sure. He might be able to kill if he plays really well.
Santorin has ult now too.
Oh, this could be.
So it's a trap.
Wrapping around. There's the call of the Forge. Got answered by the Equalizer. Flash away by Rich, and Santorin's made its way to the party. Root onto Hanser in the back line, but Rich has already fallen. Both Solar in some trouble. Double kill for Boogie. Oh, TSM showing out on top in the play.
That was a huge play. Boogie played really, really well. This is why you give him the snap engage. Can't 2v2 that on Lilia.
You called it. Boogie has to make a big play, and boom, they win a top 2v2. That has such big ramifications here for TSM's options towards the mid stages too, especially with them getting their first dragon.
Yeah, and it's huge that they went on to the Vi as well, because I mean, he's playing as Ornn, like the Ornn winning or losing isn't really going to be that relevant, but if you can get Sunder really quickly as the Vi and just start carrying the map, it's a really big deal.
Yeah, honestly, jungler's taking all the kills. I'm happy with that. Always give the kills to jungler because they can move it around the map. You know, they get
a jungle kill is a team kill. Guys.
Exactly. I'm glad you're on the same page, so you can speak for all the top laners. But here it is. We had both junglers ganking at the same time with the wraparound there for Santorin. But since he tried to peel Boogie off, and then his Q actually bounced him a little bit closer to Rich there, and then Rich goes down first since Boogie held his ultimate, meant that once Hanser comes back, that scrap shield is enough to keep him safe versus Maokai, and they get the 2 for 0. Massive for a top jungle.
Exactly right. While those 2 kills were given to Tomo early for Dignitas, Boogie now with 2 kills of his own and still has that Rift Herald in pocket. Second dragon now spawned, and you can already see some of the pressure as Santorin is checking it early and dropping down the controls.
Yeah, and they have a lot of, they have 2 completed items on their mid and bot lane, so I guess they're just going to feel like they can't really contest. Oh, they're going for the mid.
Looking to keep Jensen out. They do grab Jensen's flash, but he's going to make his way to the rest of Dignitas for some team support to split this dragon take 1-1 on the scoreboard.
And look at that. Only a couple seconds left. Just now, the Vi ultimate comes back. That's literally the nerf that they did to Vi, where they increased the ultimate cooldown by 20 seconds. You saw it in action. He had no ultimate for the actual dragon. It was only just after it was finished. And TSM not in the position with pushing lanes to be able to move into it. So Dignitas, really good job jumping on that little timing window. And even though TSM will get their activation of the Rift Herald mid, get their turret plates, the dragons are now split. They don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, but now it's TSM's turn. I mean, they're going to take back River right now, and they have their completed items, especially onto Ezreal.
Can they stop the back? Boogie was coming down. Boogie pinged for a possible come from behind the tower, but
barely missed it.
But off of that Herald drop, gold is even between the two teams, even in kills and more solo. Is that worrisome for either of these sides?
A little bit, but Boogie's looking for something good right now. Maybe they get a couple kills here.
Channeling and try. Poom's just walking up to it. The first to be targeted as Chime follows over the wall. Tomo with ult activated, and Santorin following up on the Q. Knocks back Boogie, but it's a trade here. Poom is the first to fall as Boogie as well gives his life. Jungler for support. And Blast Cone over the wall for the escape.
Interesting. Tomo's left with only 300 HP under this tower. So if no one else is going to support, that seems like a big win for TSM. Yeah, you split 1-for-1 kills, but Turtle gets another plate. All these minions start dying to the tower too. That's a cannon minion down. Tomo's going to lose out on a little bit more. Doesn't get access to the minion wave to be able to use his static shiv. That's 2 turret plates picked up off of the back of that play for Wild Turtle. So,
and they got the cleanse, so maybe they can come back and try to make a play on him later.
Yeah, pretty big stuff. Boogie, as we've been saying all series long here for TSM, comes back in a pretty big way. He starts it out, yeah, they're under the Braum for the beginning, but as soon as they see the Zeri, he ults over to the Zeri. They're able to get the splash damage onto the Braum as well as a big chunk onto Tomo, and that chunk does have a kind of a lasting effect there, allowing Turtle to get the turret plate money. And Trinity Force Ezreal feels pretty good right now, especially with the tier stacking as well. Muramana will come shortly.
And I think when, you know, the games like this, and all their gold is pretty much on Tomo, it's really just one good play onto Tomo, get a kill, maybe it's on your Ezreal, and all of a sudden TSM in driver's seat.
Yeah, I like this. Maybe it's on your Ezreal, you know, add on all these...
maybe it's on the Ezreal, maybe they kill their Nexus while they're doing it.
Yeah, maybe.
but it's kind of true. I mean, the game is pretty slow right now. Lanes are pretty much even. It's really the small things when you're in, you know, playing an LCS game. Just getting like one good kill really can like put you in the driver's seat, even for just the tempo.
Tomo currently the richest in the game, but Wild Turtle the richest for TSM. They know that Poom and Santorin are lurking, just had the control that was taken out and want to clear this wave because the turret on bot side is a bit weakened for the TSM side. No turrets taken yet though. Solo, you're saying how it's a bit slow and kind of paying more attention to the intricate moments when there's so much on the line for these teams facing elimination.
Yeah, we might have a big fight here, and they don't have TP on Insanity, so it might be a 4v5. But if they, you know, maybe Rumble can carry it, if they have a good engage to start here. Oh. Just kidding.
You can see Poom trying to fish for it just a bit, knowing that Tomo is in a powerful position and wants to keep him as protected as possible. Still a little bit of time before Chime's ultimate comes back up. Jensen taking some damage, but did just level up to 12 here in mid, and the sustain to be able to back it up.
Boogie is living down bottom right now.
He's just hanging out.
He is loving the bot lane.
Honestly, I do like that for TSM. Throughout this split, Turtle's been so reliable as a carry force for them, and the Ezreal right now is in a pretty good state. Meanwhile, they haven't paid nearly as much attention towards mid lane as they previously had. So Insanity here on this Jace Tristana matchup, I feel like Jensen is quite happy with the salty run backside.
And Jensen does have Poom coming towards mid as well, matching Chime's rotations.
So just to give an example of how slow Dig is playing and willing to just kind of like hang it back, is Boogie's showing bottom for the whole minute and a half, and they don't even really try to walk into the Herald to contest, you know?
Santorin starting it up over here on the Herald, does throw out the ultimate, and yeah, Wild Turtle's hanging down on the bot side. But TSM are just lurking in the jungle, kind of keeping eyes on what's going on, but no attempt to contest here.
Now I see how quickly Turtle can push. Can he take the rest of that tower? That tower was really low last time we looked at it. It's not going to overstay though.
I feel like TSM might have an opportunity here, just run to Dragon. I mean, they're not going to have Maokai ulti for a little bit. Just this could be their time to kind of make the fight happen.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that's the call since Turtle didn't do the greed play. He was like, you know what? I'm going to do my reset. I want to go for tempo instead. I'm not going to greed for the tower because I will get my Muramana in base and head out here with 2 items.
2 items to the 2 items for Tomo as well. The Nibori quick blades have been completed. TSM have made their way towards the river. And Boogie going in for the play. Whoa. Teleport from Dignitas. Double stun. Poom and Jensen having to make their way out of it. Chime flashes out of the way. Rich has already drawn the Ornhorn. And look at Tomo locking onto Boogie. Takes a lot of damage as a result, but still able to follow up with the autos, taking down Boogie. Tomo is now Santorin, the pressure onto Rich that has nowhere he can go, nowhere to hide, but Roots followed by Santorin with the Nature's Grasp. Jensen poking all he can, but also getting some time bought as Santorin goes in. Now TSM tracking the enemy jungler to make sure he is nowhere near this objective. Just want to try and get one last land. Cannot connect with the shock blast, but Santorin, where are you gonna go, my friend? Maybe just take some turret shots on the escape. Oh, he just deny it.
Oh my. All right, we're going to see in the replay, but this actually is saved by Insanity coming in like Thor with the hammer on Jace.
Dropping the hammer.
He actually drops the hammer and kills the Zeri because TSM are pretty deep here. They're overextended.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, Insanity's across the wall. So Dignitas are like, you know what? We're going to chase him down. Boogie does a good job delaying and he jukes the Ornn ultimate, but this right here where he ults into Wild Turtle combo, they get the Zeri low. Boogie's going to go down early, but look at Insanity. Jace, he runs all the way through the whole team.
Somebody stop this man.
He drops the hammer on the backline, and they've killed both backliners there with the help of Hansar's ultimate. So huge stuff there. Insanity was across the wall for the beginning of that fight. He was just like, oh, I'm going to save this one. Runs all the way through to drop it down onto Tomo and TSM. They picked up the Dragon plus now 2,500 the gold lead.
Yep, reaping that reward of that hammer drop. Hansar also pressuring down on bot side for the first turret to be picked up in favor of TSM. Good play from them to extend this gold lead past 2,000. But Dignitas, they do have that Rift Herald that they had previously acquired. You're never going to scoff at being able to crack mid open just to increase the agency with which you can flow through this map for Dig.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a great fight for TSM, and they really bought themselves some time. I think, you know, they still got some work to do. You know, they're going to get outscaled, so they need to start winning more, but it's good to kind of get those shutdowns and get the kills on the right people. I think getting Jace some kills is really important.
Jensen's feeling aggressive up top, knows that he won't be able to finish off Insanity, but can get him low enough where he has to back.
He knows Worlds is on the line, and he does not miss.
And he was like, oh my God, Jensen, he just made, or Insanity just made such a big play. Let's see what we can do about on the teleport back to the top side. Just trying to fight out some control of the vision around the Baron. Now they have freedom to move into the river. Chime gonna lead the way, looks pretty safe.
Solar Flare rather attempted to drop onto Tomo, but can just sidestep it. So a couple ultimates used by the bot duo of TSM. They know that they need to take out Tomo to be able to win out on fights.
Yeah, right now getting mid tower is the priority, and I think they should fight them. I mean, they don't want to let them have it for free.
Over the wall, the Nature's Grasp comes. Rich gets a double knock up, and Pooh making sure to dash to follow. Good follow-up of the CC, and it's Rich taking down Chime. Teleport coming in for Dignitas. They've eliminated two, trading that for their top laner's life. But it's Dig now, still standing out and coming out on top of that fight. When there's no jungler around, they can threaten on the map.
Poor Boogie got put on the wrong side of the wall from Tomo. I'm not sure it made that much of a difference, but this is really good from Dig. No freebies, man. Why you hitting our mid tower? We're gonna fight you, of course.
Yeah, Santorin lays down the Maokai ultimate, charge him down. Good stuff there. Boogie living that Vi life. We've all been there. Happens every once in a while. But TSM, they immediately reset into pushing out all lanes too. Hansar pushing on bottom side, and Sandy goes right back up to handle those minions towards the top as well. So Dignitas, while it is a nice step back into the game, TSM immediately kind of stabilized.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the biggest hurdle for this game is how is TSM going to actually crack mid tower without losing something? Because going first when you have a comp like this is the most important thing. Vi needs to get onto a priority target. They need the layer, the Rumble ulti on top of them, and they just need to get a kill. So they're back here again, trying to get it.
And how often can you expect Santorin to be lurking from the jungle for that Nature's Grasp angle to be able to lock them on their attempts push across mid? They don't have a wave to continue on that pressure for now, but keep sending Hansar towards that bot side to keep that bot turret protected.
These are two kind of slippery carries as well. When you're talking about Boogie trying to start off these combos onto either Tristana or the Zeri with a cleanse, both of them have options here to try and outplay what is usually a death sentence. You know, a Vi into a Leona ultimate from super long range and all of this long range damage to follow up. It's really going to be on these two Dignitas carries try and outplay that TSM assassination.
Yeah, and I really like the itemization by Tomo. I mean, at this point in the game, like one bad fight, you lose Baron, all of a sudden you're down like 5,000 gold. So getting the stopwatch now instead of kind of greeting and going for it later, I think can be really important for the next fight coming up.
Yeah, if you stopwatch one Vi ultimate, you can win the whole game sometimes off a Baron after that or something.
A 5-kill Zeri at that for Tomo. So definitely somebody that offers a lot of firepower alongside Jensen here when they do fight against TSM. Just a bit over 30 seconds until that dragon spawns and you can start threatening objectives on both sides of the map. TSM spending a lot of time clearing out for now, and Dignitas positioning into the enemy jungle for warding.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, we only have 20 seconds till Dragon, so 3 members top might be a pretty hard commitment for TSM, and Dignitas, they're going to get mid-prio first.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just going to trade or try to force them to come to their side. But I feel like you're playing Jace, you really need to be, Jace Ezreal especially, you need to be at the objective first to really kind of get control and get your poke off. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Ornn's pinging Dragon, setting it up right now.
You gonna solo it?
It's gonna take a while for the Ornn. Call over some DPS maybe.
There's Tomo.
They can finish it off.
Help.
But yeah, TSM, they make the call. We're gonna go for topside tower instead. But their own bottom side turret is like 1 hit, as we just saw from being taken as well. So Dignitas.
I just don't know how much stronger you're going to get as TSM. I feel like right now is kind of the time to just send it and fight. So I'm not happy about that decision. I mean, you're trading it for top towers. If you're trading for mid tower, I can kind of understand because you're going to open up the map, give you more opportunities.
Yeah, you don't, and with these team comps, you don't want to be the ones being like, oh yeah, we're just going to trade and scale other side of the map, because they made the changes in draft here to have more agency in this mid game to force those fights with the Vi Leona. Now that some of the outer towers are down, maybe you have more area to work with. Maybe they can find one of those fights, but
maybe it does lead. Now they have top tower, they can get the push, fast track to mid, get the mid tower. I can kind of see it, but they've got to make it happen, and they got to go fast too, because you know Ornn's already upgrading some items. You don't want it to be 5 Ornn upgrades.
Well, this is kind of the peak here for this TSM comps, to have both of your Muramanas transformed for both the Ezreal and the Jace. Your poke is really hitting now. so you need to Vi ult somebody and make sure you can land those skill shots and make use of those transformed items. The 3-item power spike for Ezreal is kind of the dream here. So maybe Wild Turtle can work some magic for them. Tomo's gonna have to use that, all his defensive capabilities, it looks like, because here they come.
TSM focusing on to the mid turret. 2 ults by Dignitas, knock up onto Hanser, burned down and killed by Poom. TSM now on the retreat after taking the objective. They will accept the single life lost and being able to crack open mid.
Uh-oh. That Rumble did not get as big of a lead early in lane phase, and then died under tower to the Ornn coming through with the big Ornn ultimate. And TSM got your objective. They got your mid tower.
I just love this stuff from TSM. It's like, when will you learn this lesson? We'll not give you mid tower for free. Yeah, I mean, they ended up getting it, so 1 kill for tower, not the worst thing, but it is comical that they just relentlessly want this tower.
And still, Hanser didn't use Flash, still has teleport available, and not many resources that were traded on the side of that death, but TSM, I know that you're mentioning the window kind of closing if they don't make some proactive plays, and it looks like they're scrambling to do so.
I mean, yeah, we've got both carry items Ornn upgraded now. Both the quick blades have been buffed by Rich. He's fully doing his job. He's even built the Abyssal Mask this time around to help out with amping some of that damage too. Bloodthirster now done for Tomo. Boogie, though, they want to make something happen. TSM, they've got the Leona Vi here trying to work around a Maokai ult.
Downtown Nature's Wrath does grab one. Rich following up with the dash, and Boogie in the center of them all sets him up for some good damage from Tobo and more as Santorin gets the kill credit. So TSM, they lose their jungler, and Dignitas take the opportunity to rotate towards Baron.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can do something here, but TSM's so slow to react to these engages. They really need to just pull their own trigger.
And it's all on Rich to create the space. Santorin making the turn alongside the rest of TSM. Jensen knocking down Chime, but it's answered with some insanity.
They did it!
The ace from TSM to turn it around at Baron.
Insanity, Duskblade comes wiggling out of that team fight. So much damage, and Turtle on the 3-item power spike. Ezreal, TSM, they stop it at Baron. Dignitas, Baron, even in a 5v4, they're still haunted by the old memes because it looks great for Dig. You think, oh, look at that. They pinned him against the wall. Boogie is completely deleted from the game. So it's a 4-on-5 and no jungler for TSM. Of course we go over to Baron. But Haunter Rumble ultimate in the back of the Baron pit softens them up. Then they get the engage here. Insanity pops out as they get the kill, but he goes right back in with this hammer. He's aptly named for this type of Jace play. He just keeps on melee form Jace blasting. Dignitas goes right back in, pops a bunch of them, and Wild Turtle still able to fire from the outside, so they get a huge pop. Boogie's like, yeah, good job, team. Watching from the sidelines.
We're really excited. And they got Baron.
Able to get the Baron afterwards, too. This is huge.
Rich into some trouble right now. Flashes away from Insanity with red in his eyes.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, the adrenaline. They're putting a stop to, to the snowball here. I was bumped up for them after that fight. That was such a big comeback right when TSM needed to. You know, you're at the mid game here. It's starting to kind of leak away from you into the orange scaling, into the double AD carry comp for Dig again. You're kind of seeing flashes of game one start to play, but TSM came up with a huge play there. Level 16 Insanity with the Baron buff now, and they've got the power to really make use of the siege of this buff. So hopefully this will be a short-lived pause.
Yeah, and I'd like to see that fight again if we have time, because to me, the re-engage onto the 4 looked really good. I mean, you get the massive knock-up, Maokai's root on somebody, and yet somehow they get completely run over by the Insanity Jace. And a part of me thinks they maybe just went a little bit too fast. You know, you have the jumps on Jensen and Tomo, and I think they kind of just melee ranged a little bit too hard and got one shot. So I'd like to see that again just to see how it all played out. But you're right, TSM, like, really clutch fight to kind of win the game back.
All right, I wonder if they could slow it down too once we get to the actual 4v5 part, because this one, we know the outcome of this one. Boogie gets completely blasted by Dig, but they do use a lot. You know, Ornn ultimate is down. The Zeri ultimate was popped as well. Basically all ultimates there from Dig. So then they come right back up. Let's take a look. Turtle's poking, Sandy's trying to poke, then they get the Ornn tries to go in off this. Boom! Big knockup.
Really far away. And then when we jump in, I mean, I'm not sure the Tomo flash in is the
and Baron is spitting on him too.
But really good by Insanity. I mean, to just jump in like that, you flash hammer Q into 4 people.
It worked before in the other fight.
That's their real engage.
Yeah.
Why is this a distraction for the flash Jace hammer?
Look at that. Still trying to understand.
Still trying to figure out what happened.
What? How can he just do that?
I mean, it does seem like it was a combination of both maybe going a little too fast, as you said, Solo getting into range of TSM on the side of Dignitas carries, but then Insanity also being willing to just go in the way that he loves to do.
I mean, it was Tomo's like a 30% HP Zeri there too, so it's like, it looked really juicy. He had no flash. The Baron was also still auto-attacking Tomo because it's still going to be locked in, them coming from the pit. And Insanity in 2 critical fights now for TSM has just run up and down smashed this team.
Can I flame Raz real quick?
Do it. Yes, please.
In the previous game, we were talking about, and this kind of applies to here because the comps are really similar. He's talking about Eclipse being, you know, he's like, well, maybe Eclipse is better. Every time I talk to somebody, they're like, yeah, Eclipse is good here. We see why Duskblade is better.
Dude, what? Duskblade is so OP right now. Keep on flaming. Duskblade is the thing, I feel like, keeping AD assassins alive right now. That it's so insanely good, but maybe we get another replay. Oh, yeah, look at a little bit of a bug detector here. What do you think it is, huh? We're getting kind of zoom everywhere. I'm like, what am I looking at here? Jensen? Oh, it's not Jensen. Here we go back down to mid. Okay.
I know, we just know it's a bug, but I don't know where it is.
Oh, it's not mid either. Oh, door number 3. Gromp. Maybe it's a Gromp bug. That could be game changing. No,
the bug is my jungler who's trying to take the camp instead of giving it to Lady Carry.
We're cruising.
taking a little stroll down Summoner's Rift.
Oh, is it Charm? Oh, what do we got around Charm? No. The minions all look pretty normal.
I got the answer of what it is, but I feel like I don't want to interrupt your game of I Spy.
A leisurely stroll.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard. Okay, is it around Insanity?
No.
What is it?
It was Rich who called it, so something on Rich's end.
Well, Rich is around Insanity.
That is, well, around. Insanity didn't call
Boom! Lawyered. Honestly, I wonder what it is. He can't see. He's on. Thank you, observers. He doesn't look bugged to me. You know, that looks.
Yeah, he looks like Ornn.
He looks normal to me. Yeah. Got some little.
Saw something.
He's burning a little, some demonic burn on him, maybe, huh? Maybe we go check in with David. He's always good for a hilarious sideline interview.
They really need to implement those into the pauses more. Interviewing players.
Would you be willing, like during a pause, are you so set in the game, or would you be down to just chill and chat? I feel like it's hard to know in playoff time. Sometimes players are down with it, and sometimes they're like, nah, I'm really focused.
I think that could be funny. I think it'd be also interesting to just kind of, because they don't let you talk really on stage. No, they want game plan. Really just open up the comms, you know. That's what the people want to hear. Just the players hanging around, making jokes and stuff.
We had some open comms earlier last weekend, and maybe we keep those closed.
So it seems that the Ornn dash did not work as intended. That is the bug here.
His W. All right, can we see it again then from the beginning? Or his E.
I think his E.
We'll take a quick look at it because we are going to chrono break. If you want to see.
All right, let's see the E.
Oh, I see it on the. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Okay. Here comes Haunser.
Yeah. To explain. I've never had this bug. I'm kind of an Ornn savant, so. But he used E, and for whatever reason, it just didn't move his character. It didn't give him the dash. I'm not really sure. I've never actually seen this bug, so.
Then he had to flash too, so yeah.
But then he lost flash for it, so.
I'd be pissed.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
It does seem like it's a very valid reason to pause. It was confirmed, and therefore the chrono break will be happening. And while we do look at this moment,
it was like the last bit of his W was coming out too.
His mechanics were too good. He E'd after W too quickly.
Too quickly.
That's why it would never happen to me.
And hit pause quick enough too.
I like that. You know, there's little things with Ornn too that like people who don't play don't know. Like the last bit of the W breath is the best part. That's what applies to brittle and everything. And people don't try and dodge it or anything.
I do feel like he was very fun to kind of investigate the differences in his abilities, but now kind of has this identity as, tank in the top side, but still a lot of nuance to him. For now, though, we're going to chill a little bit, waiting for this pause to resolve. So, Kobe, I think we should take a look at your heist of the century.
All right, we all know why we're here. Summer finals are right around the corner, which means the LCS trophy is back up for grabs. So you know what we're going to do?
I'm going to win it.
No, I'm gonna win it.
No, I am. Winning is for losers. We're gonna steal it. Any questions?
You said there were gonna be bagels?
Not a question. So here's the plan. The trophy's locked up in Riot's multi-level, titanium-fortified underground vault. Needless to say, security's gonna be tight. There are state-of-the-art 4K biometric cameras at every entrance and exit, and a laser field protecting the trophy at every angle. For the last 2 weeks, Busio's been working there as our inside man.
And I said, I'm not even from here.
He'll tap into the grid and cut power to the building. Once disabled, the core control will activate the vault's emergency protocols and send out an immediate repair notification. Licorice, your muscle. You'll intercept that call and roll up in uniform.
Maintenance.
A shark costume? What the hell?
It's the only costume I own.
All right, new plan, Fudge, you're the muscle.
Maintenance.
And Licorice, that makes you our eyes in the sky from the mobile command center.
Fudge taking my job again. What else is new?
Meanwhile, I'll shimmy through the ventilation system as Fudge disables the guard. Any day now. Guard neutralized, I'll lower myself down. Carefully, I'll weave my way through the laser grid using my finely honed body. Every move, every gesture, perfectly executed, thanks to my rigorous years of training. Like a praying mantis, I'll move completely undetected. All right, I'm through. What'd I say? Piece of cake.
New plan, new plan!
Don't worry, Kobe, you got this. I believe in you.
I got 20 bucks on the guards.
I can feel you!
Kobe, you need us to send in Fudge?
I got this.
What
Okay, Kobe, are we looking in there? Come on, Kobe, let's wrap it up.
I've got a badge. Headed to the vault. Hey, not so bad, right, guys? So, what are you gonna do with your share?
Some issues with the heist, it seems, but I'm sure the trophy's going to be intact by finals. Speaking of which, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. We'll be there. We'll still have to determine what teams will be there and what's going to go on. And the rest of the game is, it was an Orn bug.
I saw a lot of flame. People were like, why did you use Bustio? 100 Thieves not going to be there. They could be.
They could be.
You were one of the flamers early. You said you didn't have any faith in 100 Thieves.
Well, I feel like it being a heist, too, you have to have someone from 100 Thieves.
It's a legal thing.
Yeah.
Also,
they have the most experience.
If they have a low chance, like, they need to steal it the most. Fudge and Licorice, like, they'll probably be in finals,
That's true.
right?
That's true. Well, yeah. That's fair. Also, nice moves, man. Remind me to never piss you off, because you can really kick some ass.
It's because the last one we did with Dash last year, where we got the Marvel stunt coordinators, and they had training for weeks, learning how to do stage fighting and stuff. I get an injury every single time still, but it's so much fun. It's so worth it.
What was the first time around or second time around? Do you feel like you were the most personally beat up after? Do you feel like you improved?
The first time, because I busted my ankle and I could not walk on my right foot for a week. But
you're up and at him now.
My story is boring rich. Look at this. Yawn.
So no superhero contract from Marvel?
Dude, I'm waiting. We made 2 little short YouTube videos. Now it's time for the full movie, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Let's go.
They're airing everything now.
You'll be in the next. Hey, there we go. Saved.
All right. So remember, for those watching, Dignitas had started up that last Baron fight, did not go their way, so TSM were able to pick it up on the opposite side. now with this push, getting the tier 2 on mid, and seeing what else they can bring through.
All right, watch this big flash play from Rich. That's what the whole
He's
body
using that
is
flash
going
for
to be a
this.
game changer because TSM sieging up with the Baron right now. Wow, they've committed Tristana, Jensen to split push here. They got 1 tower for the Trist already. That is a pretty good tower taken champion, and TSM unable to crack the defense here towards mid.
Level 17 Tristana here at almost 30 minutes into the game, and Jensen getting another turret, which means that Insanity did have to answer him, but TSM continuing to push. Nature's Grasp thrown down by Santorin. Rooting too, but mostly to get this disengage going. It's the Baron empowered wave that they want to clear out with the cannon still standing for some time.
Yeah, and TSM really just trying to push mid. They've been a big fan of it this game, but I think they probably need to start playing another lane because they're going to get this tower, but if that's all they're going to get from this Baron, then I think Dig's like in an okay spot. Definitely still winnable.
Santorin tried to smite that cannon before the last auto could kill off the tower, but too late. Turtle's cannon does the job for him. Mid tower, all the mid towers are down now. We don't count the Nexus.
What will they go for now?
As mid towers, yeah. And the Nexus is the next thing in mid.
Looks like they can get the bot tower on the rebound, but really good for Jensen to get the top tower, pushing all the way. I mean, that's the thing you got to do when you're versus Baron is just be like, hey, you're going to push down a lane. I don't care. I'm going the other side. Come match me.
And they do have pretty good defense to defend against dives here. Very, very tanky front line, trying to all just block for Tomo.
All old stuff except for Santorin's, which should be up very shortly. Insanity making his way from mid, poking over the wall with the shock blast. Now that the turret is down, Jensen had to rocket jump away after getting stunned up. Boogie going in for it. A good hit onto Tomo by Insanity. And the disengage here from Rich with the Ornhorn. They lost their jungler and the turret.
Yeah, some good damage done there. They forced out the rocket jump from Jensen, then the equalizer came down, roasted the rest of them alive, so they had to limp away, and TSM focused down the tree first. They used that kill to finish off the mid inhibitor, and the last bits of that Baron are going to expire, so that should put a stop to the push.
Yeah, and I think when they come into this next Baron fight, a big thing I think TSM should think about is just hit the front line, because Zeri's building like all these defensive items, and you have stopwatches. Like, you can win this front to back now. You can just one-shot the tank.
Yeah, especially because you have a lot of percentage health damage and magic or armor shred. Look at all this armor shred. You have Vi, who already with denting blows shreds armor, plus it's a black cleaver Vi shredding for both these carries, who also both have Cyrilda's Grudge. So they can definitely go through that front line, as we just saw Santorin going down. Don't have to do the hero Vi play where you're deep inside the back line trying to make the Vi ultimate onto a Trist or a Zeri work with your Leona follow-up. No need to get too fancy.
Yeah, and I think for Dig, they really have to use Baron as their advantage. Like, you have Maokai, it's going to be so hard for them to just, pull it without your knowledge. And I think you just hope that they throw at Baron in a way, which is funny for Dignitas being the team that throws at Baron. But yeah, you kind of have to use it as like another champion for you, because right now you're just not strong enough to front to back them for free.
Dignitas did spend some time earlier on in summer starting to redefine the Dig Baron, but here did lose out on the previous one against TSM, who want to push up on top and mid to create the space. There's still a minute and a half until that next Baron spawns, so see what they can do to control this jungle and grab a tier 2 on the top side. Enough range for them to be able to do so, and Dignitas timid on their stance with supers coming up mid.
Yeah, TSM continuing with some good siege play here. Keep throwing down these Rumble ultimates to chunk down multiple people as you siege at the tower, pushing them off, using the slow to be able to land their skill shots as well, and Insanity moving in to finish off another tower. TSM cleaning so much of that standing gold off the map, almost up to 6,000, the gold lead here, plus the Dragon Soul pretty soon. So they're sitting pretty. If they can just push out a couple more waves and then set up as we have Baron arriving first, then they might be able to...
Yeah, they really just need to, get that deep vision, get lanes pushed, and then when they're walking in, do the same thing they've been doing on the towers. Drop the Rumble ulti, you get a good EQ onto the back line, and all of a sudden it's like, guys, our Tristana or Zeri is half HP, we can't fight, we have to back off. So I think right now, like, They're in the driver's seat. It just takes one good poke off to kind of just get the Baron and continue to snowball.
And while now we are 20 seconds away from that Baron spawning, TSM did make a lot of work of, that quick cooldown on that equalizer, getting the siege. You can see the bounties available for Dignitas. 6,000 gold lead for TSM. And cutting off all the avenues of approach for Dig. All ults at the ready, though, for Dignitas, as it has been pretty quiet on the Rift within the last couple minutes.
I'm feeling an Ornn ulti flash, second ulti engage. That flash is so value right now.
Honestly, here we go. Leona ult.
Solar Flare locks onto one main. Santorin ults in response. Ornhorn drawn. Multiple routes onto TSM. Jensen rocket jumping out of it, and the lightning crash activated. Equalizer thrown down. Jensen claims a kill onto Chime. So TSM with Boogie and Insanity already marked low. They cannot continue to commit. And Dignitas back off of the poke that is being offered by TSM.
But as we know, TSM 4v5 is their comfort zone. That's how they've come back every fight, so it might be a little hard with Turtle getting this choked, but...
Yeah, explosive shot blows up on his head. He's trying to heal off the Wolves right now. TSM, no, it's going to get started up. Can they pull it off again? They did it one time before, teleport coming in.
Insanity has flash too, so he can go for the one-shot on the Tomo.
Burn down. Santorin does secure the Baron, though, this time around. No fight to follow.
Sanity wants a bit more, but the rest of TSM were backing off. Just him and Hanser harassing and trying to keep them at bay while the rest of the team goes for the soul. They're just trying to stop backs to buy time for the rest of the team to get the soul. They can get kills.
Santorin is low. Q's out of it. Rich.
2v5.
Takes him.
Can I just win right here?
Insanity's going for more. Santorin ults in response, and Jensen ends up getting popped. Boogie out on top. The biggest nuggy, a big bully Boogie. But it's Dignitas still with 2 alive.
It was so close for Insanity to just clean up, kill Tomo, kill Maokai. Oh my gosh, I gotta see that replay to see exactly what happened, but oh my goodness, that could have just been the game.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the rest of the people come with Insanity. If Insanity wants to fight, I'm gonna go right behind him. That was massive. They almost 2v5'd that. Let's take a look at this chase.
The Rumble ulti, oh my goodness, so good.
It's so juicy, Hanser.
Perfect, getting so much value.
And he's coming in, he's got his heat primed, flashes over with the flame spitter going, burns down Rich, Insanity pops the second one, tries to flash on Tomo. If it wasn't for that stopwatch, Insanity just clears them. Ooh.
We know how much Insanity loves to be a playmaker for TSM and how it can work out when they are unified. In fact, Chime, in a recent interview on Small Talk with Shibby, was kind of noting the unique lens that Insanity brings to the team, and that when they're all on the same page, they can execute well, but sometimes bringing that together can be difficult. But in this case, despite being a little disjointed, we're able to still pull out some kills.
Yeah, and they did get the Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
So it is a Cloud Soul, but it is a decent soul, actually, to be able to get that extra move speed. Boogie around the side, speaking of which.
Yeah, and then to kind of go back, we've been talking about scaling a lot. Oh, big fight coming soon.
You can see some of the poke coming from Insanity over the wall as Dignitas burn down the tier 2 on mid. So more of this map getting cracked. Boogie wants to continuously find the angle. Equalizer dropped down, but mostly a line for Dignitas to just walk past. Here's Boogie attempting to make the play, cannot connect.
So the point I was trying to make was, I know we talk about Dig outscaling a lot, but since they got the Cloud Soul and just the nature of how these fights are going, I actually feel like TSM is not unlosable, but man, are they in the driver's seat? Because the problem that Dig is having right now is they just cannot stick and engage that equals like a winning team fight. You know, they can kill one person, probably the Leona, sometimes the Vi, but they can't like completely push them out or completely chunk them out. And especially with the Cloud Soul giving them so much MS, you're just gonna get chain poked down, Rumble ulti like they just did, and eventually they're just gonna kill a straggler and just be able to get an objective or just keep on going.
And here they go. Another engage towards mid, trying to burn them down.
Rich and Santorin activating the ults, and Boogie finding one equalizer drawn. Jensen goes into stasis. Santorin re-entering the fight, but Hanser has already taken down Jensen. The GAB and pop. Santorin has fallen. Double kill for Hanser in the top side. A veteran that continues to evolve throughout this game and offer much for TSM to follow up upon. Ace for TSM as they venture towards the base.
Yeah, that's going to do it. TSM, with the win on the team fight mid, are going to take game 2.
My prediction looking good. 2 more, right?
Like I said, you got the 1 out of the way. Now you're right on path, and we see the reason for the salty run back here from TSM. Just some slight adjustments to champ select.
Elimination territory, and it's 1-1 on the score.
And these poke champions, when you have the buffs to the Sojin on this patch, they made Spear of Sojin a lot more efficient, reduced the cost, gave it extra HP also. You just see the frequency of the damage coming from both the Jace and the Ezreal in so many of these situations. Being able to get a little bit of a health lead just changes the entire fight here, and TSM are able to actually win their side of the saltier run back, which is really, really fun for the series. Now coming in 1-1 here. We'll see what adjustments we make moving forward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Dig will probably switch sides and go blue, so we'll see a little bit of a different draft. But I think props to TSM. They made clutch plays and they kept in it. And I think especially after the first game just kind of went awry so quickly for them. This is like big because they can just out teamfight them, it seems like, when it comes to, even though they're playing against like a harder scaling comp.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. Jensen tried to rocket jump onto the Vi, which meant Boogie got a free Q onto the Tristana and then forced the Tristana's stopwatch super early. I feel like Jensen played that really, really aggressively. Yeah,
aggressively.
Erroneously aggressive. Because if you're ever jumping onto a Vi, you have to think with like champions like Vi or Gragas or something, their knockups, their dashes overpower basically everything.
Yeah.
So if you're giving him a free Q and then he still has ultimate too, the Tristana just lost all DPS uptime there, had to go immediately into stopwatch, then was down. So definitely an exciting series. I'm excited to see the next game because it could go either way.
Yeah, it means we're all tied up now. Game number 3 is going to be an important one. Lounge, what do you think?
Yes.
No, it's not going to matter.
No.
Nah, I don't think
yes
so.
And no.
Technically,
No,
it doesn't matter until game 4 and 5.
Sure.
Right, game 3 is a wash.
We're-
Like, whatever.
okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at all the changes that were made in draft.
The salty run back.
Woo! So
Let's
obviously.
circle the changes. Oh, we're
On
not
ban?
even doing bans. Okay.
Oh, yeah, well,
Yeah. I mean, well, that is, I think,
Good place to start.
Fair.
So then, yeah. Wait, that's not a change.
Well, it was picked in a different spot.
Yeah,
But
okay.
the changes were the jungle for TSM
Yeah, here,
and then both teams
here.
supports.
And then support.
And for TSM, it made a lot of sense because their previous draft, as you see in the top version, was Rumble's not really a melee, not really a range. It's kind of this in-between thing. Lily's kind of in between. It's like basically 4 range plus a set is how that comp kind of plays. So I like them having a lot more engage options here. You could see it was very helpful in those late game team fights.
Yeah, well, let's roll through a few clips early. This one didn't work out so well.
This was spicy.
I thought Dig was going to win this game when they had like a 1,000 gold lead 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
I thought would be a scaling advantage with the Ornn pick.
Yeah, I will say though, in the post-draft interview I got to do with Revan, he did not think TSM was on much of a timer, and we saw kind of as the game progressed, the Jace Ezreal poke with the Rumble was just really, really effective at actually reaching backline, despite there being 3 tanks to theoretically block.
That was, for me, the biggest surprise. And I realized it was mostly just Jace taking good angles. Like, he had good angles, so it was really difficult for the
play, though.
to take. Yeah.
This is what got TSM back in the game. Boogie does get both the kills, but winning this 2v2 was so huge for accelerating the Rumble in this game.
Yep.
Yeah, this is possibly like the game-changing moment that happens before the game-changing moments, because if you never do that gank top lane, you continue to play around the Fed Zeri, maybe Dig is able to just snowball through.
And this is, I mean, pretty sure. Yeah, this is the fight that goes over into the jungle.
Oh yeah,
this, this
little overambitious
is where
Circle 'em.
Tomo gets separated from the team. It makes a massive difference. I know they talked about how he nearly dies here, and you think he might be able to go back into it. Insanity comes through.
Insanity had a lot of really good hammer form Jace plays. I do feel like if you're going to play this champion and you're not able to find the angles in the late game, that is the difference, I think, between good Jaces and bad Jaces is how you actually play in the mid to late game with the champion, and a lot of that is finding the right time to use your Dustblade active, get immune, find that one assassination, and run out kind of the backside of the fight.
Yeah, and I feel like Insanity did this a lot of being able to just target Tomo specifically, because there were maybe 2 to 3 fights in a row where Tomo was extremely low HP, and thank God you paused this, because we need to talk about
Let's
it.
pause right now.
All right.
Multiple choice. Multiple choice. You have Baron.
You're being chased. Active, like they know Insanity and Haunter are there.
They're like, maybe they don't want to kill us. We could just get back home faster.
Maybe they'll let us recall for the whole point.
Devil's
Play it
advocate.
out.
This is awful. Let's acknowledge.
Okay.
But Cloud Soul is up. There's minions on their door. They're hoping if they recall now, maybe they can stop Soul.
Make it. Yeah.
That's the only thing that makes any sense. They have 2 TPs. They're thinking maybe we'll delay it, like, because you can see Ornn also trying to recall.
Ooh, actually, wait.
I mean, this is what happened. Yeah. You can't see it.
Guys, Rumble got buffed again.
Oh my God, Rumble.
Giant Rumble.
I mean,
man.
I think the game was pretty close. Like either team could have won it until this play, where you sack so much for the Baron. It's like, okay, you're going to be down Soul Point from here on.
Yeah.
Just take the Baron and reset on the map and then break a turret or something. Because if they had used their Baron properly to break an inhibitor from here, maybe they can win, but too little, too late.
I gotta say, Haunter played really well.
Yes.
I thought his ults were consistently on point. He had really good, he was really good at getting in positions where he could burn people during his stopwatch, which is really nice.
I really loved his Rumble ultis throughout this game and also the last series. So I know a lot of people have been focusing on his Renekton, but his Rumble, I know, as broken as a champion as it is right now, he is really comfortable on it. And his ulti placements have been really winning the fight.
Yeah, this Ornn into the has been.
51,000 Rumble damage?
That's pretty good. That's not bad. I will say the Ornn, I don't dislike the counter, but I feel like he's in this middle ground between itemizing for himself and itemizing for the team with like the Abyssal Mask purchase where it's kind of amping their damage, but like either you can just go Fawn for yourself or you just go the pure support build with Radiant Virtue and Nice Vow and this kind of stuff and buff up your carry. So I don't know, I would love to see Rich on something that can actually do anything.
Mark, sit up in your chair.
Why?
He's tilted.
You're on camera, Mark.
You're in Dokla level of tilt.
You can see my head.
Just
Well, that's it from us. We'll see if we get yet another version of the same draft on the other side of the break.
Is that on camera enough for you now, Jet?
That was good.
I'm coming. I'm looking. You want go? I can go. It's looking really good.
Yeah, I'm on Dragon.
It's okay, I'm coming.
Good job.
I'm looking, Jace.
Slowly. Darius, just a flash. Look at Darius. Help Jace. Fight together, guys.
Jace alive.
Okay. Darius,
Back.
You can look your ult, maybe. How old is she?
Just you.
1 HP, you killed. Maybe. Nice try. Close.
Santorin re-entering the fight. The Haunter has already taken down Jensen. The GA being popped. Santorin has fallen. Double kill for Haunter in the top side. A veteran that continues to evolve throughout this game and offer much for TSM to follow up upon. Ace for TSM as they venture towards the base.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jaces, right?
Yeah.
I can talk almost perfectly.
Uh-huh. Whatever you say, man.
Reverse sweep.
What? Reverse sweep?
I'm good. I want the championship trophy.
I want the championship trophy.
Give me blue buff.
Give me blue buff.
Double lift is fed.
Huh?
Double lift is fed.
Double lift is fed?
Yeah. Who will win player of the split?
Who will win player of the split?
Me. Back and high hard. Oh my god,
What?
so hard. Back and hard.
Back and buy before Baron.
Alright. Fudge is harding.
What?
Harding!
Fudge is farting?
Farming.
Fudge is farming.
Yeah.
Ah.
God damn.
Can't say the word. Aaron,
What?
Aaron,
What? Baron buff?
Yes.
Blue buff? Okay.
Wombo combo.
Wombo combo.
Ilya is OP.
Something's OP. Ilya? Nilla?
Ilyo.
Ilya?
Ilyo.
Galio?
Ilyo. Ilyo.
Milio.
Who will he MVP?
Something MVP.
Who will he?
Who will be MVP?
Herastun.
What?
Herastun.
Permastun.
Ild Aissel ask.
Is a soul.
Ild
Build?
Aissel ask.
Ah, build abyssal mask.
S a high.
What? S is high.
S a high.
Pesticides.
You.
I'm trying.
S a high.
I can't get it. Does anyone else know it? Best of 5.
Every sheet I had bees on it, man.
I had the one with the bee, the Baron one.
All I had was bees. Every single one.
Yeah, the bees are impossible.
Oh man, welcome back, TSM.
That's a high.
Versus My favorite part of Turtle there is how, in his guesses, he just wasn't taking any context clues. Like, literally all of them were Baron buff or in-game things.
True.
Just like, oh, Aesol is ass. Like, they put that on a card. He just thinks in his head that will be on a card.
Oh my god, it said he was getting so mad.
I think it's also because Insanity would wait and think a little bit. It feels like Turtle would just blurt out whatever came to his mind first.
True. Honestly, that's just the trick of the game. You just got to keep throwing in answers. If you stop for a second, you're inting.
Either way, we got Game 3 coming up. Series currently tied at 1-1. Very similar yet different drafts in Game 1 and 2. We had, I believe, 7 of the champions in game remain the same between Game 1 and 2, yet Dignitas won Game 1 and TSM won Game 2.
Really like the adaptations out of TSM, getting rid of Rakan, who feels like hands down the best engager in the meta right now from the support position, and then themselves drafting a lot more engaged. This time they are on red side, so we can't have the same first phase.
Yeah,
well, I guess technically we can, but.
We also got Solo joining us for Champion Select. We're working you hard today, man. You're doing this Champion
running back
Select.
and forth.
You're going to be casting the game as well with Kobe and Gabby. What do you think is changing up here aside from the sides in Game 3?
Well, they got pretty similar bans right now. I think the big thing is if Dignitas is going to play the Rumble first pick. I think it's been, they go ahead and ban
boom.
Because, yeah, Rumble has just been insane. I think I was talking about earlier, the champion just pumps damage. No matter what happens, no matter what he's versus, he's always going to be like one of the highest damage dealing champions in the game. And that's hard to deal with, I mean, just in general, and especially if you don't have a great counter pick that's going to smash it.
We still are unsure what that great counter pick that smashes it is. And it's the same lesson that EG learned versus TSM is just double ban Hanser.
I gotta say, Hanser's pretty good. He's drawing 2 bans per game in all these series, and if you don't ban one of his if you don't ban one of his champions, it seems like he's able to take you down. So in theory, he's giving TSM a lot of draft flexibility. Another thing that's interesting to me is during the regular season, TSM was almost red side all the time, yet they were blue side the first 2 games, and it's actually Dig who took blue side away from them as loser of the series gets side choice in subsequent games.
Yeah, it's been strange because, TSM's whole MO has been getting counterpick support and making that kind of their playing around lane. But as you said, they just pick blue side and, to their credit, they're just blinding their bot lane and then they're just getting lane push anyways. So if they can keep that up, or even if they get counterpick in this game and they just hard smash lane, that might be the solution to get another win.
I do like what we've seen as an adaptation here. One, Boogie taking away the Maokai, even though it didn't win the game, it felt very strong in the previous one, and it obviously won Game 1. We're seeing the Jace Trist matchup again, but then the Sejuani is really interesting as well, because that does set up some more carry melee potential for Rich in the solo lane.
I wanted to mention the Ezreal quickly just because it works really well with the comps that TSM has been pushing out with Jace. So the poke has been nice. It has been doing a good job on its own in lane, as you'd expect. So the fact that it's getting past laning phase, which has always been the fear of AD carries whenever they're locking in Ezreal, is a big win, and it's been working out. So.
Yeah, in a way, I'm actually super curious about the jungle swap because I think Maokai goes super well with the poke of Ezreal and Jace, right? We've seen how strong this combo is. But then on the side of Dig, trying to get Santorin involved earlier with the Sejuani and then maybe picking something top like the Jax, if it doesn't get banned out by TSM here, will be really interesting to see from Dig because we have talked about how Rich has a lot of carry potential if they want to put resources into him.
And without having the Rumble top lane, higher chance he's going to be able to actually get prio.
Yep.
I am also a little curious with TSM here since they do not have the Rumble. I thought that was one of the most effective ways at reaching the backline, even if the Jace and Ezreal were hitting with some shock blasts and some true shot barrages. So overall, I am liking, it's very, very similar from TSM. But Dig, I think, is hoping that they've solved it by getting rid of the Rumble.
I want to see a Renata be picked by TSM. I think it does really well versus Rakan. Generally, Dignitas wants to walk into them, and you're seeing a Tristana first pick. I think in general, Renata does quite well against this comp.
Another Haunter ban.
Haunter drawing 3 bans.
To your point, Jad, I actually really like Dig's first 3 because they're going to play poke, but you have some of the best engage already.
Yeah, they couldn't get Rakan in game 2 either because it was 4-5 banned.
Exactly, and I think if they can just have a good 4-5 that supplements the kind of poor laning phase they're going to have from, bottom top, then they're going to be able to have a great job.
Oh, this
Chime
is...
Maokai support.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Haunter, Maokai top.
Nope.
They banned out the Malphite.
Chime has flexed
Bringing
it before.
Back.
No,
yeah, I think it's going to be Chime Maokai support.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you never know.
Oh,
and Cassante for Rich, it gets through.
Oh, Dig wants to win this game.
And the Ziggs.
They have a Ziggs weird flex going on now. I don't know. Maybe they'll
Do
put
we
it
think
anywhere.
that's Tomo playing
I think this is
Tomo.
G. I think
Oh,
it's
no,
Jensen
you're right.
Ziggs.
Yeah,
I think it's Jensen Ziggs.
Yeah.
I would really like it mid because Tristan is a great matchup into Ezreal. You can promo push him. You have the kill pressure when you can just jump on him whenever you want. So I really like Dig's draft this game. I will see. I think either way you put the Trist mid or bot, it's going to be fine. But I really like it. They got a ton of engage. They got playmaking everywhere.
And Trist Ziggs is just so awful to deal with. You give them time with a turret and it's down.
They do have a lot of range with the Trist Ziggs, but the other 3 are very short range. So I do like the Poppy addition here to stop the frontline engage from Dignitas. And you yourself have plenty of poke as well. So you can just land Jake's Shock Blast, Ezreal Qs, poke away at them. And whoever gets ahead has tools to deal with the other team pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, that's why I like TSM's comp personally is you have so much poke. If there's ever a level of engage coming at you, especially the Rakan cannot walk into this comp, honestly, with the Poppy. I think Poppy was a great pick
2
here.
seconds to trade.
It's Ziggs bot, baby.
Jensen Tristan are doing the same mid lane matchup once again. Ziggs Rakan, we'll have to see how that works out. As you can hear, Solo's made his way back up to the caster
He's
desk.
prepping. He's already there.
Kobe, Solo, Gabby, take it away.
Yeah.
Wait, how much could they hear, huh? Did they hear our earlier conversation?
I was surprised, Solo. They didn't make you run like sometimes people do have to do.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, these
cardio.
knees aren't young, so making it up all those stairs is not an easy task.
We actually had to wheel him over here.
Yep. Access ramp. But here we are, game number 3, TSM Dignitas all tied up. I know you're just with the lounge for draft. I do also, once we get into it, want to get some more thoughts on Haunter, specifically how he is playing in this game, but the attention that he is drawing in draft as well. Because Haunter versus Rich, definitely a matchup going into TSM versus Dignitas that many were looking at just because of some of the flash and the way that Dignitas played around Rich previously. But I think that Haunter on the side of TSM Solo, it feels like some have maybe discredited him, saying, he's just playing Renekton, or in the beginning, he's just playing Malphite, but drawing out bans in this case.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're gonna get triple banned or especially double banned in the first 3, you must be doing something right. So, props to Haunter. He's given his team a lot of advantage in terms of draft. It's a shame they got undrafted anyways, but we'll see. Maybe. But I really like Dig's draft. What do you think, Kobe?
Yeah, I just have, when we watch Team Liquid use the double Yordles, especially as your 2 carries, It just looks so good. And for so long, I feel like people have not been giving Ziggs the respect it deserves as a flex pick. I want to see how Tomo, plays it in the bottom lane. But in the LPL, they never stopped having it as an option as a bottom lane carry. And oftentimes used in kill lanes. Here, though, they're going to face check some poke.
Dignitas stepping up into the tri-brush. No connect with the Q.
Nice little dodge there. But yeah, the Ziggs, especially with combinations of CC champs as support, just like Rakan, you can get a lot of good plays into satchel charges to set up for jungle ganks. So I love to see this lane as a jungler. And oftentimes you can get some early attention down there. Whereas a lot of other mage lanes, sometimes you just play away from and leave them on their own. This one, you have both options because Ziggs can have really good wave clearing as well as gank setup options and burst combos. But we are into another pause. The first one was a mouse issue. Then we had our little Ornn issue.
Little Ornn issue. And now we have some other issue.
We got a mystery number 3.
Yep.
Number 3.
Always looking around to see if one of them is talking to kind of give us a direction of where it might be, but no info just yet. I'm also aligned with you, Kobe, though, in terms of keeping eyes on that bot lane. I know you mentioned Ziggs never really coming out of it in terms of the LCK, and I will say in the NACL as well, Ziggs always seems to be a pretty prominent pick.
And just to talk about, I want to talk about dig draft a little bit more. I think that one of the better things you need when you have a Ziggs especially is just a good 3v3 topside to get the Herald. Because Ziggs' whole idea is that you just want to kill as many towers early as possible with the satchel charge. And so having the winning 3v3, as opposed to the other couple games where they're just playing against Rumble, it's not going to be possible to really win that. I think it's going to be really big for Dig. And they finally have a good matchup for Rich where he's able to win and he's not going to auto lose. I think this is his opportunity to really showcase why he's probably one of the best Casantes in the league.
Sounds like you're really feeling the Dignitas side of this draft.
Yeah, but that's like the caster curse, right? So this draft is so good. I swear every time I see someone tweet about how good of a draft is or how much of a diff something is, the other team just completely rolls them.
I think Rich definitely had his very best games on Casante specifically, especially towards the beginning of the split too. So that could be big. For the TSM side, I feel like a lot hinges on how successful Boogie can be. Really think he is one of the main factors here, especially towards the early stages. And if he's playing Vi into this setup, you're kind of just looking at maybe they can do something on bottom side. Maokai plus Vi plays. Tristan is kind of hard to get something on, especially if there is a Sejuani jungle. So we'll see about the 2 jungle early on, as we did have opposite side of the map starts. So Boogie is going to start top quadrant and head down towards the bottom side first, as we've got a couple paragraphs of in-game chat going down during this pause.
A lot of literature to read here. Yeah, Boogie this game, I mean, he definitely has a hard task. I mean, there's not a great target for him to go on. I mean, he can kill the Ziggs, but Ziggs is kind of a champ where you can get all your damage off almost instantly and be impactful even if you get one shot. I think for him, he really needs to play around bot lane, try to stack up those dragons, and then put his team in his position where you have dragon advantage, maybe a slight goal lead, and all of a sudden you have to walk into, Maokai, Jace, Ezreal, which is really strong poke comp and hard to really just face check.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can pull that off. I mean, he had a great game on Vi last time, so I guess he's just feeling himself, and this is what he wants to play with.
And I think Boogie has definitely been one of those strengths for TSM that when you talk to other junglers in the league, yes, there's that clear top 2 of Blabber and River that everyone speaks of, but then some up for debate in that kind of 3 and 4 chunk. And you'll see some honorable mentions of Boogie and the way he's able to be proactive. I feel sometimes with TSM, because the Insanity narrative is so juicy, coming in as a sub and kind of showcasing what TSM has got going for them. Sometimes it goes a bit more quietly spoken about everybody else on this roster, Wild Turtle offering kind of that secondary carry, or in some cases primary carry, and Boogie, the way he's able to synergize with the lanes to get some of the early plays when it does go their way, and seeing what he was able to do on the Vi, switching things up in the draft a bit. We'll see what can happen now, even though there does seem to be some doubt on TSM's draft and how it holds up against Dignitas. it doesn't mean that they are lacking opportunities to bring themselves up in this series as it is tied 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, the last game I really did like. Once they got to multiple items here, with your Muramanas transformed and your Spear of Sojin, when you have so much ability haste and the poke is constant, then with all of the armor penetration too, they're able to kill frontline with poke. Like, they don't even have to then land the poke onto the back line. You've got the Vi Shred as well as the Srieldas coming through, and there are multiple times where even frontline members could go down pretty quickly. So we'll see about this. Also comes down to execution. One thing I was not impressed, the end of the game last time, Jensen with the Tristana rocket jump onto the Vi with a Rumble right next to him. That is definitely not how you want to play the team fights with the double AD carry composition, and was a big factor in them losing that previous game, which I think was definitely winnable still at that moment. But we're pretty deep into this pause.
Yeah, as you're saying, I feel like Jensen's been fine on the Tristana. I mean, obviously had a good game one, even though I feel like they just kind of picking up kills at the end there. But I do wonder, if they lose this game, we just got to change the mid matchups completely, right? I think for me, Jensen being on a mage, that's why I'm kind of a little disappointed they didn't put the Ziggs mid. Just because Jensen on a mage seems like way more of a comfort and way more of like what they need to do.
Yeah, I thought with locking the Tristana so early, they were trying to go for a bit of that bait, making them think it was going Jensen's way, but it looks like that was exactly the plan for Dignitas as we get back into game. Still early at 2 minutes, so no action at this point in time. But I also think on Tristana specifically...
I was going to get a little overwhelmed there. That was too much action. Good thing we paused. My heart can barely take it.
Those minions so much.
Needed a little more breathing room. But yeah, I think with just the other note I'll add on Tristana, I do feel like when you make a mistake on Tristana, it's definitely one of the more noticeable of the champs because you're trying to go in with a rocket jump, hoping for a reset to get out of there. And when it doesn't happen, everyone's looking at you for that mistake. So additional pressure. But not everyone on the stage looking pressure. We see some smiles, still some banter in the all chat.
I mean, it is nice that they've changed the stage allocation a bit so that you can actually
Oh, is
face
that what
each
they were
other.
speaking of during the...
Yeah, I mean, it's, they had the stage like straight across with the not being able to see the other players. And so now that you get to look at each other, I mean, it's all fun and games whenever there's a pause.
I am waiting for somebody to do the big kind of cross the stage taunt, stand up in the seat after a solo kill or after acing them.
Flex on him.
People always bring that up from Valo, but there's more downtime from Valo. In League, I feel like if you take extra time and stand up, there for sure, if people start doing that, there's going to be some time where someone gets caught, or they lose out. Plus, you have to use your time so much more efficiently in this game. It's definitely more difficult to get that in-person action. I do like the change that they made where they added little screens over the feet though now, so no feet for free on the
Oh, they have
LCS
screens on the
stage
feet
now.
Well, I mean, they've got to protect the integrity of the players.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
Do you kick your shoes off when you play?
Who's asking? Yes, I will admit on broadcast, I am a shoeless gamer.
Oh my!
I feel like it's the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I respect my floors. I don't want to get all scuffed up. So
I'm honestly shoeless most of the time when casting. It's just that I've been wearing high top forces lately, so it takes more work to unvelcro and untie and then put them back on if you want to leave. So I had to switch it up a little bit.
that's true. It's important to have slip-ons or some sort of if you're going to go shoeless. Nothing's more embarrassing than losing and someone's towering over you while you're trying to tie your shoes.
Yeah, that's true. And they offer a little just extra height depending on the shoe. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of interesting rituals that players have. Do you feel like when you're trying to play for stage versus playing at home, is there anything different that you do, or are you trying to recreate as much as possible your kind of home gaming environment? I feel like there's two different approaches.
I used to be so into the performance, trying to get the maximum
Get the right mindset.
Perfect diet.
Take the same amount of caffeine before each time.
I'm in the lab,
measuring it out,
trying to get it all perfect. But I almost feel like it's just better to try to be as casual as possible. I mean, you want to take it seriously, but you know, just don't make it a big deal. I mean, you're not playing a video game. You don't need to be like optimal. I mean, you're playing a video game. You don't need to be like the perfect human. You're not in a lab. So I think for me, I'm just trying to be.
Well, there we go. Clip it, everyone. That's why NA never won Worlds.
You're not built
I
in
promise
labs.
to want to be perfect.
What about you, Kobe? Were you big on that when you were playing?
Yeah, I'm perfect. Oh, no.
You were around when NA was peaking.
I actually do, because I recently started listening to a lot of this neuroscience podcast with Andrew Huberman.
Oh,
who
nice
has
drop.
really, really good and well explained tips for
Okay.
like small things that you can do to min max. And since I've always been into science, it was kind of a natural listen. I would say, warning to anyone who's like looking up now, his podcasts are 2 hours long because he takes a very long time. He goes very in depth explaining how these biological mechanisms work, but definitely is a big recommend from me if you want to try and become a perfect.
Do you want to share some knowledge?
I mean, he does so many little things. Like there's some small things you could do. Like now I'm in the habit of like going actually outside to get sunlight in your eyes early because it spikes your cortisol. Cortisol is your stress hormone that usually, especially for a lot of gamers, stresses you out at night when it's too high at night. But if you get sunlight in the morning, it'll spike in the morning and then naturally decline over the day, so that makes it
Who
easier.
gets stressed out in the morning? You wake up stressed out.
Then there's another episode on how you use stress to get excited and use it for positive. As we get back into the game, it's not just a stress hormone. Here we go, Rich charging up them Qs. We're back to good old League of Legends.
You know, if it was going to be paused anymore, we could give that podcast over to the players on the stage for the time a little bit. But doesn't look like they'll need to be queuing that into the ears for now, as we are back into game. Not much has changed since that time.
Yeah, they solved some bug that they never told me what was. So
We were very in the dark here, but it just keeps us on our toes.
Yeah, and I think this game is going to be like last one, where it's a little slow early. There's not really much to play around. I think Vi will try to do the same thing where she gets the early Drake at like level 4 or 5, using some of that bot prio. But Ziggs wants to farm up, get Lost Chapter, and just one-shot waves over and over again.
what's really cool too is the Vi this time around has the Maokai on the Vi's team. And my favorite little tweak that the designers have started making is that there are a lot of support champions now that have extra damage to jungle monsters.
Oh.
So Maokai's Q gets all this bonus damage for jungle monsters, really helps out with both leashing as well as doing dragons. Same thing for Rel, as Turtle is going in.
Already burned by the Ignite, brought just above 100 HP, but Poom and Tomo cannot close the space to follow up. Still, they do force him to back.
Yeah, good by Poom. I mean, trading your HP for the AD carry is definitely a winning strategy. And I think especially since the first two games, they had much tougher laning phases. Right now, I think they can, they're doing all right. I mean, the start of this is looking really good.
And those are those kind of kill-threatening combos that I was talking about with the Ziggs lanes where, you know, they use their Ignite this time around, but they've attracted the jungle attention whenever you do really deep trades like that and get some summoner spells start to go, junglers start to get attracted to bottom side. Rich is playing with fire here.
Yeah, Rich is getting bullied by Hansa right now.
Wow.
Flashes, keeps enough, just over 30 HP to be able to outlive that.
Wow, really good. I mean, Poppy is especially if you're a tank versus Poppy, I mean, once she's below that half HP threshold, she gets really tanky, and you saw Hansu kind of abuse that, where you just can't win these, like, you know, just auto trades with her.
Yeah.
So good job by Hanser. I was a little skeptical of Poppy being the counter pick in the Kazante, but this is a good start to it for sure.
Hanser's definitely showed up. A lot of people not putting very much respect on his name, Rich included, having to blow his flash now.
Yeah.
So we'll see if there are any extra openings to happen up there. But of course, Kazante is also really, really good at playing at his own tower and then threatens you with, you know, the multiple knockbacks and moving you back in, especially post level 6, to turn around some of those kills. So while you did get the flash, still have to be a little bit careful with that champion.
Yeah, and Rich still playing so aggressive. I mean, this is kind of his thing, that regardless of what happens in lane, he's just going to try to play as aggressive, as strong as possible. And I'm not really sure if they're going to invest the resources from Boogie to really get a kill, so maybe this works out in his favor, being unrelenting.
Boogie channeling up the Q, looking for a target, finds Santorin, who
Nice.
moves on forward to dish up first blood to Jensen.
Such good focus there by Santorin. He does not care. Boogie's trying to Q him and keep him off mid lane, but he just goes for the flash. And Insanity did not respect the W2 flash from Sejuani. When you start your W, the first swing doesn't do that much damage, but the second swing does so much. And Santorin flashes in. Insanity does not early flash away. Thought that Boogie had him with a little bit of a bump with his Q for peel there. And Dignitas get first blood in a pretty big way. Let's take another look. Goes in for the trade. We know this. The short hop, the explosive charge. But here's where it is. Santorin's like, I don't care. I'm running straight past you. Boom. Q, flash. You're dead. Nicely picked up there.
Yeah, and this is really big because, I mean, they already had us. Now they have a really big lead on the mid lane. And the fact that Jace doesn't have Dirk, and he's not going to have Dirk for the next few minutes while he's laning, I think it's going to be really hard for him to even deal with the pressure. Because Tristana's going to instantly clear the wave. Maybe they can even get the dragon up this.
And Jensen now with the Noon Quiver, a kill to his name with first blood. And we know that Tristana likes to get ahead, get that level advantage to increase that range. Ziggs and Tristana are going to be such big threats to these towers later on into the game. Poom making his way back bot though.
Good little adaptation too. As Poom made his way back bottom, he drops a control ward in that dragon to see if the Vi is going to do the same thing. Start up that early dragon, try and make use of the early denting blows. Because they definitely have the firepower this time around to take the fight and maybe even stop them or take the dragon themselves.
I'm really liking what I see so far. I mean, it was a kind of a question of, can Dig play like the other side, playing a little bit more early game? They're playing a little bit more lane pressure. And even though they don't have such hard lane champions, oh, this could be a kill.
Going for it over the wall. Rich grabs Hanser, flashes towards Tri, does have Vi standing by. Boogie creating enough pressure where Rich can't follow up.
Yeah, the earlier play where he got Rich's flash was actually a protection play for himself to pay himself forward so he does not die in a solo kill. And level 5 Vi not gonna cause too much threat there to Rich.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused what Boogie's doing. He must be one creep off of 6. Oh, he's really close, yeah.
Super, there's 6. But Rich did get a glimpse of him.
He did, and I don't know, weird game plan by TSM. I mean, it just seems like they're a little lost without the hard lane pressure that they had in the first couple games, because not only are they not getting objectives or really getting leads anywhere, but Boogie's a whole level down from Santorin.
Yeah, this has happened a couple times with TSM with these earlier objectives where they're a little bit slower, undecided on some of their calls ahead of time. Maybe the in-game leader a little bit less focused for TSM than for Dig, because Dig have been pretty snappy on their decisions.
Snappy. I like that.
At least they're quick, right?
They have been quick, yeah.
We don't always have to be right. It's like we choose quickly.
I do think it's fair to say, though, that even though Dignitas did lose game number 2, they were still using that idea in the early game to always be trading somewhere else on the map, even if TSM was making a play. And then now with some agency on blue side, Dignitas are the ones with the early lead. 1,700 gold for them as the dragon now gets started up by TSM.
So they are seen by the control ward that was left, but honestly, this dragon is not a mountain dragon. That thing goes down quickly. And here we get to see just what I was talking about. The Maokai helps out so much with damage, with the extra bonus damage, even coming from a support role, that there's no time for Dignitas to be able to do anything about it. They can see it, but nothing you can do about it.
Whether it's from jungle or support, you still got the saplings to set up. And then now, yeah, paired with the Vi works out very well for TSM to grab the first dragon of this game. But Dignitas not pouring any resources to contest, still holding on to that Rift Herald that Santorin had picked up top, and see where he ends up deciding to throw that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I want to see what Santorin does coming out of this base and getting into the river. I think there's an idea of putting it bottom and trying to get the Ziggs just the tower instantly, but in a slow game like this, I kind of like using it mid, so if you get the second Herald, you just instantly get the mid tower.
Yeah, especially with Tristana too, already taking off turret plate by herself.
Santorin setting up for the play, puts the ult behind him, so Insanity flashes towards his turret. Chime is nearby and Boogie as well, making his way through the jungle. But there's that Rift Herald we were talking about. Even Poom making his rotation so that Dignitas can go for this crash. There's the Nature's Grasp from Chime, but knocked up on the entry. Boogie retreating towards the turret with the flash and the True Shot barrage coming from downtown. But Dignitas still being able to sustain themselves through that damage. They get multiple plates off of this and do have a wave to continue pushing forth. Jensen on the Tristana with the help of Tomo on Ziggs can just take that turret down.
And again, look at how clean the plan was there from Dig. You could tell they made that call. Hey, Rakan, W in on the Vi immediately because we've got Ziggs already in the river to add the Ziggs damage on top and try and make the turn. And even though Dig don't get that kill, they still are able to bring the Ziggs to the Rift Herald turret. So even though you don't Rift Herald bottom, you still get the first turret bonus. The Satchel Charge comes up, and Dignitas immediately, such an early tower, such an early gold lead for themselves. Pretty well executed, honestly. And they only left bottom open a short while, which didn't really get punished. Turtle wasn't able to get a turret plate or anything down there, pushing back.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Dig so far. They're playing so well, and it's especially scary because, you know, Jace, no flash for the next 5 minutes. Like, it's going to be impossible for him to actually catch the wave at mid. So Tristana is going to be able to go up, down, sideways, you know, around and around, wherever she wants to.
Literally vertical with the rocket jump in the cave. Jensen's going to be all over the place, and boom, almost able to get him before the Hex Flash over the wall. But that's exactly what you're talking about. Once the mid lane goes down, all the pressure leaks into both sides, jungle included. So Tristana hard pushes, and all of a sudden you've got Santorin and Boom roaming around, chasing you out of your own jungle. It starts to show itself in less farm for Boogie, and, you know, possible picks.
Santorin's a searching. Boom walked by his side. Chime has the ult to try to disengage, but Jensen making sure rocket jump over the wall. Teleport coming in for Dignitas. Insanity gets a Q from mid, but Boogie has fallen. Jensen now 2 kills into the pocket and going for more as Rich has made his way to the play. Wild Turtle cannot escape. No flash, no arcane chip, nothing to save him now. Turtle's shell has been cracked, and Dignitas not letting anyone out of it.
Oh, Rich. Oh, Rich Casante. How I've missed you. Flashes in for the kill on the Turtle. Dignitas are not going to let TSM have any moment of safety. So much pressure after mid tower is down. Michael immediately setting it up. It just happens. They get the pick into the jungle. They teleport even as well to get even more forward. And Jensen's able to go back upside. I lost a couple turret plates on the cross map play, but that's not nearly what they were able to get.
Yeah, this is really good. It's what you want to do. Take advantage of the fact that you have first move mid, and you have the long range from Ziggs, which even helps. Yeah. And I think it's kind of funny that Kusante, at first she looks like kind of a bad TP, but he makes it work. He says, no, I'm not coming here for nothing. I'm going to get a kill.
The classic top laner mentality comes in, goes immediately onto Turtle, and then hits that Q3. Yeah. Just the tip of the Q3. As soon as that thing lands, though, he's like, I'm going for this. Calculated. Barely escapes too. The sapling's not able to explode in time. No little tick of damage. Nicely executed from Dignitas. The only question now is, can they keep it up? Because it's a very quick pace they've set for themselves.
And look at the gold. Jensen pretty rich right now, despite Rich not being Jensen specifically. 6.5 gold. And now Chime just wants to create space for this Rift Herald. It's TSM that are looking for something to try to offset the momentum that Dignitas have been building within this game.
I've noticed that Poom is very much a fair weather emoter. When they are winning, he's all about the emotes. Oh yeah, thumbs down when they're winning. But when they are losing, he was quiet. He was so quiet.
Quiet as a mouse.
He never emotes his own mistakes. He's definitely a win more type of
shameless
type of emoter. Pretty funny though, because this game he's got the freedom to do it, and now he's going for Insanity.
In with the quickness, charmed up. Jensen rocketing on in to make sure he gets another kill for himself. And Dignitas keeping their eyes on Boogie, retreating towards the turret. Chime has to flash away, but cannot outrange what Jensen has to offer. Double kill for the mid laner, and following up for more. Hanser setting himself into the grave soon enough, seeing if he can bring someone down with him, but that is not the case, as Rich is feeling good on the Cassante. Like Kobe said, we missed him on the Cassante, and able to set up with the rest of Dignitas. Not an ace, but nearly that.
All right, it's a massacre. It's a massacre now. It's a massacre now. That last one looked a little demoralizing. There's these small plays where like your Vi Q just right in front of him, and you get knocked up by the Rakan and killed right in front of his face. And oh my God, it is looking like a disaster for TSM. Poom, as we were talking about, he started out the play up on top by the tower, and they get the first kill. Observables are so zoomed out, we get to see the Cassante work down on the bottom side too. But yeah, as you mentioned, Turtle also goes down. That's the Rakan knockup I was talking about, right in front of Tomo. It's just like, oh, TSM, they couldn't get anything here.
Yeah, 3-1 for Dig, right? Is that what I said earlier?
4. Oh yeah, games.
Yeah, 3-1 for Dig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're running away with this. I'm not sure what TSM can really do. Hopefully, they're going to need some really help from Dignitas to get back in this. But I want to see what they do. I mean, when you're in a game like this, especially as a player, I mean, you want to keep trying, but it's pretty demoralizing. And you kind of just want to be able to focus on, like, you know, what we're going to do next game. Thinking about, like, you know, what champs are we going to play? What's really the problem? Trying to diagnose, like, why you're losing these games. And looking at it for TSM, I think they're going to have to make some drastic changes, especially in the mid jungle. I think that the Vi, although they won the game last game, kind of wasn't the solution. I think it was just kind of like a good pick. So hopefully they can go in and draft something that's just something that they can actually play mid jungle effectively. Because right now they're just unable to really snowball with their strongest players, which is Insanity and Dogi.
Just past 17 minutes in, and Shelly's gonna set the second charge onto this inhibitor turret as Dignitas stretch their gold lead all the more. One goes in. Hanser, though, does have the escape to get out. Teleport coming in from Rich to support this push from Dignitas. They don't quite have a wave, though, but this turret is looking weak and easy for Ziggs to be able to knock down.
Yeah, turret's looking real weak this patch when Tristana Ziggs are in the game, and this is why I love the comp so much. The double Yordles, the Demolitionists, you can snowball insanely quickly because you just take all towers. If that team gets Rift Trailed, oh my God, it's insane. We saw what happened mid lane, exploded that tower, such a big gold lead just balloons, and Ziggs can also make all these follow-up plays where we're seeing so many off-screen ultimate follow-ups to his teammates making picks. It just really do like that duo carry, as Team Liquid, of course, were the ones to kind of lead the charge with APA, bringing it in and getting a lot of other teams on board as well.
True, and I think, at least for talking about draft a little bit more, that I think that they've really found their solution to the Ezreal. TSM just slamming Ezreal the last couple games, and now we know, oh, we're going in hard.
Cease and desist onto Tomo, and True Shot Barrage to weaken him all the more. So Tomo does end up falling here to Insanity. First kill for Insanity in this game, first kill for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need a lot more of that, but it's a start for sure. And I think, you know, maybe they can get a shutdown on one of the higher kill champions and get a little bit more gold, but picks like that is definitely how you're going to come back in the game.
That's for sure what I do. As soon as you're losing a game like this, start pinging all the objective bounties and the bounties on people's heads. I mean, Tristana, it's going to be hard to kill him, but that is a huge gold shutdown if they could get it. And Hanser here is trying to get an objective bounty shutdown for TSM. So good to see that they're still trying to find those pieces of gold, those areas where they can, you know, pick something up and work their way into a comeback scenario, even though it is difficult losing all your territory with all your towers basically evaporating from the map pre-20 minutes. The only secondary tower they even have left standing is the mid one. You still always have to look for those comeback opportunities. Both top and bottom towers are pretty low objective bounty possibilities, and then any pick that does show itself to you have to immediately jump on, no hesitation. And that's one thing Vi is very good at.
Yeah, and funny enough, I mean, unless they want to pull Baron, you know, right now or very soon, they're actually in a map state where there's not really much else to get. You know, there's not really many towers. So,
all right, well, Baron, I think they're pulling it right now in the darkness. Yep, they are going to go right for that on 20 minutes.
Already past half HP. There's the vision as Wild Turtle threw down the ultimate, and boom, making sure Dick can't get into it. So Baron secured by Santorin, and Boogie way too low on the retreat.
I love it. You're like, well, as long as they don't get Baron, they can't kick it much more, right? All right, fine.
10,000 gold and a Baron.
All right, fine. We will get Baron then. Santorin looks for more.
See if he can get something off of it. Hunter has to flash away, though. Boom making sure to knock him up. And Santorin sticking on to Hanser means that Rich, Tomo, and Poom can bring this wave over towards mid to clear the tier 2 turret. They've got another wave coming their way with a cannon here at that. Over 2 minutes left on this Red Bull Baron buff, and they already set up so well with the pressure on the side lanes, and they'll continue to follow up on that, sending a teleport with Rich down bot to push that wave forward.
Yeah, and up top, Insanity teleports in. It's a double teleport, triple teleport, counting both teams now.
3 from TSM to face off against Jensen, and Tomo Jensen flashing forward for the kill. Does take some damage, but has an easy retreat path here across the river.
All right, Jensen just started looking pretty good this time around. Looking pretty good this time around. 7 kills to his name. Fully stacked up bounty as well. Has been for a while. And like you called out, Rich had previously teleported to the bottom side, and he's Baron buffed up on this inhibitor, slowly trying to whittle that down. Dragon is available, though, so I think you have to be worried about as Dig, if you overplay your hand right now and get a little bit too carefree, then there would be big comeback opportunity, but they're so far ahead that it's very difficult to overplay.
Yeah. I mean, right now it just looks like they're being able to 2v5 them with the bot side.
Yep, Dig having a good time down bot. Hanser, gone. Dignitas still pushing onto this inhibitor while taking everything mid. They've been splitting across all the lanes. Jensen just now coming to make sure they crack open that mid before returning towards that top. With 1 down for TSM, they are at the numbers disadvantage. So close to getting triple inhibitors right now, which will do so much in terms of the push, but here we go. There's Tomo picking up the kill onto Boogie. 2 still gone for TSM, and Chime stunned up. Jensen able to do so much damage from range. He and Tomo with all of these bodies before them to keep them protected, focused on the objectives, and big old waves of minions coming on in. That's Nexus turret number 2, 3 standing for TSM as the keeper's verdict sends 1 away. There's already some early celebration.
Don't drop the confetti yet.
They're holding on to it. Dignitas now calling for the confetti in game number 3.
Oh, that was hilarious. Prophetic music coming up here.
Now they'll know LCS is scripted, guys.
Yep. Finger slipped, oopsies. But we all knew it was coming. And Dignitas, holy moly.
Yeah.
They kept up the pace in this game. I love how they never let one moment for TSM to get back into it. They completely decimated every single building on the map with the double Yordle composition. Very, very good look here for Dignitas. Very promising for the rest of this series. That is a strong 2-1.
Yeah, and I mean, they got a lot to deal with for TSM because they have so many draft questions, and not only that, but I feel like they just aren't playing that well. And I feel like they've been a lot better than this leading up to playoffs. So I hope they bring it back and do something more. So my prediction is a little bit closer to being right.
They'll have a moment to take a breath and reset before the next game. Everyone at home, remember, from now until August 6th, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to League of Legends Worlds 2023 or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues. I hope you have the space for it because they do look really pretty side by side. Let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Gabby. We are now standing by on match point. Dignitas up 2-1.
Yep.
Just like 2 of us predicted. The other 2, not so much.
I'm flipping. Look,
flipping, you joining
I'm
us?
flipping.
You
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Woo! Let's go. Yeah, woo!
I never flip. That's my thing. Right? I am very good at owning my losses.
I'm not.
Oh, God. Well, let's take a look at how they did it. Picked up the 3rd game here with the Demolitionist combo, the Triss, Ziggs, Yordle, Madman, Madwoman, blowing things up combination.
Yeah, and we talked about with this draft, we did want to see Santorin get involved early with
Really
lanes,
nice
with the Sedge. gets Jensen ahead, and then these turrets don't stand a
This was
chance.
11 minutes they did this.
Ziggs Trist is so... Ugh.
What?
So something about this game that worked really well for Dig is every time they were like setting up to just do the turret thing, TSM would be like sloppily trying to defend it. So Dig also just got a bunch of kills with it.
Rich got this nasty solo kill on Ezreal, and we cut it out to show the turret being
Yeah, we don't need to see that.
It doesn't match
Like
the
this
story.
is another one. They couldn't like they were gonna just walk up the Rift Herald, but they just get a 5-for-0 ace.
This was a crazy skirmish also because it was, I think, 18 minutes in the game again here where they're just diving between two turrets for 4v4, killing all of them. And again, off camera, we don't acknowledge him, Rich soloing Ezreal for the second time. They're not going to show it though.
I guess I'm the one that built this one. built this real.
It's Yordle Demolitionist. We don't know what Cassante is doing. Doesn't make sense.
But man, he's a good Cassante.
He's a very good Cassante.
Man.
Yeah, like...
It's a really obnoxious snowbally comp.
Yeah.
That give credit to Svenskeren, no, Santorin. There's a lot of S's here. Santorin.
Two junglers.
Yep. Give credit to Santorin that I think, yes, set up that first gank for success. And even in that kill that you were talking about, I thought it did a great job at supporting other people's plays.
Yeah.
He did that multiple times.
Definitely was a huge playmaker. Jensen as well. The cool thing about this is he's on match point, which means he's trying to keep his Worlds run alive.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about this in the pre-show. Jensen has attended 8 straight Worlds, most ever, and also the most Worlds attending player, and he's done it from 7th place before.
He's clutched up when he's needed to. 2015, they actually missed playoffs, did it through the regional qualifier. He's come through the gauntlet multiple times. He's also done it as the 1 seed a couple times on Team Liquid. 3 seed back in 2020. 2021, it was the 2 seed. Last year, he also won the split on Cloud9 coming in halfway through the year. And you guys called it a narrative prediction at the start of the day when I saw Jensen in the hall.
I still believe it.
And I just remembered that this guy clutches up whenever he needs to. Like, yes, Insanity has been an amazing performer for this team, but when I just, like, actual just blinders on Jensen versus Insanity, I think to the last 8 years of him running through NA mids to make it to Worlds. And I thought, why would it stop today? And I predicted Dig 3-1.
And I gotta say, it's been impressive seeing him do it on Trist. He's not usually either a marksman player or an AD player. It's always been like he mostly plays standard control mages, will sometimes dip into assassins when needed, but otherwise, this is a pretty new look. I don't know how many career Tristana games he had, but it's single digits for sure.
Yeah, he's really good at being able to, I think, fill whatever the team needs from him, which is the case in this case. Like the fact that he's able to pull out the Jace or the Tristana, or it's meta, which you need to be able to play these picks, including Azir. But like he plays it at a proficient level, and even though we're talking about him pretty heavily, it's just right now it's the top lane show. I feel like it's the Rich
I
show.
think the 2 solo kills on Ezreal had something to do with that game?
It may have something to do with
Are you giving credit to Rich?
I have to.
You gotta do it.
I think he's buying me over.
It was Cassante he did it on.
Yes, it was. But look, if you have a good Cassante, that's all you need.
So TSM, they are on match point. They are one of the most historic orgs of all time in the LCS. This is, pending their own news, potentially their last split in the LCS, trying to stay alive, trying not to get knocked out here. Hanser and Turtle were a huge part of the legacy, trying to keep it going. We'll see if they can step up potentially in this 4th game.
Yeah,
To win 2 in a row.
it would be bittersweet if this ended up being TSM's last series. They've had a nice story this split. Very little was expected of them coming in to the split. A lot of us had them in 10th place. They made a run, got the 6th seed, but lost in the upper bracket, now down 2-1. So we'll see. There's a lot on the line potentially here for TSM.
Yeah, and I think the players that we're highlighting here, and Wild Turtle and we're choosing red side too. But yes, Wild Turtle and Hanser, they have been in this position before, and Hanser specifically has talked about being in a more leadership-focused position where he's like being able to lead the boys in moments like these. So I don't think they will be phased, but it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
So staying on red side, I think is interesting. I wonder what they'll want to adapt from the draft, because maybe they can take away the Tristana.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, either taking away the Trist or Ziggs just so they don't have to deal with that combo. It's really interesting to me that they chose red side, because that tells me that they, once again, are like, oh, our draft was okay and maybe our execution was rough, which we saw in the salty run back draft, too.
Yeah, they have historically played a lot of red side this split, something they're very comfortable on. They love getting counter pick support for Chime. This time around, maybe they'll do that because Haunter ended up getting the Poppy.
I would say they've played Jace, Ezreal 3 times in a row. They probably practiced something else. I want to see something else in Game 4. If they're going to go out this way, don't do it with this.
Chat is calling for anything but Jace and Ezreal. We'll see if they'll end up doing that, though, on the other side of the break.
And Dignitas keeping their eyes on Boogie, retreating towards the turret. Chime has to flash away, but cannot outrange what Jensen has to offer. Double kill for the mid laner, and following up for more. Hanser setting himself into the grave soon enough, seeing if he can bring someone down with him, but that is not the case.
Yeah, and up top, Insanity teleports in. It's a double teleport, triple teleport, counting both teams now.
3 from TSM to face off against Jensen, and Tomo Jensen flashing forward for the kill.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
LCS playoffs, it is do or die for TSM as Dignitas are coming off of a very dominant game from them.
I appreciate it because we had a lot of pauses that were taking extra time, and then Dig made up a bunch of that time. They're like, let's get out of here, speed this thing up. Tristana Ziggs blow up everything on the map. If you get Rift Herald with that, we said, I mean, they annihilated the turrets, really good snowball from them, and that prompts TSM now. They're in must-win situations, so they're the ones that have to make sweeping changes, much more drastic changes.
The X factor as well being.
God mark, I hear.
Yeah, I'm pumped through the studio. Anyways, the big X factor for that one is of course the Rich in the top side getting his Cassante back. That was something that we've talked about him being great on. There's this weird metagame going on with the Rumble and what we're going to play with the Ornn, and they just said, all right, forget all that. Let's put Rich back on his best stuff. And while we spent a lot of time talking about the Yordle combination, it was very impressive to see him finding multiple solo kills on Ezreal, who is a notoriously slippy champion.
There's always that discussion of playing very, very meta stuff versus very, very comfy stuff. So after a loss, Rich going on to a pick through which he really made a name for himself on his debut here in the LCS. I also think it's worth noting one thing that I found impressive in that last game, because Kobe, I know you and Solo were commending the unity of Dignitas and the way they're playing, and Santorin as well as the bot lane in Tomo and Poom have talked about how they do know how to form a game plan together. It's actually contributions from the entirety of the team. They do like the way they're integrating Poom into the fold. He's very succinct in the way that he contributes to comms, but sometimes it was their execution of macro after, that they know the play, but they're not quite timing it right on everyone getting there at the same time and knocking down the turrets at the same time. And I feel like that wasn't the case here. So when Santorin is telling Degon, it feels like we're almost there. We're almost there at being able to play cleanly and be able to follow up on the plays. I think we saw that in that last game.
Yeah, and Santorin had some massive early moves. Gank on mid, going into the Rift Herald when they saw Boogie camping and trying to get something on top side too. So Santorin definitely making some early moves in the last game to really help accelerate and get that snowball created.
I was laughing because I heard the champ select music start coming in, and I was like, here we go. And then I looked and I was like, no, we're still in the lobby. I was getting baited for what are we going to see for the draft coming in?
We're remaking. It's going to come back.
We're pulling some pranks now because there have been so many issues.
Psychs.
Yeah.
I would like the Santorin point because this Dignitas lineup has so much star power in the mid-jungle position historically for North America. One of the best junglers, one of the best mid laners combined. And it's cool in playoffs, in crunch time, to see them stepping up, both of them. I think that gank mid and the number of his plays, Santorin has been very good in the early games this time around.
Yeah, they completely blew open the game through mid lane off of gank plus Herald mid, plus calling Ziggs over for the satchel. And once you have that mid tower down at, what was it, 11 minutes or so?
Yeah, pretty good.
Very, very good start. So I expect TSM to at least make some adjustments around maybe banning some of those carries, either the Trist or the Ziggs, trying to deny at least that possible game plan from Dig.
It does make sense that the two most experienced players on Dignitas are the ones around which they're able to make this best of 5 happen in the way it has.
And while they are the most experienced, it's not like they are not reinventing themselves. The fact that Tristana has only been played 5 times by Jensen heading into this. So not a signature champion of his, but something that's very strong in the meta right now. And Jensen's saying like, okay, I need to play this and learn this because Jace Trist is one of the most common matchups we've seen. And you know, Insanity has had a good game against him, but more or less just it's been great out of Jensen.
Yeah, from Jensen specifically, we always talk when coming into professional play, okay, Jensen, we know he's great on the control mages. We were talking about the stats earlier, about his ability to farm. But I do remember during the regular season doing a post-game interview with him after he played Jace, and he played it well, and talking to him about, hey, these aren't the picks we normally know you for, yet here you are showing out on them. How much do you prioritize trying to familiarize yourself with champs that are popping up in the meta versus playing what has consistently worked for you year after year? And he seemed like he was, especially coming into summer with the changes that they're making as a team, with not wanting to finish last. He was more proactive than ever in how he wanted to approach champions and bringing them into the fold and making sure that he can offer diversity from the mid lane in the way that we haven't always seen from him, not because he can't, but because sometimes you just rely on good old reliable Jensen and what he knows.
Yeah, definitely has been a good look for them, and we are loading back into the lobby, filling it up right now so we can get that music track ready again. Don't fall.
I know we are readying up for the players to re-enter the lobby, but in case you missed the opportunity to get hype for the playoffs at hand, take a look.
The reason playoff is different than regular season is because if you play good and do well, everyone will forget about all the past. And if you do bad, your season is immediately over.
Busio, FBI takes him down, but it's going to be traded as Palafox falls. Now FBI has to be protected by the rest of his troops, but the Heartbreaker, the Playmaker, it's Closer with a double kill on Viego as FBI tries to escape. Closer's got the Spectral Maw and a triple kill for the 100 Thieves jungler.
Everyone around you is definitely, I think, way more focused. Every little mistake you make becomes way more important to fix. You feel like every game matters, and the wins feel even better.
Zerker is chasing down the enemy bot lane. Yawn falls, and Core JJ joins him. A triple kill for Renekton.
You know, it's where like legacies are created. It's where people have these crazy plays that they're remembered forever for. People don't forget those, you know, those crazy moments that happen in really intense playoff series.
Lots of hits from Gory. The damage is good. Licorice coming out of stasis. Stixay manages to blast one down. Triple kill. Stixay wrapping it up with a pentakill.
If you crumble in the playoffs, it means you are probably not able to perform under pressure. If you want the trophy, you have to go through it all.
Playoffs is just another challenge to show who you really are. I want a 3-0 every single team you play against. Simple as that.
Fudge looking extra dapper with the glasses. I feel like we never see him with them on stage, but definitely locked in there in our promo. We are getting into champion select for Dignitas versus TSM. As we mentioned, Dig are up 2-1 right now, so we'll see if TSM can keep calm, cool, and collected to tie up the series.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for TSM since they are on red side. You still have to keep the Ivern and Aatrox bans going. It's so good on this patch, but there's that adjustment we're looking for. The Tristana is banned away. Not going to let Jensen have it again. Not going to let them have that combo of Yordles. But that leaves open the big LeBlanc.
And while we haven't seen a ton of it out of Jensen this split, it is one of his most signature champions. He has played tons of LeBlanc over his career, made a ton of huge plays at international competition. Third time this split.
But that also means that the Kai'Sa left over on the other side, and since Rel is banned out, they also get the Rakan for the huge pile of support engage here, and Kai'Sa is first emerged in mid lane as a LeBlanc counter when Static Shiv first completely changed the meta here. Plus Insanity, I feel like, was one of the better Kai'Sa mid players. So TSM, while they do give up the sought after LeBlanc for the mid lane, for the bit of a power pick there, I really do like what they got in trade.
Yep. Lucian, Tristana, Kai'Sa, Insanity has been willing to play many high damage output picks from the mid lane for TSM, which is paired very well with Wild Turtle, who has had such consistency in his DPS from game to game in their victories. But moving along within the phase, we're here in the second phase of bans.
And Dignitas, remember, you can flex the LeBlanc. It doesn't have to go mid to Jensen, so it doesn't have to be into the Kai'Sa counter pick mid lane. It could go to top lane, and Jensen could pilot the Jace as well. Rich and Jensen both could switch those two solo lane champs, no problem. We saw the Summit top lane LeBlanc, and it left something to be desired, but it's not to say you can do it again.
Great in lane phase, did not like it in team fights. Also, just knowing these two players, how good Jensen is at LeBlanc. He's not much of a Jace player. Give them what they're strong at.
His Jace looked good, okay?
His Jace
was good too.
It's looked better in recent weeks.
Everybody always brings up, oh my God, he never plays, AD champions over and over and over again.
Okay, so funnily enough,
his Jace was still good.
He has a 71.4% win rate on both Jace and LeBlanc. The only difference is he's played 56 games of LeBlanc and 7 of Jace. So, yeah, I'd like him to pilot the LeBlanc, please.
Yeah, but 2-1 on the Jace in the regular season, had a 16 KDA. A two-win game sample size, that definitely compares to lifetime, right?
Yeah. Just keep how it is. I do like the Jace, though, still as a takeaway from the Kai'Sa comps, because people have been using the Ezreal as a substitution for Kai'Sa, but a lot of the times people slam it in the bot lane, combine with the Jace mid, and you go this AP, AD, poke composition that's very annoying. So it's nice to split that up.
And TSM going to keep the reveal until the final pick, it looks like here. So Turtle, of course, could play the Kaisa, depending on the matchup here. And Dig final lock-in is the Xayah bottom with Nautilus. Xayah, of course, we always see into the Kaisa here, but there we go. It is probably going to be, oh no, they make the last switch.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like how both teams are kind of picking apart the other one's pairings. You have the Rakan go through, you can assume the Xayah might be coming later, so they take that one away. And then, you know, we split up the poke composition, and you saw them still hover the Ezreal, thinking about combining the Ezreal and Kaisa poke, but go to the Ahri for a little bit more push, a little bit more playmaking around the mid lane to combine with that Sejuani for Boogie, taking that one away from Santorin, who had a great game on it.
Insanity definitely played against a lot of Ahri in their recent series versus Evil Geniuses, but now on the pick. Kobe, what do you think now that everything's locked in?
They have until 20 seconds to trade champions. So if I am right about the Rich LeBlanc, then you owe me
I'll leave.
Coffee.
You guys you can cast it alone. that's your reward. I'll
Everybody always looks into the
Okay,
history, and
okay,
like,
I'm wrong. Goodbye, Kobe. It was nice casting with you for Champ Select.
History. Jensen never played these. He looked good on the few games of Champ.
I didn't say he looked bad. I'm just saying it's one of his career best champions, and I don't like LeBlanc top. It wasn't about Jensen.
What does this mean that you think of yourself, Mark, that the reward is if we lose you on the cast?
Well, allows Kobe to talk more. I know don't want to clog up the airways. No, I'm excited to see how this actually goes because this is elimination point. It is an interesting draft out of Dignitas. All year long, Rich has been slamming his kind of like weird counter picks, and they've been very hit or miss. So it's a high-profile game here to attempt this LeBlanc top form for the first time this season.
All right, Dignitas bringing in the spice to try to close out this series versus TSM. We'll see how they end up faring, or if TSM can try to punish the creativity that their opponents are deciding to bring here on blue side.
All right, must-win game for TSM. And this is an elimination playoff match as well. So really, really big stakes here. The pressure mounting throughout the entire day, leading up to this moment here. Which team are going to keep their hopes alive? Dignitas, of course. They have the added storyline of Jensen making all these consecutive worlds in a row since 2014. Kept a massive streak alive, tied with Double Lift at most worlds appearances, and the team doing their best to try and help him keep that alive. This match around looks like it is going to be the static Shiv LeBlanc top again, similar to the Summit style, as Rich has started with the longsword refillable potion and went for the deep ward towards the red buff. When you want to play the LeBlanc top, want to play harass early on, tracking jungle is critical, and that ward is already going to give them the indication that Boogie's starting topside on red buff, and see if Rich wants to spend a little bit of time harassing.
Spend time harassing, or if you start W, you get very lucky. You can sometimes pop over the wall and try and explode the red buff and take it for lane. It's risky. It's risky, but if they don't have their smites time because they're being lazy.
Yeah, you pretty much are all, yeah, I guess if you smite it early, and that the percentage chances of that happening and messing that up are so incredibly low, but he doesn't want to expend any resources, reveal himself or mana or anything like that. Just goes back to the lane. He's content to know that Sejuani is starting on the top side, and he will be able to have jungle difference here since Maokai is starting on the bottom side.
Definitely have to keep tracking how Rich does on this pick up top. Like you said, Kobe, it is an elimination game if Dignitas do manage to win it. I do find, as an empath, I always have a hard time in this elimination territory because it's just sad to see somebody go. And I think these teams, when you're looking at what they have to fight for, whether it's Jensen wanting to go to Worlds for a 9th consecutive time, Santorin, who seems like he stays up all night about the fact that he's been getting second place after second place after second place and wanting to grab that trophy for the first time since 2015. Much that they'll be fighting for.
Yeah, on the flip side for TSM, so much to stay alive for. Obviously, you want to play later on in the series, try and get that Worlds, but just for individually, these guys as a group that came together, was doubted the whole time. You want to see them continue powering on, not lose the 2 best of 5s, get knocked out immediately. For guys like Insanity, who are trying to make a name for themselves. They had a great regular season, but you want to see that continue into the postseason.
Yeah, the guys that want to go for the first time, like Insanity, and then the veterans, Monster and Wild Turtle, back in TSM jerseys, wanting to make a big last reveal here through playoffs. So Santorin is going to be able to finish up this ward with the Scryer's Bloom, completes the standard full clear up to top side, basically same time as Boogie's able to complete his standard full clear down to bottom side, and the easy trade of Scuttles.
Thing to look forward, though, is Haunter, pretty low HP, is underneath his turret. We'll see if they want to try to stack a wave and look for anything.
Boom does land into Q, and Tomo following up with some good damage. Wild Turtle burned down, Ignites traded for both.
They've got to know for Dignitas that the jungles were opposite sides since they had all that work done by Rich. They should know Sejuani could be floating around down here, so Chime cancels his recall, comes back to lane here with Wild Turtle, and Boogie's gonna
finds the opening. Chime gets rooted on the entry, but Tomo and Poom, they do make it back towards their turret.
That was really risky, actually, for TSM there. We saw Santorin went for a recall. Instead of threatening the dive top, which is kind of the mirror play to that, he actually reset to go bottom.
Another hook by Poom, and Chime doesn't have much to escape with. Still had the flash if necessary, but can get back to Turtle with a battle dance.
Yeah, TSM not going to get baited into hovering around too long there, but off the reset, Santorin's full HP. You can see the side of TSM no longer feeling safe as this wave crashes. So still coming out pretty good for Dignitas there, though Jensen is in some trouble mid lane.
And feeling the pressure of Insanity and the range that he has to offer. Just a little bit up in CS across mid. Santorin pretty pushed past that tower.
That's a good stop from him. Pretty annoying to stop those recalls, and it actually causes a commit from Chime and Wild Turtle. They're like, okay, fine, we're not even going to go by at all. We have to get back. We can't lose another wave down here. Boogie's coming. They want to catch him.
Roots on to Boogie, continues to charge forward, but Santorin finds a path out.
Phase Rush Maokai being annoying, uses Boogie's body as an escape there and keeps Chime and Turtle without their recall. Neither team was able to get one off, but with the Biscuits call start for Tomo, you have to feel a little bit better about a long extended lane phase where no one's getting anything done. You are pretty happy to sit around, though. Now it's Boogie's turn to gank again.
Oh, Chime double knockup. Battle dances back towards Turtle, who gets hooked. Boogie's coming from Try and should be able to collapse. Wild Turtle flashing away. Santorin is on the way. Same pathing that Boogie just took. But Tomo continuing slapped upon by Boogie. Ooh. First blood drawn by Wild Turtle. Boom getting the kill for Chime to go down. But it's still action in the bot side. Just junglers lurking around. Good plays and good scrap.
2 for 1 in favor of TSM there. And Tomo had so many feathers out, but no mana to pull them all back through. If he had that, they could have killed them much faster and probably won that fight. But TSM, knowing from that extended period of fighting down there, Tomo didn't have enough mana to actually commit there and able to find those 2 kills. Nice advantage for them.
So much value out of the Sejuani, out of that passive too, being able to get the stuns onto both of them, forcing the Nautilus to be able to flash forward to finish off even the 1 trade kill for them. And TSM obviously getting the 2-for-1 advantage. So Chime goes in, starts it out really nice from him. They knew that Tomo had no flash the whole time, but we saw the whole thing, so I like the call.
Yeah, replays like
I like that.
This.
Yeah, you already saw that first time. You don't get another one. Poom's mid, and looks like they were trying to retake vision, but they're unable to clear this control ward here to make it easier for Jensen to play, as we did also have Chime moving through. So mirrored wards for mid lane, both on the bottom side.
And the 1 kill that Dignitas holds is on Poom, whereas the 2 kills for TSM, it's Boogie holding 1 and Turtle with the other, and assist at that. Another Q from Poom, while Turtle trying to answer with some damage. Chime eating up another Ignite here as Santorin makes his way from bot lane. Oh, Boogie ready to assist Haunter in the play. But Rich trying to juke him out a little bit.
Yeah, the snapback from Rich there makes it a little annoying to try and chase him. W comes back up. Ooh, Boogie's not done chasing him, though.
Looks for the lock, root for stun, dash back for Rich. So he does manage to get out of that, keeps his flash at that.
Yeah, it's such a waste of time to go try and gank LeBlanc like this. With flash available to topside, there is actually no world in which Rich dies there. And with the honey fruit, didn't even hurt him at all.
He goes.
As said, the wave was also pushing towards him, so Find stuff there. Hanser is able to push it out, but this top LeBlanc is doing what you need to do in the early game, getting the CS lead. Been harassing Hanser, been forcing him to miss some CS at the tower.
Yeah, these isolated lane phases going one in favor of Dignitas in the top side, but for Insanity, a small CS lead eked out in the mid lane, also getting close to grabbing his first turret plate. So all this attention in the bot lane has kind of left the Soul laners free to push as much as they want.
And we're about to get some action, I feel like. Everybody's coming to this Rift Herald fight. Both AD carries on the way. TSM may be the one starting it, but Dignitas definitely can fight it here. Look at this. Maokai ultimate for Santorin is ready.
Waiting in the jungle with the ultimate and more. Rift Herald has been marked down to half. Hanser's attempting to make his rotation, but caught by the ethereal change over the wall. The ultimate goes, and Poom has already fallen, so TSM now standing with the numbers advantage against Dignitas on this Rift Herald means that Dig will not continue to contest.
Such a huge turn for TSM here, right over to the Nautilus. There's a reason this champion is known for having some of the highest deaths of any champion in League of Legends. Dignitas were split. They had Santorin still on the blue buff, and the other side of the engage, the Nautilus, is coming up through this little corridor into the river. So TSM, they say, great, immediate turn there. Boogie Sejuani never fails to engage. They go with the Chime here on the Rakan. They immediately kill Poom, and then guess what? You're left there as Dignitas saying, great, we just used our Maokai ultimate. Our support is 100% to zeroed. So I guess you get the Rift Heralds. Congrats.
Yeah, big mistake by Dignitas there. The kill also going on to Insanity's Ari to start moving around the map, try and make plays happen, as well as having this Herald presumably to use in mid lane to continue accelerating him. This is a big blunder out of Dignitas to not have their tanks grouped up and trying to fight front to back.
And with that kill, Insanity was able to finish the Everfrost. Of course, an efficient item that you get much earlier than others, but still good way to utilize the gold from that kill. Still just a few hundred overall gold lead for TSM. This dragon has been up for some time. Nobody making some early plays towards it, especially with that attention that was previously paid towards the Rift Herald that Boogie now holds ready to affect somewhere on the map.
Yeah, you have to re-emphasize how careful you have to be sometimes when you're going for multi-pronged attacks on a team like that. You're definitely going to get focused down, and good job by TSM for calling for the focus there on the Nautilus and picking it up. I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing with the perma charm visual on the Nautilus, but I guess we'll just let it ride. It's chill. We've had enough things happen today.
I'm going to assume that's a spectator bug, or Poom probably would have paused it.
He's just permanently in love with Insanity here.
He's like, you know what? These particles are pretty sick. Just leave them on
It's
me.
actually chill, yeah. As far as the bugs go, that one's fine.
Solo is saying how it's just all about keeping it as chill as possible in the games. What's more chill than just having little hearts flutter around you?
They definitely need to keep it chill because this is a game that could very easily snowball out of control.
Oh, Rich sees a lot of red health bars, manages to sidestep the ult from Boogie, who's under the turret, returns towards his fellow teammates. Rich, flash expelled, but still up here top. Rift Herald dropped down. These will be plates given over to TSM. Chime looking for the angle, enters with the quickness, manages to flash to get the lock. And TSM make a play up top. Boogie kill credit onto Rich. And punishing for sure.
Definitely punish him. He went greedy there, W'd forward to get one more proc of Static Shiv on the wave, and in doing so, gave Chime the angle to ult on top of him. They get that kill to punish him. Fortunately for Dignitas, reinforcements are already on the way. The bot lane of Dig shows up to stop this entire turret from dropping, but another good play by TSM, up to 1,000 gold lead now. And where I was going was this comp out of Dignitas is probably not going to play that well from behind. Jason's the champion that can struggle.
Ooh. Boom, depth charge lands onto Turtle. Follow up with more from Santorin. Tomo getting the kill, and teleports will keep it going. Boogie flashes over the wall, but look how fast Rich is. Finally getting some action for the top laner that doesn't result in his own gray screen, and Dignitas managed to push one back.
Oh, that was nasty there. Poom's able to get in, ultimate down. onto Turtle, and then just barely gets the hook right around the minions to set up for the feather pull as well. Blade Collar for Tomo immediately goes down. They delete him. They followed up with the kill onto Boogie. Then they're left with a pushing topside here with 3 members, allowing Santorin to steal away red buff and push in and get turret plates on that top tower. Massive, massive counterplay here from Dignitas after TSM just took down Summit. Never giving up on their attempts to kill that LeBlanc. They finally got him, but the counterplay from Dig was even bigger.
Just as I was beginning to say too, like, oh, this is a little scary for Dignitas, instantly answer back, grab the gold lead for themselves. I was gonna say, LeBlanc, AD carry, poke top thing is obviously not the best team fighter, but you know, with this getting more gold in his pocket, able to get 20 CS lead and go back pushing bot lane now and grab more turret plays for himself, Bruce can continue to stay ahead of the pace of the game.
And he did initially avoid 3 members going for his head up there with multiple ultimates used. It's just that after he successfully avoided it and was filled with confidence, then
got a little greedy.
Went back for a little bit more, and Chime shows why you never give up on a play, Mark. kept on going for it, and they finally got their top laner kill. So success there at the very least. And now we get the push back because it's kind of a seesaw in League when you're going for these reset timers. Once Dignitas are then going for their reset by timer on top side, TSM push back out because while Turtle and Chime are right up here, can he finish this turret before the collapse? It looks like he would be able to finish the turret, but mid lane might get a little spicy.
For a moment, the Sanity's been landing a lot of good charms, but on that one was mostly to protect himself after taking a decent chunk of damage. But again, that gold lead that was at one point starting to balloon for TSM, not so much anymore. And then of course Dignitas did get that dragon a while ago, so finding multiple ways to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, and so heading into a mid-game, even gold lead, what does each team comp do well? Dignitas obviously 1-3-1 extremely well with LeBlanc in the side lane. They can keep pushing and getting these kinds of turrets in their favor, but they do need to land poke. LeBlanc functions a lot like a poke camp in a lot of grouped up team situations, so they'll need Jayce Shock Blast or Rich over the wall. For TSM, they have insane pick potential. Whether it's Rakan, Ahri, Sejuani, so many people can start the fight and just instantly blow up one member of Dignitas if they're not grouped up well.
Now, second Rift Herald spawning. Tomo and Santorin working in tandem. You can see Poom rotating through the river. Oh, Insanity though, that's some danger that you're finding for yourself. Rich tried to grab with the ethereal chains, but now Boogie's in his face, while Turtle picks up the kill onto Rich. Dignitas do finish off the Rift Herald, so they'll have that to drop down, but it was a trade of a kill for the objective.
Yeah, TSM, they jump on the clone first, but they're still able to follow it up and kill the real LeBlanc as well in the aftermath. Good ult from Insanity, gets away from it, hits the Everfrost as he's leaving, so the rest of the team can take care of that kill. Meanwhile, Rift Herald plus the push on top side here. So this means that Dignitas can have Tomo get solo tower gold as well as get his recall off before the dragon arrives. If you need 30 seconds to get from base back towards dragon, that's about the timer left on this next one coming up for Dig. So kind of perfect here that they got all of that isolated gold onto Tomo, onto the Xayah, then they get their full buy off before heading right back out over to the dragon. Now, Insanity does have teleport, so TSM have the options here with having this Ahri push out top side and then try and teleport down, but it looks like they've made the call. They don't want to use his teleport, and they just want to walk him over.
They do have one deep ward back on the Krugs as well, so if they want to teleport in Hanser or Insanity for a flank, they have that option. You can see Dignitas doing their best to clear out these wards, make sure no flanks are available.
Oh, Hanser's going in for it. Just wants to make sure that Poom doesn't find a good angle to get towards the back line, and there's Poom over the wall, grabbed and charmed up. Santorin following up with a Nature's Grab. Chime goes into stasis, but Tomo's already been burned by an Ignite. Wants to finish off this kill onto Chime. Chime does fall. It's Rich that's able to do the deed, and TSM have lost one in trade for one. It's both supports gone in multiple flashes as Santorin gets out of the way. Dragon still standing, but nobody rotating over towards it just yet.
And now with Rakan down, the only person who can really punish the poke champions is the Ahri, and Insanity does have flash, so unless he's able to make some sort of charm flash play, Dignitas should have control of the map.
He gets rooted up. It lines up for a shock blast from Jensen, who now Dignitas, they're able to make their way towards the dragon.
Yeah, if you're the team with the extra poke and the extra range left after the fight, even though they didn't get the extra counter, they're still able to push them back, get the objective. So that's Dragon number 2 here for Dig. Let's take another look as Nautilus, again, this champion, notorious for how many deaths because it's frontline so much, and it's a good move there from Hanser on the Cassante, gets them in, they get their first kill. And then Rich flashes in with the mobility of LeBlanc. He gets the kill, and try and get that Sejuani ultimate onto a dashing LeBlanc is very difficult to do. That Sejuani ult kind of goes flying through the uprights there.
You might want to save it for a less mobile champion, but you did see how touch and go these fights are. Obviously, like you're saying, Plume gets exploded very easy, but that's a lot of cooldowns to use on just the support. They then re-engage. LeBlanc can pop forward for the follow-up damage. And then Santorin at the tail end of that play, you saw get charmed and exploded. Even though he is tank with the focus, having Green Smite and Radiant Virtue, you can still get absolutely annihilated if you are not careful. And so he ended up getting very low in that fight as well. Like you said, though, the poke was able to keep Dig in control, grab that dragon. Looking pretty good with 2 dragons in their back pocket and a gold lead in their side.
That bot turret was weak enough, though, where just by showing the 2v1 means that Rich has to back off, gives that over towards TSM. So bringing that gold lead to just that 1,000, but as you could see on your screen, the Rift Herald ready to do some work on that mid turret for Dignitas.
All right, we get the reset timers for everybody. Going back to recall. See what our purchases and our 2-item power spikes end up being. Looks like most of them coming through.
Lots of purchases on this back, and I do, as we saw the second item picked up for Wild Turtle, bringing it a bit back to the stakes of this. And for TSM, I know we talked about Wild Turtle and Hanser coming back onto the squad. It was 6 years ago that they played together last time. A lot of doubt on this team. And to bring an emphasis on Wild Turtle just a bit, he's been around for quite some time since the early stages, and see if he can provide threat. Not in this time, though, as Jensen takes a lot off of the charm. But Santorin and the rest of Dignitas are answered by Hanser, who's looking to isolate one, but Chime getting the charm. And Wild Turtle, he's focused onto Tomo. Tomo being such a great expulsion of damage for Dignitas, who have already lost 2. So TSM, they create the space, and Baron is up.
This is why people hype up the importance of Insanity to TSM so much. Him and Boogie make the play out of nowhere for TSM. They make the pick onto Jensen. And that's going to be a Baron off of that pick. Really, really good punishment there. Jensen on the Jace, trying to split push out on the top side, and he walks a little bit too far into river. Boogie right over the back of that wall, throws the Sejuani ult, forces the flash from him, and they finish off the kill before Dig have time to react. They're not even done. Baron in tow now for TSM.
TSM coming out on top in the play, making sure to grab Jensen to set up that Red Bull Baron buff. Now 1,000 gold lead for them that has been swinging slightly back and forth.
This is a huge pickup for TSM, keeping their hopes alive potentially in this series. The pickoff onto Jensen in the side lane. Talking about how important it is to have nice 1-3-1 setups, but if they are able to cut that play, they get that kill, and because it's on the top side of the map, instantly fall back to Baron. And here it is, like you said, just Jensen trying to get priority there. Boogie over the wall, max range, forces the flash, but now with that down, very easy for Insanity to land the follow-up CC. The charm into Everfrost combo deletes him, and now TSM have Dignitas in scramble mode. They're picking on Poom, they're jumping on top of Santorin at the same time, and kind of break down that battle line that Dignitas' comp wants to fight through front to back every single time.
Yeah, you said it moments earlier, Mark, where you're talking about the pick potential for TSM. That's how they're going to get their advantage. That's how they have to be able to set up their own win conditions. And if the Jace is going to walk up towards the river like that, Boogie immediately jumping over the wall, throwing Sedge ult, no hesitation. Insanity goes right in, follows up on it. That is exactly what TSM have to do if they want to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Their summer hopes alive, but Hanser's already dead.
Oh, Hanser's gone. Dignitas, they want more. Turtle killer instinct out of it, flashes. And that just leaves Boogie at the center of too many members of Dignitas. And just like that, TSM losing multiple with this Baron buff. And Dig pressuring them on the map. Insanity making sure to get that push bot, but can only do so much. Rich picking it up onto Chime, and Jensen onto Wild Turtle.
Turtle tried to lead them on a wild goose chase, not able to do so. They instantly hand back all 5 members, I believe it is, of the Baron buff. Oh, okay, but never mind. Insanity stayed alive. They still have 1 Baron buff, but that advantage instantly evaporated from an over-aggression at the mid lane turret. And Dragon is up, so this will put them on sole point for Dignitas.
Yeah, you see Boogie's head in his hand there because we didn't even get to finish celebrating their good play. We're still telling the story of the cool good play TSM just made to pick and get a Baron, and they instantly throw it away under tower. It's 3 members of Dignitas that start out. Santorin is just like, what are you doing up in my tower? Immediately goes on to Hanser, and they delete the Cassante under tower. The rest of Dig come through. They push him off. And since Ari's got no teleport, split pushing down bottom, guess what? They run down the rest of the squad here. Flash from Santorin too. He doesn't want to even let Chime get away. Goes under tower to finish it. Huge stuff here. Dignitas say, cool story, bro. Nice Baron. And they just run it straight to your base anyway.
Oh, you can see the TSM coaching staff feeling frustrated. Dignitas knowing they just got a second chance in this game. Big overstep when you have Ari, who is 3-0-2, split bot side, doing a 4-1 setup basically. You cannot dive underneath the turret like that, and just way too aggressive by Hanser.
Dignitas continuing to try and keep TSM off of this. A couple of routes just to buy some time so they can't finish off the tier 2 turret. Still a lot of time until the next dragon spawns or any of the major objectives means that the focus will be in pushing the lanes.
Definitely.
Wow, what a roller coaster.
Yeah, catch my breath after that. I'm like, wait, who's winning now?
Emotional roller coaster.
The ding. All that you want from an elimination game, though, Tomo, after activating the Feather Storm, manages to make his way behind the tanks of Dignitas. So that's 1 ultimate drawn out, as well as the cleanse from Dignitas's ADC.
I mean, honestly, now for Dignitas, setting the situation where they can now return to their side lane pushes before objectives come up here, and them having the 3 dragons, putting that extra pressure of the soul. Well, never mind. TSM going to force mid again, so looks like we're going to get another 4-1, except for this time, TSM have the earlier push onto the tower so they can get it, and they had the teleport from Insanity also ready to go for backup. Plus, there was no Maokai right in front of you to root you and knock you under tower.
3rd time's a charm, Kobe. They got that mid-outer turret now.
Did it!
They did it. Did cost them some side lane push, so right now they have to go catch those. You see Ari up in the top side grabbing those ones. Hanser moving down here. No neutral objectives up to worry about, though, from the lack of side lane pressure, so they should be just fine. And now it's about how they're going to navigate the next 2 minutes. Presumably, neither team will force too hard on the Baron, but maybe TSM do want to do that. We talked about the pick tools that they have. You can force Dig to clump up around there. Maybe you'll have a really nice turn angle. They have all teleports up in the game right now.
But Rich maybe running into a couple members of TSM who are, again, making their way towards mid. And as you mentioned, Mark Hanser does have that teleport, will remain on bot side for now. And in the center of it all, a teleport coming in is Wild Turtle, already marked so low, and Rich is looking for the final hit onto him. And with him eliminated, it's just the 1-for-2 trade, though, as Dignitas have lost the entirety of their bot lane and will lose more as Santorin is a separated one this time around. Solo laners surviving it out for Dignitas, and 15 seconds before the Baron spawns.
Boogie is so good for TSM. The best part about that gank, the timing of it. Tomo had a couple seconds left on his Xayah ultimate, and Boogie jumps out of that side brush. Sejuani ult to save the game, possibly, for TSM. They kill off the Xayah immediately, and now they're going for another game-saving Baron? Question mark? So many back-and-forth plays here. Number 2 should get picked up here for TSM.
Yeah, last time they got the Baron, we started getting excited, hyping them up as having in a great position in this game. This time around, we'll wait to see how they actually use the Baron. But again, like you said, Boogie with the huge play both times, kind of setting his team up to find these Barons. Rich just poking around, but the pick on the Tomo was huge. He did have his flash, but you saw him kind of relying on his fancy feet, waiting for the ult to come back up, and just force him into an awkward enough position that Insanity could land the charm for them 200 to zero him. And with Tomo down, not enough damage on the Dignitas side to punch through the tankier members of TSM. Grab the Baron on the back end of that one. Hopefully this time, a little bit more coordinated of a Baron push.
Deathcap just grabbed up for Insanity. Yeah, 2.5 minutes to go on this Red Bull Baron buff for TSM. Almost 2,000 gold lead. Considering the back and forth, we haven't really had any major gold lead stretch for either of these teams. And Dragon spawning in 10 seconds time. Dignitas is on soul point. One away from grabbing the soul for themselves unless TSM decide to fight them off of it, and they're the ones back in the driver's seat off of that Baron play.
Looks like Dignitas are going to sack this one against the Baroned up team of TSM. Happy to back away. There's not too many turrets that are easy for TSM to break right now. It's only the mid and top inners still available, so it feels like Dig is on stem the bleeding mode right now. Go out, get some waves shoving their way. You can see the LeBlanc moving up to the top side with Jensen actually shadowing it a little bit. Just trying to stop TSM from being able to get too much more gold. The Ocean Dragon singular this late in the game is not too big of an objective to hand away.
But look at this, the chase, Insanity, he's gonna keep it up onto Rich. That's a long lane. The rest of the team are making their way up through the river, but when they see the Jace teleport down to the bottom side for counter push, they give up on the chase. They're like, all right, we've done this before. LeBlanc, a pretty mobile champion, and they'll just go pick up jungle camps instead. I still would highlight these two players for TSM, though. So massive for them. And Insanity on this Ahri with 10 stacks on his upgraded Medjai's Soul Stealer, plus the 3-item power spike with the Rabadons coming in, has so much burst damage.
This is something people always harp on about Ahri's, is making sure they build enough damage in their comp to beyond the Everfrost chunk. Make sure you have more behind that here. He's not just set up, he's also trying to carry the game with that Deathcap Slam Horizon focus.
Rich doing his best to hold his own on this tier 2 up top. We've been even in the turret score for quite some time. The advantage for Dignitas in mid, but TSM having previously pushed over on that bot side. 30 seconds to go on this Red Bull Baron buff, but TSM with no wave mid to be able to move forward.
Nice bit of defense so far out of Dignitas in this Baron buff power play. About to time out in 15 seconds, and you do get 1,500 gold just for securing the Baron. And so effectively it was a net Baron power play. It was obviously a huge gold swing for TSM that got them the Baron, but from there, all they really lost was this Ocean Dragon, which at the end of the day is something that you'd be very happy to trade if you were going up against a Baron.
Yeah, and they get another 3 minutes, you know, another chance in 3 minutes here with the next Ocean Dragon coming. TSM though, Boogie is on the move again. The playmaker here. Can he get a flash out? Oh, he's got a second left on his flash.
Glacial Prison lands onto Jensen. He's got the damage from Insanity, and Chime here for the assist. Teleport in from Dignitas, and Santorin's wrapping around as well. Rich has to flash out and more. So Dignitas still managing to survive it except for one.
You see Boogie moving on the map, you better run. This man is making plays for TSM just when they need it. Must-win match here, and he finds another pick onto Jensen moments before the flash comes up.
Playing so well and looking for another angle at that. Does not have the ultimate this time around, but has many players just circling around Dignitas on this tier 2. Wave coming in. See if they can continue to push it on forward. Not so much. Dignitas with good clear, and still some time before those neutral objectives respawn. So again, it's all about creating that pressure on the map. Look at how much warding is in favor of TSM on this bot side.
TSM has done such a good job just picking apart Dignitas in these side lanes, helmed up by Boogie, finding it time and time again, despite the fact that they did have that kind of Baron and throw. If you look at the last, I don't know, 5 fights, almost all of them have gone TSM's way. That's including all the pickoffs. It does feel like right now Dignitas has been on the back foot since minute 15, and TSM is in the driver's seat, playing so well with finding these engages. It's just about making sure that they can close it out cleanly and not have another oopsie.
I feel like 100% of DigCom should be, where is Boogie? Where is Boogie right now? Hello, has anyone seen Boogie in the last 3 seconds? Because this man is creating all of the plays for TSM. And we went over the stats at the beginning of the series too. Boogie has the highest kill participation of any player in the LCS at 82 or 3%, I believe. Where he goes, that's where the team will make a play. Currently, split pushing here for Insanity, so he's going to get that secondary turret, but TSM kind of opening mid.
Oh boy.
Teleport here for the sandwich. Chime is always by Boogie's side, and Santorin attempting to respond. Insanity going into the backline. Root onto Poom, who won't be lasting much longer. Jensen soon to follow him into the grave. 3 eliminated for Dignitas, and TSM follow up on Santorin's flash. Not quite able to connect with the charm, but they do still have the pursuit available to them as Boogie is wrapping around and flashing on forward to take out the enemy jungler. Blast cone over the wall, and Hanser still pushing on this top turret right outside the inhibitor, even duking it out with Rich, who doesn't have anyone to assist him on this push. Only one standing for the next 10 seconds, and even then it's only Poom that will be respawning.
TSM looking like they want to grab this top inhibitor. The rest of the team reinforces Hanser to grab that objective after a monstrous flank.
Okay, this is kind of interesting here. With the Dragon Soul available as well as the Baron buff, TSM, they have time, I believe, to rush down this Baron. But look, 3 members from Dignitas alive. Santorin will be up in 7 seconds, and they're making a beeline towards that Ocean Soul. TSM, how quickly can they do it? Can they get back over to that Dragon in time? I think the Dragon's going to be your payment. TSM will take Baron number 3 in trade for Dragon Soul. So that's a large gold lead plus the pushing power of Baron for TSM. But Dignitas will at least get the consolation prize of the extra Ocean Soul.
The beeline that they made for that, even the teleport from Jensen to ensure that the Ocean Soul would belong to Dignitas, traded for that 3rd Baron of TSM. But still, a lot of gold that TSM have been swinging around. And as you mentioned, Mark, looking pretty good in the fights. We'll see how they fare against the extra sustain available for Dig.
I don't think the sustain's going to matter at all. TSM is winning all these fights by 100-0. A key member of TSM, or excuse me, Dignitas Unity Boogie landing big ultimates, and then it's being followed up by Turtle or Insanity damage. Does not matter if they have the Ocean Soul if they're dead as soon as the first tick of damage comes through.
That's exactly right, and that's what Dig have to be worried about as TSM. You see the way that they continually position Boogie, kind of separating himself for the best possible angle of engage. Does have the ultimate, no flash though. Did use that previously to pick out Santorin in that last fight. But they've got the Baron buff going towards mid and bot side, another wave, and then the supers up top that Dig will eventually have to answer.
Yeah, they've got another minute 40-something seconds here left on the Baron buff, TSM. So patience is the name of the game. You've got the extra supers pressure on top side. Baron up your cannon minions here. Let them start to slowly chip away. Dignitas focusing on the wave clear though. You've got the extra sustain. As long as you don't get bursted, you should be able to hold out here.
Gotta be very careful about that burst as Insanity is at the 25 stacks on his Mage Eyes. Gonna absolutely pump out damage if anyone gets locked in place.
Lots of TSM was hanging out in the fog of war in Dignitas. It makes it so difficult for them to be able to move in response.
I like this, using the Maokai ult just to deny another minion wave push here with the Baron. There's still a minute left on it though. This siege is not gonna be over anytime soon.
A lot.
Oh, there goes the
Turtle! Where'd you go, bro?
Immediately deleted by Tomo. Turtle's down. The Baron is down. The siege is done.
There's no mid lane turret. You can see Dignitas pinging that down right now. They are trying to charge up mid lane to see how much they can get with that kill. 40 seconds on the death timer. There were some ultimates expended right before this play too. Turtle just stepping too far forward, loses track of the feathers. The flash by Tomo.
Tomo the GOAT flashes to reposition the feathers. Oh my goodness, Tomo, what a magnificent improvement here into the LCS stage in playoffs, and now they want to win off it.
What? Teleport coming in for Dignitas. Hanser has to go for the escape, does manage to sidestep the Q from Poom, but that's an inhibitor down for Dignitas. They're not going to overcommit to this.
Gonna back out here. Nice job grabbing the turret. Could not find another kill. If they blew up onto there, maybe they could keep looking for the end. But with Turtle spawning in 10 seconds, you do not want to get caught in the enemy base. They are going to take this reset, but it is a breath of life given to this team. They're still on the back foot. They're still 5,000 gold down, but this gives them free push in the mid lane for when these synced up neutral objectives start spawning in the next 3 minutes.
And, you know, with the static Shiv LeBlanc, as much as, you know, people don't like a lot of what it will bring towards the mid stages of the game, the extra wave clear has helped them out. The extra Ocean Soul regeneration, they want to make use of it again here though, because TSM are returning to finish the job. Insanity still has the potential to make that big game winning pick.
And Boogie clearing out of control and continuing to take the jungle angle again with the ult. This time, flashes back up. So the mid push of Dignitas responded to by a TSM mid push of their own, but they can't quite take down that turret. And now 30 seconds time until that inhibitor respawns for Dignitas up top, but we still got quite a chunk until TSM re-earn their mid one.
Yeah, TSM though still have complete map control. The most wards that you can see for Dignitas are kind of in that top side around Wolf Camp and Blue Buff. Does make it very scary for someone like Tomo, who does not have his flash for another 2.5 minutes basically. Needs to make sure that they have eyes on Boogie, have eyes on flanks to make sure no one comes and CCs him, insta gives him up. So this is still a very dangerous situation for Dignitas, but does show that there's a ton of damage on this team. If TSM are ever not clean in their dives, they can get blown up.
And the biggest thing now is something you don't talk about a lot, but it's controlling your cooldowns for your trinkets. Dignitas, you have to be very sparing with your use of your Scryer's trinkets here. You can see Jensen and Tomo holding theirs for the arrival of those objectives so that they can rotate them and have the double check. And you basically, you use one, then you can move up and get your saplings down for your Maokai, you get your value there, then you wait and you can move back up, get your second round of saplings with the second one so that you have this kind of layered protection in trying to acquire that vision, which is very dangerous here. But Santorin going to try and slowly fill up these brush with the saplings, give them some territory to work with, make sure that there is not an Ahri in every brush, because that Ahri spells death.
Lands a hook onto Haunter, Nature's Wrath thrown, but Santorin gets rooted. And
Charm lands.
now Haunter's still eating up a lot of it. Chime's looking for an angle with the charm. Santorin knocked up, but looking who Boogie can grab. It's still everybody alive on both teams.
Oh, that charm from Insanity landed onto Santorin, and it was followed up by a Q3 from Haunter, getting the jungler very low, but he's healing off the Raptors right now, using the Maokai passive, and Dignitas with that Ocean Soul sustain, they're the ones that are going to be able to push back out. They're the ones that will have prime position.
This is the ideal setup for Dignitas. The fact that no one drops, you're able to chunk each other low, but then you have the Soul on your side, plus the fact that you're a poke composition, so they can keep them at half HP on TSM side. They can just keep pelting them until this dragon spawns.
It's the Baron and Elder spawning at similar times, but Dignitas wrapped around and waiting for TSM to come into it, but look,
Insanity.
Chime already popped off Jensen, following up upon Rich's play, and now Dignitas, they're looking at the Elder, but so is TSM. Wild Turtle taking some poke, follows up with a Killer Instinct into the backline. Tomo goes into stasis, and it's Wild Turtle taking down Poom, 2 eliminated for Dignitas, but it's the double kill for Turtle. The damage still followed up. Boogie will come out of stasis himself, but Wild Turtle collapsed upon by Santorin. Wants to follow up onto the kill, but a separation to the Tri-Brush means that Rich and Jensen are here to collapse upon Turtle and Boogie, who weren't able to finish up Santorin until the very end, but they do eventually find him. Lots of lives lost on both sides and no Elder taken.
Not able to chase there, but the fact that, hold on, they get their teleports off. There are super creeps pushing in the mid lane. So TSM, despite the fact that they want to burn this dragon down with Turtle and Boogie, means that if they don't get this, they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, and the Jace also has teleport. Jensen could arrive. Rich is already here. They're burning it down though. Boogie's got his smite.
There's a teleport coming in from Dignitas. Rich centering himself into the pit, goes on to Wild Turtle, manages to get out, sidesteps the Void Seekers, but Jensen coming in with a shot blast. Where's it gonna go? It's Boogie securing the Elder Dragon, and Chime here for the follow-up. The execute is good, the GA being popped, and can Jensen make something come of it with Rich by his side? But there's the kill, Boogie finishing him off, and Chime looking to set up Jensen to be knocked down by Boogie. No flash to be able to escape. And it's TSM coming out with more, but an exposed base all the while. Look at that. Nexus on its own. Very close call.
Oh, they got it. Boogie got the Elder, and with the power of the Elder, they can try and get their 4th Baron of the game. TSM, they don't have Wild Turtle, but they've got everybody else, and Dignitas with no solo laners.
This looked like such a mistake. If they just TP someone to mid, I'm pretty sure they can end the game with Rich just being an annoying LeBlanc, stopping them from getting recalls off. It was only Chime.
Yeah.
They didn't know where Chime was, but realistically, Jensen might have been able to end the game while they have this do-si-do going on, because it was like 10, 15 seconds left on the Ahri and Cassante. On the tail end of this, because they have the Soul, they're able to actually have the damage to execute these 2 solo lanes. And then, because the solo lanes are dead, they're able to get the Baron. TSM and Boogie in particular come out huge in this, grabbing both of the neutral objectives.
Oh, you can see it on the faces. I love it's
Both
still
coaches,
stress
man.
for both teams, though.
Yes.
It's still ultimately stressful. TSM still have Elder for another minute's time, over 2.5 minutes on this Baron buff, and they're bringing it in full force across mid lane. Hanser, teleport ready. He will clear out that bot lane, but Dignitas sending Rich up through the jungle. Unknown to TSM, but Dignitas holding off on this push in mid.
Look at this. Look at the LeBlanc. Look at the LeBlanc. LeBlanc.
Rich?
LeBlanc.
The thing is, they do have teleports, so as long as there's a creep, but there's no ward in their base.
Secret Agent Rich.
They have no way to actually stop him quickly without a Baron recall, so Rich being very annoying, grabbing that inhibitor again.
All right, well, they spotted him with the Scryers. Can he get out? It's going to be a long run.
Doesn't get the vision.
Oh,
with the
they
wait,
see that.
oh, there it is.
Insanity
Right into
ulted.
the
Insanity
top
ult
rush.
charge.
Looking for it. Rich doing a little sidestep and do-si-do, but cannot stand up against Insanity, who puts another kill into his pocket.
That's a 57-second death timer here. Now, I want to see what TSM can do with this, because not only did they get the kill, but they've got the Baron buff. If they push on the supers that are coming through mid, they should be able to make Dignitas pay.
See what kind of payday TSM can run into, as now you can see Chime coming through the jungle to reposition with the rest of the squad. Insanity walking it down mid. There's the mid and turret falling, and the inhibitor soon to follow, as Dignitas still have over 20 seconds until Rich respawns. Plenty of ultimates to try to delay this, but that's a Baron-empowered wave that has now entered their base. Still some supers to eventually spawn as a result, but now Santorin looks for the sidestep, gets a root onto Hanser, and that's a good burst onto Boogie, who's now taken out of it into the backline. Hanser goes, a GA popped in favor of Dignitas, but TSM are going deep. They lose 2 for 2 so far. Rich has finally spawned back into it, but Poom and Rich are so low and have to go back into the fountain just to be able to heal up. That's one of the Nexus turrets that TSM were able to take out.
This is crazy! They're not even done! Rich here with the Ocean Soul. Poke LeBlanc harassing them!
Nice and healthy. Hanser and Chime, not so much, but Rich, see if he can get some chains onto someone.
Keep going. Keep going. Get Insanity's
Timers
flash
are
at least.
long.
Time over the wall. Oh my goodness. This game is insane. They're teleporting back topside. They want to get the inhibitor at least.
TSM continuing to commit 2 teleports up top, and Rich and Poom are still waiting at least 15 seconds for some sort of assistance.
Oh, the charm!
Charm onto Rich, but he dashes on back. Insanity gets the damage down. Poom swag walks it out the best he can with head held high as TSM tie up the series. We're going to game 5.
Oh my goodness.
A 45-minute barn burner of a game, ending with a 12-1-9 Insanity. Him and Boogie comboing together to make tons of plays this game in what is the wildest game I can remember this year.
We finally answer the question. How many Barons does it take to win a game versus Dignitas in playoffs? Well, it's going to be 4. TSM, they go in immediately for the tower dive, and they got the early counter kill there onto Sejuani. So you think, oh, maybe there is a chance here. Rich out of the fountain with the LeBlanc actually has a lot of AoE damage with the Static Shiv, Night Harvester, and Lich Bane combination. And then it gets really dicey here. On the chase back, maybe if they had further chased and not let them get off their Baron-empowered recalls and to teleport back with full health, maybe there was some sort of angle where we could have even stalled this game longer.
Yeah, realistically, chasing was probably the right call, but it feels scary to go into the Fog of War against LeBlanc, a Rakan, and stuff like that. And I think this is one of those games where you have to be able to forget it very quickly, because for Dignitas, there are a lot of opportunities that maybe they could have done something different to actually win this game. That teleport that I was calling out earlier, should they have chased here, none of that matters anymore. You lost the game. It's now 2-2. You have to refocus up on what you can actually learn from this game to take into game 5. Woo! It's hard.
Yeah, early on it was looking like Dig did have those moments where we're thinking, okay, all right, looks like TSM are done, but they're able to bring it back with some of the picks that they had. And at the same time, you're saying that Dignitas need to refocus and be able to kind of wash this one off and go to the next one. But TSM, they've also got to keep their heads level too, because Dignitas, they've got all on the line when it comes to this series. It is time for game number 5 soon enough. And until then, enjoy some Silver Scrapes.
Welcome back. Before we end up talking about that game really quickly, congratulations to all of you at home who topped your fantasy leagues in Fantasy LCS on Sleeper. For those of you who didn't make it to the winner's circle, come back next split for another shot of redemption. And TSM,
we're all winners
shot
here.
Of redemption. After what was a game that I had no idea who was going to win.
Look at Revan. I don't think I've ever seen him smile this much. It's just like he's permanently happy. This is incredible.
Just like, great job, guys.
Revan won this game.
What is he saying right now?
I don't know, but
he's like, guys, just go out there and do whatever you want. You guys don't, I don't know.
Those coach shots in between the during the game, he was so stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they should have lost.
Multiple times.
There were so many moments in this game where their Nexus was open.
Yep.
Rich and Jensen had backdoor angles, but they found their way around all of it in high-pressure moments to sneak a win.
Yeah, and here's kind of the setup for that fight and the base defense, I guess you'd call it, coming out, the initial base defense.
Oh my god, I for sure thought it was gonna end here.
Yeah, well, this was the final one, right? This is where Rich recalls. Yeah. He is able to shut down Wild Turtle, can't quite kill Insanity, but then he, like, this is one I'm interested to watch back. I feel like if Dig just clears the waves, it doesn't present TSM the opportunity to make the return. So he delays the recall as long as possible. Look at this bottom wave that just gets to stack up.
Yeah.
And then everyone hits the TP. Like this part was a really savvy call by TSM actually to see when they can actually lethal the Nexus and take advantage. And then beautiful charm. Insanity had an incredible game.
Yeah, he was dragging his team for sure, because I mean, every time Insanity make an insane play or a team fight, someone on his team would do something really silly.
That's why I was wondering who was more stressed between. God. I thought I heard something.
Okay, one more. Oh my god.
They're not even excited. They're like, oh my god, we gotta do one more.
Skin and teeth.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's great.
That's the stress.
What a nice looking gold graph there.
It would have been a really sad gold graph, obviously, if Dignitas had won based off of the few mistakes at the end of the game. But that was wild to see.
I can't believe Rich did 53 damage because he wasn't doing any damage.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, just like constant because I'm not sure if I believe in the LeBlanc top.
I mean, he almost did it, but the fact that he did that much and it still wasn't what you needed, like in team fights, is just so ineffective.
Yeah.
You're right, his team failed him.
It's only good in these random chaotic situations. But
Yeah,
I actually don't like the long top either.
Outside of some like few mistakes, I thought he played like fine. To be honest,
He did.
Both teams just had so much opportunity to win the game. It was kind of a battle of who wanted to lose more.
The most frustrating part about this was, yes, Insanity had an insane game, 25 stack Magi's, like I think he was 8-0-9 at a certain level in which he was playing through bot lane, thumbs up, like basically trying to pull someone like Jace towards the side lane and just then make his 4 strong in mid lane. But then they would make a mistake. He would then group from that point forward, it feels like. So it just felt like, I wonder what's going to be the adaptation going into game 5, that he couldn't touch a side lane past that point. That was my fear.
And the super curious thing, as we pull up some stats from both Jensen and Insanity, because I think they've both been instrumental in their team's wins, right?
In
so
their wins.
This is the 2 of these mid laners in each of the 2 wins that their teams have received in this series. If you look at, like, it's actually surprisingly even, except for the gold difference at 14, which I'm assuming is from that Ziggs Trist game.
That one definitely
where he was on the
boosted
Trist, yeah.
This is cool to see. I mean, just Insanity coming into TSM, really revitalizing what seemed to be a dead split for them, and then Jensen making another run for Worlds, trying to make it his 9th in a row. And remember, this is an elimination game.
Yes.
It's now a best-of-1 elimination game, so either Jensen doesn't go to Worlds, or there's a chance we never see TSM again. Those are the only 2 possible outcomes.
Don't make me sad, Jack.
Sad.
What are you trying to do?
You're already preemptively making me sad.
This is the last time Jensen was in Worlds, 2014. Look at what the world was doing.
Yeah, and you may notice a slight change from the graphic we flew at the beginning, where it said that TSM handed Samsung White their only Worlds loss. That was not true. Starhorn World Club also took a game off of Samsung White in the finals, so the 7-1, I did not realize that also came in 2014. That's become a weird League of Legends meme whenever it's 7-1 in
It's a weird literally anything that involves a Brazilian team.
Scorekeeping and a Brazilian team,
2014 was a good year, but we got now game 5, loser gets to select sides. So Dignitas selects blue.
Okay.
And Solo. As the guest. What's going to happen?
You know, I really think after seeing these few games, I think it really is just how much can Insanity carry. Because right now, like every time TSM's had, a game they're doing well in, it's just all behind him. Like he's coming and clutching the team fights, he's playing lane really well. So I'm feeling like they've kind of figured out the strategy by banning the Tristana, making him play Jace, playing something into Jace. I'm really feeling good about TSM being able to like get an advantage through mid.
And I like what you're saying because it matches up with what we're seeing on screen, where it's basically just Santorin, Jensen, and Enetron seemingly going through draft scenarios to figure out what works mid-jungle.
Yeah, I think they have
If
to.
they can lock down the mid jungle, they have a really good game. In the game where they had the Trist Sejuani mid and picked up the early kill on Insanity, it was an easy win. And obviously last game, Insanity had 25 stack Medjai's Art.
Yeah. TSM's not going to be happy that they're getting Game 5 into Game 5, and it feels like the first series that they had versus Evil Geniuses, the lesson that I took away from it in Game 1, where they took that one win versus EG, was off of a counter pick Lucian, where once again you put resources into Insanity and Boogie, since I do think they play well together. More often than not, when you give power into Insanity, that might just be the ticket here. I'm interested to see what the first pick is going to be for Dignitas. If it's LeBlanc again, I doubt it. But it's a hard conversation to have.
Yeah, the way they're talking about it, I almost feel like they're not going to pick LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Because like I think if it was easy, or if Jensen wanted to be LeBlanc, it'd be like they're going to do the same draft.
Yeah.
We first pick LeBlanc, I'll play LeBlanc, I'll play well this game. But the fact they're talking about his draft so much, I feel like they're either going to ban it or they're just going to leave it up and play into it.
Yeah. I also feel like TSM, as we've talked about, are kind of happy being on red side anyway. Like, it's another one of those weird series that we're watching, which we've seen a few times in playoffs now, more specifically, I think, with the EG TSM series as well, where each team is getting a side that they do feel comfortable with in the draft. Regardless of what we've thought about their drafts, they feel comfortable with them, which is the important thing. Let's go around. Have any of you flopped, or did you all flop to Dig now?
I'll still go Dig because I think Jensen's going to clutch up when it matters most. That last game was incredibly close.
Did you run into him again in the hallway?
Yeah, give us the deets.
I didn't want to distract him. He's in flow state right now. I can't break out of it.
And I have no reason to change my prediction, so I'm sticking with TSM.
Wait, you flopped on the last one.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all.
You're sticking with TSM? I always stick with my predictions, so I'm boring.
Same.
Yeah, I saw Insanity and I said, don't worry, I'm still picking you. And he said, who are you?
And with that, we'll toss it to casters.
Insanity's locked in. He's like, I don't recognize you. I got the blinders on.
Yep.
Random guy in the hallway. Who are you?
I love it. Honestly, he was locked in that game too.
Yes.
You could see the stacks on the Medjai's fully stacked the entire time, even with teammates throwing the game at points. Some possible tilt moments. Don't care. Who are you?
This is why he has been so transformative to this TSM roster, and you saw how they looked when he wasn't there. Not that he wins every single game, but when TSM win, it's almost always with Insanity, playing well. Obviously, you have to give some credit to Boogie as well for setting up a lot of the things that got Insanity ahead, but then he did carry in the end.
Has definitely been those two players in the majority of the scenarios. All right, let's see. Will they keep the Tristana ban to try and break up the combo? Rel and Rumble remaining on the board. The Ivern Aatrox have been permabanned by TSM, keeping those the same.
Renekton not banned yet, which I think Dig had done all 4 times, this series. So looks like this might be a first pick slam Renekton. Or do you give it to Haunster and you have the Quinn?
Oh, true. I did buy a Dignitas jersey because of the Quinn, because I thought there was no way that he's going to carry. And I'll buy a jersey if he carries and does some work, but he did pop off. But I don't know if we'll see that here. I know that Renekton in general has been a talking point, but specifically for Haunster because of how much of the regular season he did play on the pick. Instead, it is Rakan getting locked in first for Dignitas. So Poom will have that support that has been so contested by both of these support players.
So they could easily grab the Xayah also and get the duo for themselves. TSM knew that in their first 2 picks, but I like immediately getting Boogie back on the Sejuani. He does so much as far as the playmaking for the team. So many engages, so many picks for them. Even though they know they're giving up possible Xayah Maokai.
Yeah, I think it would be very smart to grab the Xayah here. So powerful with the Rakan. And Tomo has had decent games. There's a couple times where he gets caught out of position at the start of fights and gets exploded, but if he's able to actually get his DPS out, he does a very good job of actually pumping that damage out. Sometimes looks for big plays. We've seen him on Kai'Sa before go flying in. In that last game, that flash on the turtle, buying them time in the game.
Dude, that should have been game winning.
It should have been.
That should have been. Oh, we're gonna get.
You're tilted for him. It's okay.
I was tilted for him for sure. But there they go. They do lock in the Xayah Maokai.
Yep. Good to see that combination come through. This does mean that we'll see what happens with the Jace. It's something that had been first rotation, I believe, or first phased every game so far in this series. So might get banned out here, and we might start seeing some different mid picks, given the fact that the Tristana has already gotten rid of as well.
And set locked in here for TSM, so a return for Chime, as this pick has been coming in more and more within playoffs specifically. And now going through the rest of the banning phase, we still don't know the top lane pick for Dignitas. So TSM taking out some of the ones we have seen from Rich in the past, and there's the Renekton for TSM, no longer an option.
And I think because TSM would like to have Hanser on a tank, they're banning away the Alawi, expecting the Cassante as well to be up there. So they're banning away some of these carry tops that Rich has used into tanks. And if the data for this split is to be believed, Hanser is looking towards the Ornn. I personally, even though he didn't bring out this split, he has had so much more success on the Scion. And we just have not seen Scion in so long. It actually pairs pretty well.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential options. It's a very interesting position.
Malphite is still up. He loves the Malphite.
I was going to say Malphite. Technically, you can grab the Cassante yourself. That's what they end up doing. I do like that angle quite a bit. The question is, if you don't grab that, the Jace will probably go over to Dignitas if they want to grab it here, and then they can decide what to do with it. And that does give counterpick most likely to either decide if you're flexing the Kai'Sa mid or if you're actually going to slam a different mid laner. Very interesting position. And Jensen going back to old, reliable, tried and true, front to back team fighting. Give me the Azir.
Azir is one of those picks that most mid laners that have been around for quite some time can pilot, but Jensen particularly should be feeling very comfortable on the Azir and thus very empowered in the team fighting to come.
Second most all-time played champion for him, 65 games across his career. Only a 53% win rate. Not quite as dominant as his Orianna and other champions.
I mean, his Orianna is massive dominance, though. Most played champ and over 70%.
Whoa!
It's hard to match.
Insanity with the counter pick.
Finally!
Xerath.
Yes! Finally! We actually I actually talked to him and to Palafox both about this pick specifically, and especially into the Azir. Azir, always, through a history of this champion, weakness of poke. And Xerath right now, this is with the changes to the Xerath ultimates, getting more ultimate shots and then having the increase on the successive damage hits. Plus you have the Kai'Sa who can go snipe Kai'Sa build, so much poke damage here. The only drawback to this Xerath is getting ganked and getting Azir swept. So that may seem like a big weakness to some people.
It's a pretty big weakness when you're into Rakan and Maokai in the late game. If you're not well positioned on this Xerath, you are...
But it's so fun to play. You smash the minion waves. You push so effortlessly. Your wave clear is insane. Your poke is insane. This is if people didn't come gank you, it'd all be good.
Yeah, if this was just 1v1, I would have crapped on you, bro. I will say it's a very risky pick to pull out in elimination match game 5, basically saying I am going to play well enough in lane to make this pick worth it, and you will not kill me at the start of team fights. You are so immobile. You are the living embodiment of artillery mage, and if they find flanks onto him, either it's Rich or whoever gets on top, they can kill him. So this is kind of the Insanity show.
Look alive for game number 5. One team is definitely going home at the end of this game. What a scrap it has been to get here, especially considering game number 4 went 45 minutes. But I do love that there is no attempt at going safe in the draft this time around. Insanity bringing out one of the picks that was recently touched on 13.14. Kobe, I know you seem very excited about it. These changes specifically trying to empower him more in mid, even though Xerath has been around in support for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. The other side of this that we didn't get to touch on because it was so quickly slammed is the Gwen for Rich. They banned out a couple of the counter picks that can slam tanks, but they did let this one through. Does force a lot of magic damage up on the top side of the map. So very easy itemization for Hanser and Boogie, but it is a champion that can 1v9 if she can get ahead.
I love Vulcan, always the memer. Can't keep him down. Tropical vacation sounds pretty nice right about now. Nope, moving on in playoffs sounds even better. Jensen continuing his world streak sounds even better. So both these two teams, obvious elimination match as we are in the last game of this elimination series of playoffs here. And we got some spicy counter picks. Yeah, the Gwen counter pick into Cassante. We've seen that before, okay?
I'm not saying it's spicy. I'm saying it might be relevant.
Cassante players have adapted. They buy an early no magic mantle. Boom, there's your adaptation. Don't rush the Iceborne Gauntlet. You'll be fine.
Do you only like new and shiny things, Kobe? What about vintage? You know?
I never shop at vintage stores. I definitely like the new and shiny. Novelty is premium. And honestly, I want to see how mid lane is actually going, because Jensen got the early shove on the wave for the first couple of waves here for Insanity, but Insanity should still be able to pick everything up. Yep. Still keeping himself quite nice and should end up with more CS in the end after he clears the rest of that wave. Meanwhile, junglers again, both of them starting on red quadrants, will be opposite side clears. Boogie will path down towards bottom side, and he will not get seen by this little ward that Jensen has, trying to see this gank. If Boogie continues his clear down towards his blue buff and wraps all the way around to just do the normal full clear Sejuani, this ward only sees if Boogie was going to wrap around for an early level 3 gank. But Boogie pops, never mind, he pops the Scryer's plant, boom. Everybody knows where you are now.
Bit of a double-edged sword there. Boogie says, okay, there's a ward, can't gank through there. Dignitas says, okay, there's Boogie, but not going mid, going to protect this crashing wave on the bot side.
Knocks up too, and Boogie's waiting in try, but Poom and Tomo, considering the recent intel, are making sure not to push up too aggressively and prioritizing clearing out this wave. Now Boogie moving through the enemy jungle towards mid. You can see some pings coming out on that mid lane as Jensen moves up to try to clear out this wave.
Yeah, Insanity cancels his recall though, with Boogie hovering around, potentially looking for Jensen to get over aggressive, who have been perma shoving as aggressively as he could.
Boogie and Chime nearby. The Jensen simply stunned up under the turret. A decent amount of time spent here across mid to try and get that advantage, but no angle to be taken.
And Insanity should have Lost Chapter, probably running Futures Market along with his first strike here. Started with the Mana Crystal, so probably should be able to get a very early Lost Chapter for himself. Has teleport to get back. Boogie did spend a lot of time running between mid and bottom, so Boogie is falling a little bit behind on his clear, but he can finish it up now. Go grab his blue end Gromp after securing that safety.
You see Insanity trying to rush to that with the Mana Crystal start. Will make the lane phase a lot easier, because even though Xerath has that mana restoring passive, against Xerath, you're realistically, or against Azir, excuse me, you're not able to usually get that auto attack off to get the bonus mana regen from it. So you're stuck hitting creeps, which doesn't refund nearly as much mana. And with this start, you can of course get a Lost Chapter on an earlier power spike. So you do want to force the reset, hopefully before Azir can match on the Lost Chapter, but they are stuck in lane a little bit.
See that mana pool on Insanity being carefully tended to, and Tomo and Poom continually pushing up down here bot. They reach level 4 ahead of their lane opponents and have been shoving that wave up. The dragon just now spawning with wards favored by the TSM side. But I am excited to see what Insanity is able to do on this pick. First time played in the LCS since 2019.
Yeah, now is where we start to see it fully take off. So Last Chapter acquired, and at level 5, you get your 3 ranks in your queues, starting to do a lot more damage, helping out a lot more out with the wave clear / harass onto the Azir, because you're always looking to try and get these Qs and these combos through to hit the Azir as well. Notoriously low sustain on that champion. Jensen has 2 potions and 2 biscuits still for himself to try and help sustain through it, but Insanity even went as greedy as to get the refillable for himself, along with his own Dark Seal. The other thing, of course, about the Xerath is with the ultimate and having the extra shot now added to it, you are both rewarded for hitting earlier shots, increasing the damage of successive shots, but you can really make these plays where you hover just to one side and you can make a bottom side play. You know, your jungler is doing some sort of work down there, trying to play off the setup from something like a set, and then the Xerath ultimates can come in and finish the job for you, or be the thing that does turn the tides. What you have to watch out for, of course, post level 6 is the Azir sweeps, and you have to be very safe with your positioning and your flash. That's where the range comes in, Mark.
And of course, if you can't land those skill shots, it becomes much, much harder to actually get the shove. You do outrange the Azir, but if you are sending your skill shots at him and he's not grouped up the wave, hold on here.
He's making the play. Chime gets rooted, knocked up, double time by Poom. So Boogie cannot follow up. Good battle dance back, and now level 5 for Tomo and Poom to continue this pressure.
And even though we don't see the actual play there, and they make the call, hey, Dig are going to escape from this bottom side gank, no problem. Here we go, counterplay.
Wants to continue following up on this. Ignite Roan and Chime Haymaker out to try and answer Jensen on the pursuit. But that's first blood. Jensen gets the kill credit, and Dignitas with a good start.
Yeah, really good heads up play there from Poom. They chase down Chime, don't let him escape. And it turns into a Dignitas play. It was TSM trying to make the snap play on bottom side. You saw Insanity, if you're looking at the minimap, start to hover down there, by the way. But they're unable to make the play and then turn around immediately with the Ignite on him. They chase him down. They get their first blood bonus. And guess what? It went on to Jensen Azir.
Feels great for him. Boogie a little bit not in range for the play to throw his ultimate there to combo with the set. And Jensen getting first move. This is, you talk about the last time Xerath was played in 2019. I'm almost positive that was Bjergsen game where he played it as a counter pick into the Azir. And a similar thing happened where not enough skill shots seemed to be able to land, didn't get enough of an advantage in lane phase, and didn't have a huge impact in the game. I'm worried that that's the same case here, second time around for Insanity. Has not yet gotten any shove in the wave, hasn't gotten a ton of poke, and down CS now.
And that's why I point out the mini-map from the last time around, as we see Boogie now making a look towards top side with Rift Heralds up, Santorin's gonna start it. But if you saw in the mini-map, while Jensen was pushing mid lane, Insanity half walked down when TSM tried to make their bottom side play. So then he had to deal with the push, which was a ramification of their attempted play. Now we're gonna see the Rift Herald though.
Rich rotating towards Santorin. Two members of Dignitas in Pixel, and Poom goes for the knockup. There's the first ult from Insanity, trying to land as much as he can, and Rich did take a lot of damage, but Santorin is the first to fall. Wild Turtle, Killer Instinct into the back line, manages to flash for Flash, so Rich keeps his life, but loses one of his summoners.
Who wants the Herald
and
Eyeball?
the Herald Eye's just still big chillin'. Poom walking over to pick it up.
Absolutely huge by Poom there to make sure that it's just not a total net loss play for Dignitas. Sneaks into river, grabs the eye from what would have been a horrible play for them. The fact that Insanity was set up in such a good position to snipe down the members of Dig, who get sandwiched between Chime and then Boogie and Haunter. And you can just see him pelting over the top over and over again. Yeah, almost dies as well.
It was actually beautiful how Haunter moves them together as well for the double hit on the ultimate on the second shot there too. Artillery Mage in action. They got the kill. They pushed him off the Herald, but Secret Agent Poom slipped back in and recovered the eyeball.
The heist.
All right.
All right, he's on the heist team.
Yeah, where was he, man?
Regroup on that one. I think it's good to see Insanity able to get a decent amount of damage down with that first ult and see if Boogie can collapse upon this play. Rich, a lot of CC to him, tries to escape, cannot do so, did use that flash in that previous fight, so is taken down on top side.
Taken down, did not have his mythic completed as well, which is the huge power spike for Gwen, as well as the fact Needlework was down. That is the danger of ganking a Gwen with her ult up. She starts sustaining through, she turns on, has her Riftmaker passive now, and suddenly it becomes very, very difficult to finish her off. They had a great timing window to pull that gank off Boogie. Yet again, finding angles into this game. One at the Rift Herald, now one again topside.
Yeah, maybe it's too much of repeating ourselves, but general sentiment, Boogie good.
Get eyes on Boogie, where is he?
Honestly though, never mind, bottom side again.
All time venturing forward, Tomo and Poom walking out of it because Boogie's coming to play. There is the downtown right of the arcane. Tomo has to ult, but he can't keep his life as a result. And TSM are the ones racking up the kill score in their favor. 1,000 gold lead now just achieved.
And there, you see the aftermath of the story, but it's the half roam. You only have to roam to right here for Insanity to be able to add that damage with the Xerath ultimate to those bot ganks. They drew up the play, they executed on the play. They're getting their resets off before Dragon though. It's a little too greedy with how tanky those mountain dragons are. Insanity, he gets caught by those.
Right there at the end, attempted to stun up Santorin, but does buy enough time so that he can retreat.
Nice play there by TSM, both the Xerath E and Boogie's ultimate, making sure that Santorin could not get in range for a W, keeping Insanity's flash there critically. Even if you don't get that kill against the Xerath, you want to make plays to force the flashes out of him so that the next one, it becomes much easier to actually pull off.
And now you get to see the pain. That is Azir playing against the Xerath. When the Q comes back and hits here, Luden's proc Q onto Jensen, constantly getting chunked out here. Now you get to see the range discrepancies. A lot of effort being put in by TSM to keep some vision around that Xerath. As you said, critical that he was able to hold onto his flash. That is such a big, big piece of safety for this team. And allowing now Boogie and Chime trying to do some work here on these wards behind Dragon, but a little bit dangerous with Santorin and Boom staring them in the face. So they don't want to overstay, and they're just going to lease the Dragon out of the pit.
The jungle and support duos continually working in tandem, their movement through the
Herald
jungle,
mid.
but it's TSM that are focusing on to the Dragon, and the Rift Herald spawned across mid. At first, some lack of agency when it's your support that picks it up, but when your support can roam towards mid, he can drop it right on down, gets some turret plates for Dignitas to try and make sure this gold lead doesn't balloon.
Yeah, nice to get some gold into Jensen's pocket there. No reason to contest that Dragon right there. First one of the game. Rich did have TP, but does not have his mythic still, so you do not really want to be joining in on these fights. So instead, get some gold funneled to Jensen. Hopefully they can grab that last little bit of the second turret plate there. They only got the one so far, but equalizes the gold against Insanity. And I do want to give a shout out to Chime. He's had some really good engages. That first one did get turned around on him, but he, in the Rift Herald fight and then in the pickoff that happened in bot side, a better job setting up these plays because he is the first one to go in, force out the cooldowns defensively from someone like Tomo or Jensen, and then it becomes much easier for Insanity to land the skill shots knowing that they no longer have mobility spells and whatnot to get out of the range of them.
Yeah, big part of the entire idea for this TSM frontline. Being so beefy, having so much CC, trying to set up those carries just to look good. Because we want Xerath to have success here so that more teams start to pick more off-meta champions and we can get some more diverse champion pools.
See, Kobe, you like the new and shiny. I like old and classic. Azir, Oriana, Cassio, Ryze. Give them to me.
You want Corky, Mark?
No. Bridge too far.
Okay.
Gosh, when you mentioned the quirky package noise when we were talking about it in the pods earlier, I just thought, no, don't manifest that back. We don't need it. Boom don't need this action from Chime, though. Boogie comes over the wall, but doesn't have to step up any further than that. Tomo did get some time to push that bot wave.
Yeah, honestly, I wonder if we'll start to see some difference here as far as the Gwen as well, because this has also turned out, even with the counter pick, so well for TSM, with Haunter having a big impact in the Rift Herald fight, as well as receiving the gank from Boogie and getting that early kill. Like we mentioned, he got the early magic resist just as a piece, and then still is able to get his Iceborne done. So the front line also going to be very healthy for TSM. They've got Dragon number 1, 2 minutes 45 seconds left to set up for the second one, and there's nothing pushing Insanity out of the mid lane, and he's not exposing himself to ganks or to these flash plays. So I think they should be able to keep it under control.
Bit touch and go on the bot side here. Chime has his flash up, and it feels like every time that's available, he is looking for angles to force onto Dignitas' bot lane. You can see him poking ahead, trying to use this brush advantage to find the flash angle double stun with Boogie nearby. Both mid laners keep trying to hover around bot side, knowing this play can happen at any moment.
Yeah, Jensen's heading first here on the Azir, but Insanity can answer from a longer range. So it looks like Boogie gives some priority here over to Dig because of Jensen's early move into the river. Just slips right back, and it's the standoff.
It's the standoff, and it's crazy because Rift Herald's up. It's been up for a couple minutes now, I believe, and both teams have so much pressure around the bot side as we see the potential sweep here.
Jensen.
Turn away! Camera, go somewhere else!
Where's the emote game Insanity?
Oh, yeah, honestly, that would have been a perfect moment.
Yeah.
Take notes would be a good choice there, something like that. Any of the tilting ones. Now you've got no Maokai ult and no Azir ult, though, and they're starting it up.
Yeah, this is a surprising force here. Down summoner, or ultimate, excuse me.
Also down support roams. Chime is here. That is a TSM Herald right there. You better be careful messing with that one.
Yeah, Chime with everything up. All he has to do is run at them to make sure that Jensen can't make his way over.
Oh, they're going for the dive, though.
Back off. There's a Feather Storm from Tomo. Should be able to blade call back. Turtle! Makes a sidestep it! Turtle! Double kill! Wild Turtle ain't flipping this one. He's got the play in the bot side.
Damn, Jason still has it, baby. He was there with TSM at the beginning. He's still making it happen. 2v1 outplay on the bottom side. Look at the killer instinct for the first dodge and then the flash.
Absolutely huge here. They want to go from max range. The cleanse ult out of the knockup, meaning he still has his flash available for when Tomo goes for the ultimate here. Or excuse me, the E pullback. So he's able to avoid getting rooted up. Poom took the turret too long. Tomo drops as well. Turtle absolutely broke their ankles on that play. Boogie is just watching. He was on the top side of the map. The entire team rotated up to respect that potential Rift Herald take by Dignitas there. And that means Turtle's exposed on the bot side, but he makes it work by himself in the 2v1.
On his back, he holds the earth, honestly.
Wild Turtle finding the time to shine, which you love to see if you are a long-term fan of the LCS. I know that on Hotline League, there was a caller that came in and said he was often in the shadow of Doublelift and Sneaky in his early days, so it's great to see him be able to have that flash-forward mentality, that aggro look that we've known him to have for so many years, and now with TSM on their last life.
And the best part always about these 2v1 outplays or these outnumber tower dives where you're able to make yourself the star is that your team also gets things on the other side of the map because your opponents have overloaded resources to you. That Herald went over to TSM in addition to Turtle getting those extra kills, and now they want more. Boogie with a rare miss.
Did force the flash out of Jensen though. Chime had the pullback but didn't have a stun target, I believe, so Jensen could flash out right away, but still a big win for them here as they posture around this dragon.
The dragon is still up, just as you mentioned, and Dignitas, they don't look ready to let it go completely. TSM keeping control of the river. They have Scuttle, they have some controls down, and Teleport coming in as well. Multiple Chime up, and now the Nature's Grass drawn down. Root into the back line. Insanity takes a decent amount of damage, but look, Tomo is also pushing Chime out of it. Santorin into the back of the pit. Rich going deep to try and find Hanser, but Insanity takes down Santorin. And all the while, it's the jungler lost for Dignitas, which means that TSM feel free to disengage.
Yeah, TSM, that was beautiful. They're kind of wiping the map with them right now. Hanser with the ultimate, sectioning them out, and then Boogie's able to escape, walking away from the Dragon Pit. They assassinate the enemy jungler. They can go back to get their purchases off before returning for objective as well. And let's see, Insanity still has some Xerath ultimate charges here ready to go.
The arcane rains from above, and Jensen doing his best to sidestep most.
What is this champion? I'm pretty sure is what that emote means. And Insanity says, pretty cool, huh?
He was also dodging enough of the ultimates there, not to sustain too much damage. It's still gonna give them an objective.
Yeah, it's just one W, and once that lands and the slow is in there, Insanity decides it's time to open up on him and gets the chunk out, gets this dragon for free. That last fight was not the worst angle by Dignitas. They had multiple members of TSM down to around 10, 20% HP. They just couldn't finish any of them off, and that felt like one of the last good angles that Dig might get for a little while now, because it does feel like neutral map play right now is heavily in TSM's favor. They have this annoying Azir who's just poking away constantly, and they still have not been able to force his flash out.
And TSM, they managed to get the Feather Storm out of Tomo, traded for the Glacial Prison off of Boogie, but it's them controlling this spacing. They had gotten that mid turret previously with that Rift Herald, which gives them that agency to move forward and push Dignitas out of their lanes.
Copium for Dignitas side right here is Rich is able to grab this turret. He's going to keep scaling up. The scaling on Gwen very strong as you move into your Nashor's Tooth. You begin getting a lot more 1v1 potential in side lanes, as well as assassination threat in team fights. That last attempt, it was just Poom and Santorin jumped on top of Insanity. If they had a little bit of backup from any of the actual carry members, they could have found that kill. The Xerath will always be very squishy, and if you can blow them up at the start of a fight, hey, maybe that's your way back into the game. So they still have the ability to blow up most members of TSM, but need to be in the right position to do it, and that can be very hard against poke champions.
Yeah, plus the W from the Gwen. One of the only tools you can use against Xerath.
Gwen is immune.
Diving down, Gwen is indeed immune. But definitely gonna have to dig themselves out of a hole here. TSM, there's not much that is going to make them divert from their game plan. Top side, they can just focus down, push out this top turret, get a little bit more standing gold there while having vision control over Baron, but they go for Insanity. He doesn't flash it.
Insanity now flashing away, but gets rooted and knocked back by Santorin. Wild Turtle coming in with the killer instinct and going for blood. Picks up the kill onto Jensen, but Dignitas wanting to dish something back. They take down 2, punish him on the entry, and now back off the rest of the fight.
Yeah, they got the shutdown on Turtle, as well as the kill and flash out of Insanity here. Well worth the life of their Azir. Tomo doing a lot of work following up there. Santorin really wanted it.
22 minutes into the game, and Hanser stepping up to Dignitas, who have started up on this Baron, looking at Chime alongside Boogie up top, but they can't commit, so Dignitas backing off.
Dignitas not looking as aggressive as they potentially could have there. There was still plenty of length on the respawn timers. It would have been a 4v3 contest. I think they're happy just to finally have found an angle onto Insanity. Nice flash out to potentially stop the Azir sweep from coming in, but too much CC there. This was a huge stun by Chime, grabbing Tomo and forcing the flash and cleanse out of him, making sure they could not chase down to the right side of the fight, because the danger there is if Chime doesn't land that stun, Tomo just cleans up everyone, and then the Baron is definitely gone. Very close to being a game-ending fight there for the side of Dignitas if they could have just won that a little cleaner.
All right, now Jensen has flash advantage. This Xerath, no flash for the first time in the game, will be vulnerable. Maokai ultimate comes back off of cooldown. And even though Poom had to use a lot to get that engaged, once you've got your ultimate back, you can still hex flash for some of these angles and have some super snap engages.
All right, so now Wild Turtle alone in mid, knocked up and flashes out. In the end, Chime gets rooted on the entry. The Arcane raining from above once again takes out Jensen, and TSM still standing strong with 3. They lose Wild Turtle, but this time around, they come out with more kills into their pocket, 2 at that, and push Dignitas back.
Interesting, because they keep killing the AD carries, so there's not real DPS for the Baron. They're kind of over by that area, but with just the Xerath area, yeah, you can't really go on over there, so they just clear out a couple more of the wards and go for a little bit of a reach there with the Cassante.
Should be a disengage after that, and it looked initially like a great play out of Dig, getting that sweep onto Turtle, but it felt like the focus might have got split between finishing the turret or killing Turtle, because he lived for a surprising length of time, which then forced Rich into chasing him down as opposed to helping focus the tanks, which were jumping on top of Tomo. Another fight there, which was close to going better in Dignitas' favor, but because they were not able to cleanly kill Turtle, it gave time for Azir to land all these shots from range, and they were able to win that one actually on the side of TSM 2-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, Hanser doing a lot of work here. He did a lot of work on the Rumble. He's been doing really well on this Cassante as well. With the Xerath so far away, a lot of that burden of providing some of the damage and the counter threats as Turtle got dove was on him. TSM right back to it though. They push down on mid first and then move into the river for the spawn of Dragon. See how much poke damage they can get down for themselves first. Looks like ultimates are just about to come back off of cooldown for them.
No flash on either carry of TSM. They'll have to do a very good job of making sure there's no flanks coming in and no angle for Santorin's ult to land on anyone.
The Xerath ultimate coming up just now, so there's the poke coming through, tries to zone off Dignitas while TSM focuses down onto the Dragon. Poom has found a lot of good angles for Dig, but too far from the rest of the team to be able to collapse. It is TSM that will pick up yet another Dragon in this game, putting themselves on soul points.
Yep, easy execution there for them. They have Chime just go find Poom and mark the Rakan. If you see that Rakan flank coming with the set, you're perfectly countered there. Then they have Insanity, pop ultimate, and just use your charges on the Xayah. Either you're going to chunk the Xayah down so it's vulnerable to a dive, or you're going to get ultimate or some sort of summer spell out of that Xayah. With the amount of Xerath ultis that you can throw at those AD carry champions now, that's a worthy investment before the fight even starts. And so with those two things under control for TSM, they then can just pick up the Dragon without Dignitas even coming for that fight.
Yeah, nice positioning by Insanity there. Also, force Rich's W out. Have to do a better job of Rich finding an angle into these fights that's not just charging through the front, because there's so many tools for them to survive through that. on Soul Point now means the next time the Dragon spawns, TSM can go for the same setup approach. All the flashes will be back available as well, so it'll be even harder for Dignitas to potentially contest that objective.
Just under 3,000 gold for TSM, but as we noted, Soul Point for them. And it feels like they've been the ones making the aggressive plays against Dignitas, who are attempting to clear out on Baron. We've had a couple of scraps up here, but never any commitment to be able to follow up. Dig had one slight opening, but we're wary of pushing that aggressive play.
Massive, massive magic penetration build here for the Xerath, for Insanity, with his Shadow Flame Sork Boots, as well as the percentage magic penetration of his Void Staff completed. This Xerath will just dump out damage, and constantly being fed the blue buffs here. He's almost to his level 16 as well. Once you get your final rank for the ultimate, you just can start spamming that off on backline members. Doesn't matter. You see Azir, boom, spam it on him, chunk him out. He has no sustain. You see the Xayah, doesn't matter. Spam it out, chunk him down. Either you get an ultimate or something out of it, or you take down a Hell's Hell.
Definitely feels like the ball is in Insanity's hands. If he lands enough poke, Dig have a hard time contesting.
Again, with the start of this, teleport coming in for Dignitas. Boogie ends up flashing away, still rooted, and escapes for the time being, but the flash follow-up. Santorum looking to knock him into the rest of the team. Rich gets the kill. And Dignitas, now with no enemy jungler here to contest, are on the Baron.
Huge pick for Dignitas. Boogie messing around too much in the river.
Riot of the Arcane already used to get a good chunk onto Tomo, who uses the Feather Storm to escape the rest of the damage, but boom, sandwich between Hanser and Wild Turtle, who ends up Killer Instinct into the back line, does pick up the kill onto Tomo, but answered as Jensen ventures forward. Chime now on the retreat with a knuckle down, and Hanser will have to escape with the flash over the back of the pit wall. It is Dignitas holding the Red Bull Baron buff.
Huge for Dignitas. When you're outranged, you always have to immediately take these opportunities that are presented to you. And they know. Boogie's here in the river messing around. They jump onto him. Santorin locks him down. Even when he flashes over the wall, the Maokai ultimate that was already going roots him for the follow-up.
Just more people nearby for the side of Dignitas. Tomo being there, able to pump out this damage onto Boogie. And like you said, flashes away, gets hit again by the second root. Takes that and buys time for Santorin to get in range for a flash W. They blow him up during this time as well. Rich is able to kind of force Insanity back, get some poke onto him. And because there's no smite, and because the team is actually very high damage, it doesn't matter that Tomo's not hitting it. Gwen brings so much damage to this. Jensen brings so much damage to this. Tomo can absolutely just get jumped on and killed by the side of TSM, and it's still a winning play for the side of Dignitas.
Turtle does go for the 1-for-1 and Killer Instincts in to try and get one of them down, but everybody has to scramble at that point, running for their lives.
So even though TSM had Dragon control, they had built somewhat of a gold lead for themselves. It's not like they had major control over the map itself, only 2 turrets for both of these teams. So now Dignitas, with this Baron buff in tow, they have an opportunity to swing back something that was really faltering under the pressure of Insanity, who offers another Rite of the Arcane, continually targeting Tomo, the squishiest member. Look how much damage he takes to come down to 200 HP, but it ain't enough.
Don't forget the extra shot they added to that R button. Okay, so last time around, you saw it get the ultimate out of Tomo. This time around, gets most of his HP, but just gonna go back to base and fill that back up since he's got plenty of time before Dragon. Baron buff gonna help Dignitas try and push through mid lane first. Should be able to do it while we see the Cassante split pushing on bottom side for TSM.
Yeah, we're gonna see an engage here out of Santorin.
Santorin locks one. Insanity flashes over the wall, teleports from both sides, but Chime goes into the stasis. Boogie is targeted by Rich, but unstoppable into the backline. Chime has used a showstopper, and Rich trying to get back into the fight, but Hunter has targeted him. Xerath picking up the kill onto Rich. 3 fallen for TSM, 2 for Dignitas, still holding on to the Baron buff. They can go towards the Dragon to try and break through the stacking of TSM and deny the soul.
Another close fight and another time where Boogie ends up dropping, so there's no way for TSM to contest this neutral objective. It breaks the Dragon stacking on the side of TSM. Let's take a listen to how it sounded from Dignitas.
Give me a ward, give me a ward. Give me a ward, give me a ward.
Yeah, warded. Okay. Look there.
We don't have to kill him now. Just kill front.
Kill set. Kill set first. Yeah, look at it. That's it. Okay,
look AD.
Okay, stand in the ulti now.
Terra's no flash. Terra's no flash.
Kai'Sa flash, Kai'Sa flash.
I'm dead.
Okay.
Just get dragon. Terra's no flash.
Okay, that's good. Kai'Sa flash.
Man, you can hear how tense it is. All of them calling out critical abilities. Give me a ward so I can teleport. What targets they should focus down. Dignitas doing a good job figuring out the puzzle of how to beat TSM's comp.
I mean, it was such a good angle for them to be able to have the Rich flank coming from mid while the Maokai ult comes from their own side of the map to force the pincer movement onto those 3 members of TSM. They knew, they're like, just get me a ward, let me get there, because they have such a good setup to the fight that they were going to be able to get some sort of advantage for themselves. And again, now the Xerath has no flash as well for this time around.
The good thing for TSM here is that took the entire Baron buff to break that dragon stacking. If I'm going to be a little critical of Dignitas, they spent so much time setting up for that dragon. They were there a minute early. That gives Xerath time to just poke you out of that situation. That's exactly what happened. Toma got hit low, Jensen got hit low. They both had to teleport back into these fights. I think you actually want to avoid grouping early for the neutral objectives, so that way they can't do this and just keep poking you down.
Tomo's getting pretty good at dodging these ultis, though. Only one of them tagging him this time around. All right, Xerath not so hot anymore.
It's still not a fun minigame to play. Yes, you can win that minigame, but I think what you would prefer to do is actually split Rich a little bit more and break up this CSM comp quite a bit, so that way you have less time playing that game.
Another initiation by Santorin, locks onto 2 and into the backline. Poom goes, Insanity being the target, but it's Rich to fall at the hand of Chime. And now Dignitas, they know that Boogie's low, and same can be said for others, but they can't follow up.
And you got to give a shout out to the front line creating that space for TSM. Boogie, when they saw the Maokai ult, he Q charges into the Maokai ult to soak one lane of it to allow his carries to create extra space from the divers of Dignitas and allowing them to win that fight. Because then when the Rich flank comes through, the Gwen has no follow-up. The Rakan, even though Poom's able to cover a bunch of distance and finally engage, guess what? There's no follow-up damage for you because you're so far away from your DPS dealers, your damage dealers. To take a look at what I'm talking about here, where Boogie turns, he goes in to soak one line. Hanser does the same thing on the Cassante, and then the Gwen and the Rakan are isolated. Same story for Boogie, but he's much tankier on the Sejuani, has his ultimate, or has the healing active as well, and is able to flash back out.
Oh, Chime loses his flash coming out of that replay from Jensen, but very good job healing, make sure no one could get on top of the Xerath. And I also have to give a shout out to Turtle and Chime 1v2ing Rich, staying inside of that miss by Gwen, and having that wit's end completed to make sure that you don't just get instantly annihilated from how much damage this Gwen is doing. It's just gonna get harder and harder as she sticks more items into her inventory. Only at 3 right now.
Wild Turtle killer instincts towards Tomo, also setting up for that Rite of the Arcane. Tomo not dodging the first, but dodging the last. Then the attention spent onto Jensen. Boogie knocked up in the backline by Poom, but Chime is looking for someone to target, still has a showstopper available, and that's Baron going down for Dignitas to claim. Chime locking on one with a showstopper, but will give his life as a result as soon as Tomo comes into stasis. See if he can finish off multiple members of TSM. Wild Turtle locking on to Jensen, who goes into stasis and ends up punishing him for his crimes. Dignitas coming out with the Baron and 2 eliminated on TSM side.
Nerves of steel for Dignitas. They know they don't have a lot of time to work with, so they force on the Baron. They Maokai ult. They keep Boogie outside the Baron pit. They both get that, and then are still able to outplay the fight on the other side, even with the Kai'Sa trying to blow the ultimate from Tono into some ultimates from the Xerath. Now we're back into more action here. Hanser.
Teleport in for Dignitas. Hanser isolated, and TSM getting knocked down. You ain't got no damage with no Wild Turtle or Insanity, so Dignitas see the angle to open things up. They take out the inhibitor, and they are looking towards the Nexus. Still 45 seconds before Insanity spawns, and Dignitas committing to the play. Hanser putting his body in front of the rest of the team, and Poom making sure to shield up as well. Dignitas and Torin taking some damage, but still locking on. Nature's Grasp will be able to grab some, and Tomo kills him off. Dignitas, it's the last you'll see of TSM in 2023. Dig take the win.
Dignitas with the upset, the number 7 seed taking down TSM after a gutsy Baron call. Like you said, they just kept pushing afterwards all the way through the top side. And the man on your screen, Jensen, Rich, Santorin, the top side of the map coming up huge to make sure they could make it through this tough 5-game series.
Man, so many critical dodges there. And Dignitas, they know they don't want to wait around and get poked out. They can't give extra time for more damage to get soaked. So they keep making these decisions. They keep forcing these plays. And then they instantly end the game off of that Baron buff.
Crazy stuff out of Dignitas. The Jensen to Worlds dream is alive.
It's alive!
And moving on to the next round of playoffs, waiting to see who they'll be taking on there, but it's got to feel good having such a hard-fought series. So many interesting draft picks coming through.
And speaking of those interesting draft picks, you got to give it for TSM for being able to hold it down in 5 games. And we saw some strength of the Xerath in that mid lane, the poke he was able to offer for Insanity. But Dignitas ensuring they had the chance to punish, keeping their minds focused to have the game-ending play.
Man, so many things to look back at in so many of these games, not just this game. Because, yeah, you're going to be like, oh, man, that one where Boogie got caught in the river right before the other Baron, and then, the start to the previous team fight. But there's so many moments like that throughout the entire series, too, leading up to it. It's such a domino effect. Here's Dig's final push. Once they got the Baron and once they had the kills onto the TSM carries, they're like, you know what? We are not waiting around to get any more poke in our faces. We are ending this game now.
They were relentless. Tomo there with the blood steal, life stealer, she's able to heal up, get back up to full, so the poke not quite as annoying. That came through from Insanity. And then just so much damage. TSM holding on as best they can under the base, but couldn't actually finish anyone off. You saw Turtle trying to get Santorin there, not able to do it. Chime getting low, not able to get Tomo down. Just one by one, TSM drops, and then the Nexus.
Both Dignitas and TSM coming into playoffs with such chips on their shoulders. TSM doubted in the power rankings going into the split, and then Dignitas really wanting to prove themselves after a bottoming finish last time around, but keeping it alive here in playoffs. You love to see it. And for now, we are joining Emily, Santorin, and Jensen for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I am here with Santorin and Jensen after, I'd say, a grueling best of 5. You guys both have a lot of experience in best of 5, so how would you rank the exhaustion from this one compared to some of your historic ones?
I mean, honestly, not as stressful as some of the other ones, because I honestly felt like we were just making way too many mistakes. It didn't feel like TSM was the reason why we were losing, it's ourselves. So compared to like some of the stressful ones where you get kind of getting destroyed and you're kind of like, oh, what do we do? I just felt like we just had to, control ourselves. So it didn't feel as stressful to me.
Okay. Would you agree, or?
Yeah, I mean, I felt fine. I think I felt more exhausted in the previous games than the last one. I don't know why, but I felt like more awake for the last one. Maybe I was like, I realized, okay, this is the one that really means everything. So I don't know, woke up.
We'll go back to game 4 for a minute, I think, because that was really brutal. And I did want to ask you guys, like, how did you recover from that loss? Because there were multiple break points in that game where it did look like you were going to win.
I can go first. I mean, we felt like we had the game in control, and it's more so just us overextending or making big misplays than them like playing better than us. So I think, we realized we just need to work on the problems we have in the game and come into game 5 and hopefully play better.
Would you say you did? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like game 4 we should have won, but I think TSM should have won game 5. So, I mean, yeah.
But at the same time, I think game 5 was a really hard draft for us to play. So given the coach gap, I think we did well.
Wow. I was going to say, you had to go up against the Xerath, which is something that I feel like a lot of people know is a really good counter to Azir, but not something we see a lot in pro play due to lack of mobility and a lot of other things that mids kind of cite as to why you wouldn't pick it in certain comps. How difficult was it going up against that counter pick?
I think it was mainly difficult because we don't really have any tanky champions. So as soon as someone gets hit by anything from Xerath, have to go back home. And I should have just spanned it. It's my bad.
So is it mid gap or is it coach gap?
Both.
Okay.
It's not entirely my fault. It's their fault too.
Well, you did receive Player of the Series for the series. So first of all, just congratulations.
Thank you.
Second of all, I know there's It's not a joke, but it also has become a big meme of how like you never miss Worlds. Jat was talking about how he ran into you in the hallway and being like, yeah, he's dialed in, he's like focused, he's ready to go. Just how much does winning the series mean to you guys, or is it just kind of like, okay, first hurdle over, you know, on to the next one?
I mean, to be honest, I thought today was going to be a lot easier than it was. So I was more thinking about like who we're going to face next. I mean, of course, I didn't like fully disrespect them by any means, but I just went into the series thinking like, there's no way we lose to these guys. But standing here now, I feel I'm happy that we were able to win because they put up a good fight.
And for you, Santorin?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to win the split, there's another 4 best-of-5s, I believe. So, yeah, there's just a small hurdle we came over. There's so much more to go. And, I mean, I think as long as we focus on ourselves, we'll do a lot better. Like, I think some of the games, we show how good we can be. And then some of the games, we're kind of like, well, this looks like a scrim, guys. Like, can we please focus up? So, you know, we went into Game 5. It's a night block time. So we usually win night blocks.
Yeah, that's
nice. Okay, so that's it. They just have to go to Game 5.
Yeah.
And you guys will win. You're going to Worlds.
Exactly.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much to both of you for joining me. And we'll throw it to the lounge to close it out.
That's pretty unbelievable that they felt like that game, they had less pressure in the games before.
Well, when you after Game 4, I mean, I'm sure you're like, all
true.
the adrenaline's done. You're just like, whatever, man. Let's just go get it done.
Quick take on the series?
Yeah, I thought Dig played pretty well. I was impressed by the drafting, and I thought they received a lot of pressure from TSM. And just in classic Dig fashion, the games were just complete chaos at times. Very entertaining. I had a good time watching. So I'm looking forward to see who they play. I mean, if they play Energy or GGS, I think they have a chance.
Exactly. And honestly, let's just go straight to the player of the series. Drum roll, interested to see. 3, 2, boom! Jensen picks up player of the series. No surprise, really. Just as we were going through the series, in between, we were realizing just how good Jensen was playing. 6-0-7 in Game 1, 8-0-3 in Game 3. And that was a tough Game 5, specifically. Yeah. Take on Jensen overall in the series?
Yeah, I mean, he did his role really well. I mean, he just pumping out damage, getting the kills. I think that between him and Insanity, it was really like those two players just going off against each other, and whoever ended up, he just ended up carrying harder. I mean, Insanity had a last great game, but getting caught out on the top side obviously was kind of the death sentence for them.
Yeah, and with how strong Insanity was in the final game, it was really important when he was flashless. Jensen targeted him. I thought that was really clutch. The final fight was Santorin, but overall throughout the series, it felt like they understood how to play around Jensen quite well. All-inning on team fights, hearing in the interview from Santorin how they felt like they were the ones making mistakes and TSM wasn't doing anything special. That game, I almost completely forgot about the Ziggs Tristana game.
But the last game was Azir. I mean, the big thing with like good Azirs versus just whatever is just knowing how to go in and shuffle. And I thought he plays really aggressive, getting in onto Turtle, making sure he has the pressure on him. Really good play.
Fair point. That being said, heard that Jet has an interview here with Insanity and Wild Turtle on stage. So take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. And again, Wild Turtle Insanity, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk. That was an incredible series going all 5 games. But I also wanted to kind of ask both of you how the year has gone, because there were very low expectations for TSM, and I feel like you exceeded so many of them. So Insanity, I know it's really hard at the moment, but can you maybe reflect a little bit on some of the successes you had this year?
I don't really remember too many of the games, but I know a lot of the Kai'Sa games I played and LeBlanc games even, I don't know, they felt pretty easy to play, and it felt like I was doing pretty well in those. I definitely had some bad moments too, especially after a 5-game win streak. It kind of went haywire, but I don't know. I also had some good moments in this game. This series rather, and some bad moments too. But I don't know. I'm just glad I got another opportunity to show my worth.
Yeah, absolutely. The Xerath was a menace to deal with. Jensen was just talking about it on stage in the 5th game, and Wild Turtle as well. So many years in the LCS, also being back on TSM. What was the experience like this year, getting to kind of put on the jersey again and win more games in the LCS?
It was definitely a huge roller coaster. Like, we won a lot of games, we lost a lot of games, but even in our series, it kind of showed that we weren't as consistent as we wanted to be. Overall, I think I had like a great year. I had like the Jinx games where I was just like 8-0 every game, and David kept calling me Jinx from Arcane, so that was really nice.
Wild Turtle from Arcane.
Wild Turtle from Arcane.
That's amazing, Turtle. And I've just noticed, this could be wrong, but I feel like you two actually have a pretty good relationship. Is there anything you, I don't know, want to share about your time on TSM at the end of the split?
I think it was just good times. Like we showed up every day to practice. Granted, we had some pretty bad practice weeks, but we always try to keep the mood a little light and try to have fun while we're there.
Yeah, and Insanity, you played the Xerath, you played the Lucian earlier, playing Graves mid, and also I heard you practice just an insane amount this split. Do you want to talk a little bit about how much work you put in individually this year for TSM?
I think it wasn't just an individual thing. We pretty much every night double blocked, so it wasn't like I'm the one practicing the most or something like that. I definitely could have played a lot more solo queue even, but I think just every day that we had a chance to scrim double blocks, we would. And I don't know, it just sucks.
We're just disappointed from losing.
Yeah, I mean, losing is incredibly hard. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer some questions and talk to the fans. Is there anything else you'd like to share at the end of the series?
Thank you for following our journeys, and we really appreciate you guys watching and following us. Granted, we couldn't go that far, but hopefully we can get a better showing next time.
All right, Insanity Turtle, congratulations again on a very strong year. I know it's very disappointing at the moment, but thank you so much for taking the time, and we're going to send it back to the lounge.
Great interview. Thank you again, Insanity and Turtle, for that one. And with that loss, TSM are eliminated from playoffs contention in what could be their final game in the LCS. So let's take a look at some of their greatest moments in the last 11 years.
First up, it's going to be Team Solo Mid, probably the best performing North American team from 2012.
Can they turn it around? Wild Turtle at the back, just hitting one after the other. There's a double kill for him. Laudamonis goes in, that's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA strand, that's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Front you, 1-on-1, it's going to be the pentakill.
Too good for TSM right now.
This is going to be it for TSM. I think we have our champion.
There it is, TSM in Game 5. Looks to be your North American LCS Spring Champions. They take down the Nexus and the title.
As far as I know, the only NA team that I'm worried about is Cloud9. The rest are non-existent, especially COG.
That's a quadra kill for Bjergsen. He's looking for the penta. Can he get it? That's the question. Bjergsen needs one more hit. That's the penta kill. Wow, Turtle. Turtle on the triple. Turtle on the quadra. Medios on the outside. A second quadra in the playoffs for Turtle. Not the one they want, but it is the one that they want. Torrent with the Jarvan Quattro Cataclysm. The quadra kill once again to come up with Team Solo Mid's pivotal win. Team Solo Mid are the 2015 North American League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split champions.
Right now, my story ends here, but I still, even with me gone, I still want everyone to support TSM and all of my teammates. And I'm really thankful for everything.
Now can they have the follow-up damage? A couple of stuns come in. They've got Bjergsen, and they shut him down with a 1600 damage crit. Can they get double? Flow. Medios, another knockup, trades his life, but it's done. Double lift. Gets the GA. Double killing them all. Kills everybody. They've got 3. Impact goes down, and A's for TSM. The TSM are going to end it. It's an A's way. Here we go. It's the game. TSM fight tooth and nail to defend the North, but once again, NALCS champions. TSM cement themselves as the greatest team North America has ever seen. 6 championships in 10 splits. They have never missed a final. They have never missed Worlds, and they are once again your North American champions. A lot of damage on Cloud9, and here comes your janitor, baby. Mop and bucket at the ready. It's Bjergsen on cleanup duty. Sinskera's going to be taken low. Sneaky's going to be taken down. Zazel drops next. Sinskera with the flash away, but Bjergsen is spinning that combo all the way around. Shows it here in the game as the Nexus falls. TSM claim LCS title number 7. 2.5K, Hooney around the back, the top center in there, and oh my god, Speaker, he's done it again!
And Team Liquid, they're getting pushed off the fight now as they bought so much time. Insanity steps up and Insanity gets a double kill! He's looking for more! And that's a clean ace!
Some beautiful moments there, but as we look ahead in playoff brackets right now, Dignitas moving on. They will be facing the loser of NRG and Golden Guardians. But tomorrow, yeah, Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves is going to be an interesting series. What series are you interested in here?
Yeah, I really want to see TL versus 100 Thieves because, you know, TL is such a coin flip of a team.
That's true.
That I think it's going to be just as entertaining as today, just based off that.
And we haven't seen 100 Thieves in a little bit. I wonder what prep they've had for us. So, I mean, Dig surprised us with a few strats.
100 Thieves could come back in and be a whole new looking team, you know?
Exactly. So, interested in that one. But that's going to be it for us, guys. Remember, that's going to be tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific for Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. That's going to be it for us now. Take it easy.
Welcome to the LCS. Dignitas taking to the stage for their first best of 5 of Summer Split, while TSM are operating on their second life after falling to the lower bracket.
Oh nice, they're doing a huddle. We win.
Noobs.
Oh, stand up, a boom! First blood drawn by Chime. Tomo, lightning crash activated. Boom looking for somebody that he can lock on to. Hanser gets rooted in the center of them, and Jensen has come to the party from mid lane. Finishes off Hanser. 2 already down for TSM. Santorin rooting on forward, and a double kill for Tomo. Don't need a cleanse to be able to get into this one.
I have ult.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm looking. You won't go? I can go. It's looking really good.
Yeah, I'm on Dragon.
It's okay, I'm coming.
Good job.
I'm looking.
Slowly. Jerry, just no flash. Look at Jerry. Help Chase. Fight together, guys. Okay. Jerry's running.
Back.
Santorin re-entering the fight, but Hanser has already taken down Jensen. The GAB and Pop. Santorin has fallen. Double kill for Hanser in the top side. A veteran that continues to evolve throughout this game and offer much for TSM to follow up upon. Ace for TSM, and Dignitas keeping their eyes on Boogie, retreating towards the turret. Chime has to flash away, but cannot outrange what Jensen has to offer. Double kill for the mid laner, and following up for more. Hanser setting himself into the grave soon enough, seeing if he can bring someone down with him, but that is not the case. At least 15 seconds for some sort of assistance to come to the side. Charm onto Rich, but he dashes on back. Insanity gets the damage down. Boom! Swag walks it out the best he can with head held high as TSM tie up the series. We're going to game 5. His way over.
Oh, they're going for the dive though.
Back off. There's a Feather Storm from Tomo. Should be able to blade call back. Turtle! Taking the sidestep it! Double kill! Putting his body in front of the rest of the team, and Boom making sure to shield up as well. Dignitas and Torin taking some damage, but still locking on. Nature's Grasp will be able to grab some, and Tomo kills him off. Dignitas, it's the last you'll see of TSM in 2023. Dig, take the win!
Guys, let's go! Ah!
Oh, it's too hard, yeah. Good job, guys.
Holy. Let's go! GG! Let's go! Come on!